fellow Falcoholics. What is up? Welcome to the Falcoholic Live's NFL Draft Party Day 3. I'm your host, Kevin Knight, joined by my co-host today. He is back from Taylor Swift. Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Adnan, how was the Taylor Swift concert?
The experience of a lifetime, and I'm so glad that I did it because I am a massive Swiftie, and I do not know when I would ever get that chance again. So it was incredible. I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand. Not a massive Taylor Swift fan myself, but there are a few bands that few artists, that I would absolutely miss. I don't know if I could miss round 1 of the draft, but day 2, I think I could probably do, especially day 3. But, I love you guys. Don't get me wrong. We're here to bring you endless takes on the draft. I'll say all 7 rounds. However, if the Falcons do trade out of the 7th, we'll probably only stay for 4 hours or so. We'll see. And we got another guest joining us right off the bat here. So, Jordan, what's up, man? How you doing?
All right, how's it going?
Good. Yeah, wasn't sure when we'd have you, but I'm glad we just went live. So you're here for the beginning, so it's perfect timing. I can intro you right now, Jordan Watkins, everyone. I don't have your plate pulled up. Let everyone know what your Twitter handle is.
Yeah, you can follow me at Big75Fella. I think it's the same thing for Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, how you doing today, Jordan?
I'm lovely. Still morning over here on the West Coast, so still waking up and getting to it, but no, everything's good. How about for you?
It's 9 a.m. over there, right?
Exactly, yeah.
What a
Right,
great
early.
what are NFL Sundays like? 10 a.m. kickoffs?
Yeah, 10 a.m. kickoffs. I am not a fan of the London games or Germany or wherever it is. I think when we played, was it the Jets 2 years ago? I set my alarm for 6, I think, to get ready to watch that. So yeah, if we can stay state bound, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, I don't even like that over here, and it's not even that
Yeah.
bad. Like, it's like 10 a.m. here. So we did have Andy from the UK join us, Falcons Andy, the last 2 nights. So he's been staying up till 5 a.m. to get the takes off. So
That's dedication. I love it.
yeah, I think today he's maybe going to come on a little bit later. He deserves a break. He's been crushing it. Yeah, Jordan, we don't have any picks yet. So yeah, I want to get your take. We haven't heard from you yet on the Falcons draft. What do you think so far?
Oh, no, I love, at first, obviously, Kevin, as you know, I've been going back and forth with you about taking a running back so early. And no, the more I thought about it and the more I think about having that versatility and having the ability to confuse defensive coordinators about what we're going to run, what formations we're in, I actually really do like it now. Right down the street from where I am now, obviously we have the 49ers, and that's the biggest thing for them, right, is they can come out with 2 running backs. You don't know who's going to line up where. Christian McCaffrey could be in the slot. There could be Juszczyk out there. Debo could be in the backfield. You never know. And the Falcons really have the ability to do something very similar with the personnel that they have. So that's going to be a lot of fun to see how that plays out. I love the pick, getting the tackle. I forget what his last name is right now, but out of Syracuse. Yeah, Bergeron. Thank you. Out of Syracuse, obviously you're getting to that point in Jake Matthews' career where you got to start thinking succession plans, but also before you actually get to that point, he can plug in at left guard. I know he did that at the Senior Bowl. So you already have that figured out. Then you might already have a contingency plan for whenever that time is where you might have to move on from Jake Matthews as well. And, yeah, I think that, so far so good. I think that there are a couple of places I'd like to see them go here in day 3. But, no, I'm liking it so far.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, and I think they've covered a lot of bases. I know the running back pick is controversial, but they do get the offensive lineman, and I love Bergeron. It was actually a pick that Adnan and I think I convinced Adnan to go Bergeron over who was the other offensive lineman we were talking about? Was it Cody Mauch, Adnan, or?
I don't think it was
from North Dakota State.
Yeah, we were discussing a couple of players at 44 on the last mock draft, and I think I gave an impassioned plea for Bergeron. So,
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, you did watch him directly at the Senior Bowl, and
I did. Yeah,
we know how much this team loves their Senior Bowl picks.
Oh yeah, and I like the projection of Zach Harrison too.
Yeah,
I really do, especially with Nielsen coming in. We know that's his thing is developing some young defensive linemen. That's another reason why. I mean, I was already excited about Arnold Ebiketie coming into the offseason before I even knew that Nielsen and his crew were coming in. I'm even more stoked about him now. I really am.
Yeah, it's exciting. Like, probably one of the biggest like traits players in the class. He's sort of had quiet production at Ohio State, and that led to people sort of forgetting about him. And also, Ohio State's defense is pretty stacked, so it's like he's a lot of the players on Ohio State's defense, if they're not just complete, stars, they sort of get folded into a rotation like a lot of Georgia players do, where they're not necessarily blowing up the stat sheet with like 20 sacks and 25 tackle for loss, because that typically happens on teams where like you're the guy that's out there basically carrying the entire defense. So
here comes the Saints pick. Not to cut you guys off, but here we go.
We are kicking it off. Yep, we're getting started here. Round 4, pick 103.
Let's get it.
New Orleans
the Saints have
trades up here. Yeah, they can't help themselves. They just have to trade up at every single draft. Yeah. This person seems a little confused that the microphone's a little high. Yeah.
Just a smidge.
Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion. The Saints are enhancing their offensive line. I'm pretty sure we will get Saints fans talking about how this guy is better than Bergeron.
He's not, but he does have fans. He does have a lot of fans as like a developmental guy.
I will let you like dive into that, Kevin, just in a second. But the reason why I'm saying that is because I saw there was like this debate going on last night on Saints Twitter about how the running back they got in the 3rd round, Kendry Miller, how he's better than Bijan Robinson.
They can't
like as good as Bijan Robinson because he like had as many yards per carry.
I think they might have been hitting the Bourbon a little too hard there on Bourbon Street last night. Yeah.
One more yard. They're like, oh, we got him at like pick 80. You guys got Bijan at 8.
It's in their DNA. They can't help it.
Yeah, no. I don't hate Kendry Miller, but like if you think he's even on the same planet as Bijan Robinson, you might. I don't know that you know how to scout running backs. I don't think Kendry Miller's a bad running back. I'm not trying to disparage Miller or anything like that, but I think he was drafted quite early, according to most projections. So again, no offense to him. I won't say I hope you have like a long successful career in New Orleans. I hope you have a great career. As soon as you leave New Orleans. But yeah, that's spicy. But I don't blame them. I would probably talk smack about any Saints player that was drafted as well, like I just did.
The thing is, like the Saints have a perfect draft every single year, yet they can't even make the playoffs the last couple of years, despite all their drafts.
Talk to them.
It's tragic, yeah, so tragic.
Talk to them.
I don't know how that works. Just to answer some questions in the chat, Brandon, the Hawks got knocked out Thursday. It was a great fight, and George, I am having coffee this morning, or not this morning. It's technically noon, but I'm having coffee.
Yeah, I'm starting with coffee as well, but I was telling people in the brews section of the Discord, which you should join, guys, if you're not in there yet, that we'll start with coffee, and by the 7th round, if we're still here, it'll be hard liquor. So, so hopefully we won't make it that far, but we'll see. But we could, because the Falcons currently have pick 113. They did trade 110, their earlier 4th rounder in the Matthew Bergeron move up. So they still have 113 in the 4th round. Then they have 2 back-to-back 7ths, pick 224 and 225. They have never made a 7th round pick under Thomas Dimitroff, Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith. So I'm waiting to see. And yeah, go ahead on with the pick here.
Jacorian Bennett is the Raiders pick. So another cornerback that goes before Kaylee Ringo, who at one point in the process during the college football season was thought to possibly be a top 10 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Now he watches another cornerback go ahead of him in the 4th round, as his name is yet to be called. I wouldn't mind Ringo for the Falcons in the 4th round to enhance the depth. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I know it's medical. Well, I think there was some kind of shoulder, and then also there were reports, obviously just reports. We can't vet any of this stuff, but I'm okay. I'm okay repeating these anonymous reports during the draft because the NFL teams have already made up their minds. We're not hurting these players' stock by repeating this stuff. So, but anonymous reports about he rubbed teams the wrong way in interviews, and then of course the shoulder apparently injury with Keely. But he's definitely not a fourth round talent. I mean, I know he's got some warts on film, but I mean, prototypical size, terrific long speed, athleticism. I mean, still a guy that deserves to be drafted earlier than this, I would think. But
and don't forget the unsung part about that too. You got to make the Georgia fans happy.
Yeah,
they
gotta get a dog.
Right,
gotta get a dog.
We have a quota. We need to pick at least one Georgia.
Got to have at least one.
Yeah, just to not feel the wrath of UGA fans.
Exactly.
Yep. Got to get at least one dog.
You'll still feel their wrath because anytime you ever pass on any Georgia fan, they're all pissed off. Like,
not all Georgia fans, you know.
Exactly what the Eagles are doing.
Yeah, there's a section.
I guess getting John Fitzpatrick wasn't good enough last year.
We got 2 dogs last year.
That's right. We did. That's right. Yeah. And,
so we're set for years now, right? Because before that, we hadn't taken one.
Yeah, we're good for about another 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't typically take Georgia players, and it's kind of interesting, but
it'll be funny when the Eagles take Ringo here.
Yep.
And then when all the Dogs fans just start criticizing the Falcons because the Eagles took Ringo.
Yeah.
It'll be funny when all the Alabama fans and the Georgia fans have to come together and start cheering for the Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, the Eagles are just going to collect all the Georgia players like Infinity Stones. And it might work out for them. It very well might. So
all the Georgia guys on defense, all the Bama guys on offense. That's their strategy.
Not the worst strategy, honestly, but
no, not at all.
Yeah. We're moving along here. Pick 105. So that means the Falcons will be up at about 7 picks, and then we may have quite a gulf. Yeah, quite a gulf.
If they don't trade. You were mentioning before the show, Kevin. I like the possibility of trading down and adding another day 3 pick, but I don't know if they want to, just because of how competitive they claim that 53-man roster spot competition is going to be.
Yeah, I wonder how it's gonna happen.
Oh, they just took Ringo.
Yeah, there you go. They're making the gauntlet, man. I'm telling you, the Infinity Gauntlet. They're going for it. Yeah,
they just got Ringo. Oh my God, another dog.
Yeah, I mean, he deserved to go before this. I mean, it's just people will be like, oh yeah, the Falcons passed. 31 other teams passed for 3 rounds, also, or technically 30 because the Eagles just took it. But even the Eagles passed about 7 times now before taking him here in the 4th. So now, yeah, our best hope is Stequavius now. Dylan Spires, yeah, we'll get Stequavius in here in the 7th. So.
Only the Falcons pass on him. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, I love that. Great logic there. But yeah, so the Eagles do take Keeley off the board. He was one of the best players left on the board, so that's a good pick for them.
Absolutely.
For sure. But I love on NFL Network they got the little scouting card, and sometimes they have an exclamation point after the track speed exclamation points. It's does that mean he's extra fast or somebody really excited about him? So that's fun. I enjoy that. Get those scouting notes in there.
There's something to be said too about someone as talented and as good of a player as Keely Ringo is. That chip on the shoulder coming in, you get drafted that late or picked that late. I mean, again, at the end of the day, outside of the bubble, 4th round pick, that's still really good. But obviously, when you're in it, you want to be that day 1, early day 2 kind of guy, especially if you feel like you're that talented. I know his agent a little bit, and see all the things that he's been posting about him during this whole draft process. So I really do think that there's going to be a chip on the shoulder. And I mean, what a better defense to be a part of and to have a chip on the shoulder than the Eagles defense.
Yeah, I mean, great place for him to go too. Yeah.
Also, I know it doesn't mean that much, but they do have familiarity with each other. I think it's easier. They're a lot of these guys may have never even been to Philly. I think it's easier to go there with
absolutely
2 of your own teammates who from college, plus Jordan Davis, who played with them, whom the Eagles got last year, and it's a lot easier to really sort of bake yourself into it when you have other guys there with you doing it, as opposed to going solo.
Plus another guy in his own position room that knows all about being from Georgia, Darius Slay, who's from Brunswick.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mm-hmm.
There were rumors that the Falcons could go after him.
Oh, I would have loved that.
Blake Freeland to the Colts.
Okay. BYU. Yeah. Yep. Well, I know Brett Jukes will be in shambles. I'm sure he was hoping to get another BYU guy in here. Blake Freeland, I thought, was the one that maybe Him or Puka Nakua were like the two I thought maybe
Yeah.
still had a chance.
And I'm pretty sure Brett Jukes has some, he has some pull right now with the BYU guys.
Yeah.
Maybe he has Fontenot's ear at this point after
Maybe.
Tyler Algier last year.
I know. Like, I think he might have earned some respect in that room, and we will be having I don't know if Brett will be on next week or the week after, but we will be having Brett Jukes, executive vice president of the Falcons, in here to give his thoughts on the draft class here, either next week or the week after. So, I think it's better for him instead of having him come on before the draft, because I think he was a little nervous last time. Like, I don't really want to say too much, and then after the draft, he can kind of be excited. So, appreciate Brett always for coming on. He's a lot of fun to talk to. Yeah, all right, so we're moving along. The pace is better today. Day one crawled. That was maybe the longest round one we've ever seen. It was pretty brutal. So I'm happy they're keeping things going here.
In the middle of game 6 too, like that was brutal. It's like, can we just hurry up to 8, please? I'm trying to see if the Hawks can pull this out.
Yeah, but, yeah. That's where Adon was as well. Yeah. So and then he came in like full war paint, like for the recap show afterwards. So props to Adon for that.
Yeah, I was at the arena. I get home at midnight.
It sounded really loud on TV.
Oh, it was one of the best atmospheres I've ever been a part of. Like, I've gone to every home game since 2015.
Oh wow!
And that was maybe the second best atmosphere I've ever experienced live for a Hawks game.
Yeah,
I gotta say, I think.
No, go ahead, Jordan. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think the loudest I've been to now. So I went to Game 1, Sacramento, Golden State, and that was probably the loudest basketball arena I've ever been in.
Are you gonna go to Game 7?
I'm not. I just kind of lucked up on some cheaper tickets for Game 1, so I was like, absolutely, I'm gonna go. But I'm just gonna nervously watch. Hopefully, the Warriors can pull it out. So I work for the Warriors. So when I'm not cheering for the Hawks, that's where my loyalties lie.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was the loudest I ever experienced was 2008 Game 6 for the Hawks, the Celtic series.
The Celtic series, yeah.
I was a kid, so that'll always have a special place in my heart. But yeah, it's that Kings series, man. Like, I've been talking about it all season long. It's 16 years since they went to the playoffs. Like, that crowd's gonna explode.
I'm happy for them.
Yeah, Kings have some really underrated fans. They're very yeah.
They're one of those situations where I think a lot of times people get two things conflicted of having bad teams or like bad support, bad ownership, whatever, with a team having bad fans, right? Like, perfect example, obviously, again, like maybe just across the bridge from where I am right now, the Oakland A's. The A's have phenomenal fans. Their ownership just doesn't care. Like, if you have an ownership group that doesn't care and doesn't put a good product out there, of course you're not showing up.
Yeah.
It's why the Thrashers won.
Exactly. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Atlanta Spirit.
Right.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I don't even care that it's a drop stream and we're talking other sports, because
it's day 3, man. Like, we got to fill the air somehow.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah, you guys are here to hang out. We're just here to have a good time, chill. It's a little bit less formal on day 3, and it's more of a fun atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, we have some time, like when we need some time to kill later. I don't think I've even talked about like my view of the picks from day 2, but we can do that a little later, Kevin.
We got time. That's one thing we got today. We got time. So I'm updating. Yeah, I'm running a draft simulator. And I forgot to get it started with the earlier picks, so I'm going in and filling in yesterday's picks so that we can track the best players available going forward. But we got a few more picks before the Falcons come up. Why don't we get your thoughts on day 2? All right, that's a good idea.
So in a vacuum, like you and I mocked Bergeron to the Falcons on our Wednesday show, the last mock draft that we had before the draft. So in a vacuum, I really like the Bergeron pick, of course. He is a stout run blocker, one of the best run blockers in this draft. He had some issues with pass protection, but they already announced he's going to be kicked into left guard, and that should, help ease that burden a little bit, because it's easier to pass protect as a guard in the NFL versus a tackle. He doesn't have to deal with as many speed rushers. he's going to be your day one starting guard. If I could go back, I would have rather stayed at 44 and taken Brian Branch. Branch was my best player remaining in day 2, and we mocked him in the Patreon mock draft on Monday to the Falcons in the second round. And Brian Branch, I think, would have been a home run pick. I still think that Bergeron is sort of a double. He's not a home run, but he's like a very good double that splits the gap, and you end up on second base. But I can't really blame them for filling what was basically the last hole in their starting lineup on offense at guard. Bergeron got better in pass protection as time went along, and I think in the NFL, one thing that I really like about him is he's a very violent, very physical player, sometimes even overly too much. But you want a player who's too violent versus a player who's not violent enough. We saw plenty of those offensive lines with the Falcons, in 2013, 2014. But what I really like about Bergeron is his problems, his issues are all very fixable. So one of his main issues that kept coming up is his hand placement, his punch. He does it a bit too wide, or he doesn't do it his technique with his hand placement isn't the best, but that's something that can be fixed at the next level, especially with the Falcons with their excellent offensive line coaching. By the way, the Patriots just got Jake Andrews from Troy, the center.
Man, yeah. He showed up he was a late Senior Bowl edition too. Yeah. They also love the Senior Bowl guys.
And the other issue for Bergeron is he could put on a bit more strength, especially now that he's going to play guard. It's more important. You have to be more physically stronger to play guard against those hulking defensive tackles, especially at the next level. But that's something where he's about to have a full NFL regiment. He's going to have professional NFL strength and conditioning coaches, dietitians. I'm not worried about the strength aspect. He has the frame for it. He has the frame to put on a bit more strength. And I think he has a good motor. He's going to work on it. And I think those weaknesses are things he's going to fix, and things where it will take him to the next level at his game. And like Jordan said, he could possibly be a succession plan for Jake Matthews in the years to come, depending on how much he polishes up his pass protection.
Yeah.
I will talk about Zach Harrison in a second. Right now, the Seattle Seahawks are in the middle of making their selection, and it is Anthony Bradford from LSU. So there's a run on interior
line
right now.
Yeah.
Harrison is a guy who has such a high ceiling. I mean, I was a little bit surprised at the pick. I thought Siake Ika would be a definite possibility for the Falcons there. But Harrison has the frame. He has the length that you just crave as a defensive coordinator. And I'm pretty sure that Coach Nielsen is thrilled at possibly getting his hands on Harrison. Harrison didn't have the pass rush production that you would really want at the college football level. I think he had a career high of 5 sacks in the season. But he has the tools. He has the motor. Excuse me. He has the tools where he did a great job of winning that initial battle against the O-lineman. But I just don't know if he had that counter for the next phase of fully beating him. And I think he's someone that can really be coached up. The Falcons have a lot of really good high floor edges and defensive ends. And Harrison is the guy that they're getting, and they're banking on his ceiling. I think Harrison, other than Ebiketie, on the Falcons roster, is now the guy who has the best chance of being a double-digit sack guy. Not in year one. Not in year one.
No.
I'm not putting that expectation on him. There goes Dylan Horton from TCU.
Oh yeah, another edge guy. Yeah.
But he is a guy who, in the years to come, in year 2 and year 3, it's like a Troy Anderson type pick, where it's year 1 we're not expecting anything massive, but he has Calais Campbell there. He has Bud Dupree. He has these, veteran defensive ends and edge guys around him, and he has a coach that has a great track record coaching up defensive line. So he's a worthy swing of the bat. And I know I'm talking all about these baseball references, but he could be. He's a home run. You have a home run swing right here, and you're just trying to make contact. And if the Falcons can make contact, this could be the best pick in the draft. But again, it is a bit of a risk because the production wasn't really there in college. But I don't blame them at all. And I mean, hey, we got Bijan in the first round, and then we addressed the trenches. Like, how can I complain about going day 2 in the trenches? And
Amen.
last year too, like people complain about the Falcons not getting pass rush, not getting enough pass rush. The Falcons haven't gotten pass rush in the first round. The last 2 years, they have spent 3 day 2 picks all on edge rushers.
Yep.
D'Angelo Malone, Arnold Ebiketie, and now Harrison. Like, they are. Like, a day 2 pick is someone you expect to contribute. They are investing these picks, even if it's not a premium pick. Some fans think that round 1 is the only round that matters. It's not. Like, they are investing in the trenches, and that's what we were looking for the whole time. That is the end of my monologue and the end of my spiel. I know I went long.
That's good. No, that was good. That was good. We do see Ade Adebawore here, who was
popular.
Yeah, he goes here to the Colts at pick 110.
That would have been the Falcon. That was the Falcons' original pick.
Yeah, that was who the people were yelling at me that they should have drafted on day 2. So, I guess the NFL wasn't as high on him as the media was. I mean, he blew up. And I'm guessing it's because of the things that I wrote up in my scouting report, which is like he's not really a clean projection to any one spot. I think he's a guy that you have to move around probably to get the most out of him. And, I at like what 6'2", 285. I mean, he's not like a clean like edge or a clean interior guy. He's sort of a tweener, but athletically, I mean, beat Trayvon Walker's numbers. Obviously doesn't have the size that Trayvon Walker did, but he's heavier. So impressive nonetheless, but happy that he's off the board here. I think he probably deserved to go earlier.
And now to your point too about the pass rush, like I think it's sometimes easier to project someone who can turn into a good pass rusher versus someone who has good pass rush numbers.
Absolutely.
Like obviously perfect case study for that, right? Everyone obviously in Falcons fandom knows about Vic Beasley. And again, if you look at the difference between Vic Beasley and let's say Arnold Ebiketie, even though Arnold Ebiketie didn't have the big numbers last year in terms of the sack production, you can look at the film and say, okay, no, I see some things he's putting together in terms of pass rush moves, understanding what the linemen want to do, maybe understanding where the slide's going to, the turn's going to, and figuring it out from that standpoint. And so I would rather have someone where I can see the process clicking in their head and in their mind versus someone who's just getting the numbers, because eventually it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
And there's one thing is you can't teach length.
No.
Yep.
You can't teach length and you can't teach size. Like, you can have a guy that wants it as much as possible, but if he doesn't have the tools, then, I mean,
you better be as technically sound as possible.
Yep.
If you have a guy with all of that and you can teach him the technique, you have something special.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's Ryan Nielsen's bread and butter, right? And that's why I'm pretty. We were talking. I think we even mentioned this on the final mock, which was like they brought in so many like veterans and so many like starting caliber edge rushers. Like they don't really need to add someone early if it doesn't line up with the value. Like I think they would have definitely considered Tyree Wilson, right? But once you get past him and you get out of the first round, how many of these guys are really coming in and you're expecting to start? I mean, maybe second round guys, but you've got Ebiketie and you got D'Angelo Malone who you want to get snaps. So I think I was leaning more towards maybe they're just going to go for a developmental toolsy guy. And he might not even be a game day active to start, but they want to take a swing on somebody they can develop and they don't need him to come out. Like we're used to the Falcons getting an edge rusher and it's like, okay, well this guy's going to slot in as like at least the third edge rusher because of how dire this position group is. But this year, Zach Harrison comes in as like the 5th or the 6th edge rusher right now. And that's not a knock on him. It's just like, he doesn't need to be forced out there. And, you know, if you can just get good base package play from him as a base package run defender opposite Calais Campbell, like that's a good season for him. They don't need to force him out there. And like you guys said, like technically he's got work to do, right? Doesn't really have counters, needs to work on that hand placement, needs to play with better leverage. He's a tall guy, so that's always going to be something he's going to struggle with.
Guilty.
But yeah. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, it's one of those things. It's like you got those short kings out there that have that natural leverage advantage. And certainly, yeah.
All men are jealous of length. That's all I'll say.
Good one. Yeah, no, I walked into that one. So, yeah. We got the Browns pick at 111 coming here. We'll see.
That.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, it's too early for this show to go.
No, it's good. Yeah, no, it's before 3. We got to keep it PG. And the Browns stopped a Juan Jones slide here. So yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, just continue with the baseball references. I view guys like Zach Harrison, first year. Think of a pinch hitter where you don't know when you're going to come into the game. It might be later in the game, but the whole time you're just learning. You're asking the other guys that are out there, hey, what'd you see? What made you want to do this? What made you want to swing on that pitch? Or is he tipping something, right? So that way you're still getting those reps. I know it's kind of cliche, but you're still getting some of those game day reps, even at least mentally. So that way, hey, all of a sudden you're going against someone, they're a high puncher. Okay, cool. I know they're a high puncher. Guess what? I'm not going to go with the swim move. I'm going to go with the rip, right? Or they're a low puncher. I might go with the chop, something like that. But you're learning and you're putting 1 and 2 together, which so that way when it is your turn and it's your time to be out there, you already know what's coming because you've been, taking in the game as much as possible while you haven't been playing.
Yeah.
Man, the baseball fans and watching the show are probably having the time of their lives.
They're feeling very vindicated. Yeah, they're feeling very vindicated
I bet
right
they
now.
are.
Yeah.
Here come the Patriots.
Yep. Pick 112, and the Falcons are about to be on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Yep.
Here goes Chad Ryland, the kicker. You're the second kicker.
Oh, man, two kickers
off the board.
2 kickers already, man.
In the first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
So you're the Falcons, so BPA right now, Henry Toto, like is that the way you say his name?
Toto,
202, yeah, Toto or 202.
Yeah, I mean that would be a hell of a pick. That would be my pick right here, but I'm not in the war room. Maybe we should take the next kicker. Maybe the run has started.
Yeah.
No, we are selecting Clark Phillips from.
There we okay.
Oh wow.
Okay. I like that.
All right.
Yeah.
That's another one of those guys. I was like, really? He's still available?
Yeah.
Is it okay that I spoil that for the chat?
Well, they probably wanted to see it, but that's okay. We can't go back. It's too late.
That's
a
happy
spoilage right there. Yeah, no, I'm into that for sure.
Go to Twitter.
Yeah, we're gonna have to tweet this out.
Go to Twitter.
I'm sorry, chat.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's day 3. I mean, yeah.
Listen, I am a big Clark Phillips fan.
Short kings. We were just talking about short kings. He might be the biggest short king in this class. Like, he was a day 2 caliber. I mean, maybe even day 1 caliber film.
Oh yes.
Like elite ball skills. Super sticky. But he's 5'9", 184. That's really it. It's like, oh, he's 5'9", 184, and he didn't jump out the gym, So, but you look back at the cornerbacks that Jerry Gray has typically coveted. He doesn't care so much about the size. He wants. Oh my God, RAS's website. I was gonna pull up his RAS. I just got a 429 too many requests error. So RAS's traffic is getting maxed out. That's hilarious.
Yeah, even size-wise, think about this for Atlanta, right? Before AJ Terrell, probably the best shutdown corner we had before him was Brent Grimes, and we all know he wasn't the biggest of the bunch either. So I mean, it can happen again. You talk about it might not be the most athletic person or the intangibles, right? The physical traits there, but you want to talk about a very good football player. The thing for me at the end of the day, when you play at a school like Utah, they're always going to be known for having a very, very good defense. It's been the case ever since I've known Utah football to be, right. And so one of the key things about that too is they usually have good pass rushers, good D linemen, and a really good secondary. And I mean, Clark Phillips, as much as I've known him and watched him play over the last few years out here, he has been absolutely incredible. I think that's a great pick.
I think this is probably their best value pick so
Yeah.
far. I think he is really. It's just like he's 5'9", 185, and he ran a 4.51. So I think people are like, oh, well, then he's what? Then why are you drafting someone who's small? But just watch the tape, like the technique,
Yes.
the instincts. It's all outstanding. And yeah, this is the first RAS score that's under 7 that they've drafted. I think it's only 5.6, so he's definitely still above average. It's really the size that's pulled him down. He did put up 18 reps on the bench, which is really good for a corner, by the way.
Okay.
And he did hit that 1.52 10-yard split, which is like 90th percentile. So he's got that short area quickness, and you can see it on tape. I mean, he's a very good player. He's not going to have athletic limitations, so I wouldn't worry too much about that.
I agree.
It's just the size. Like he's probably a slot guy or an outside matchup guy, right? But didn't play. I don't remember. I'm getting him confused with another short king, I think. But did he play slot at all, or was he play almost entirely outside?
He was mostly outside, but
Okay.
I'll put it this way: ask Drake London how good he is.
Yeah, he was one of the only guys that could do anything with Drake London, and you look at that size difference. Like what,
Right.
6 inches?
Was,
I mean,
yeah, 6'5" against 6'5", I think, against 5'9". But yeah, I mean, it was Clark Phillips, Caillou Blue Kelly, obviously out of Stanford. Those were the main two guys that I ever really saw give Drake London any problems out here in the Pac-12.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
And of course, Christian Gonzalez too.
Yeah, I know. Adnan's writing this up. Yeah, Adnan's writing this up, so he'll get the takes off. This is not a player I ever mocked at the Falcons, so I apologize, Adnan, if you were frantically searching the editor for like any sort of snippets to pull.
I always try to hyperlink it back to our scouting reports, so that's
I don't think we actually did one. All right, yeah, I'm gonna send a tweet, Jordan. If you wanna comment on something for like 30 seconds while I finish this tweet.
Oh no, absolutely.
That would be cool. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah,
whatever you want. Yeah, take it away.
No, I'm always just a fan too in general about it's any side of the ball, right? Offense or defense. There's a certain type of culture that you come from. So like I said, again, you look at the last two defensive picks that we got, Harrison out of Ohio State, now Clark Phillips out of Utah. Those are two places where, again, you have certain expectations and certain standards on that side of the ball defensively. And obviously, as we know, Bijan Robinson, even offensively with Texas. So I like that aspect of it. And again, it's like you said, in terms of just being a football player, and I know it kind of sounds the opposite of what we're talking about with some other guys, like in terms of like Zach Harrison. It's more so he has the physical traits to be a good football player. Maybe the tape isn't there just yet. Now we're talking about the opposite, right, with Clark Phillips. But I think at the end of the day, I am definitely one of those guys of you can, the old saying, if you can play, you can play. Clark Phillips can absolutely play. And it's like you said, Kevin, just turn on the tape and you'll see it. So, again, like I said, we already talked about how he's gone up. He's had his battles with Drake London. So he already knows what it's like going against some of the bigger guys. And, of course, we know you have some of those guys in this division. He's strong enough to go against some of the strong guys. We have those type of receivers in this division. So it's going to be a lot of fun, really, to watch him play. I can't wait to see some of the battles in camp, especially when they do some of the, the inter squad scrimmages. And even with that, I was going to ask you this too, because it seems like one of the other things, at least offensively, for the Falcons, not even just in the draft, but all offseason, make the job as easy as possible for Desmond Ridder, right? And so with that, I was wondering what your thoughts were in terms of, I don't know if we're going to be able to get him now, but in terms of Tyler Scott, just because, again, that's a familiar person that would, already have chemistry to add with the chemistry that he already has with Drake London. But I was wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, and now I need to go back and watch that Drake London game again. Now that we got this, and I would definitely encourage everyone to go do that as well. After the show, obviously, wait, until the end of day 3, and then go grind that tape. But I just like he's so feisty and so. Like exactly what you said. Like they went for a toolsy guy in Zach Harrison with that 3rd round pick. Clark Phillips is very much a polished, ready to go player. And I don't know exactly where he's going to slot in. Like we were saying, hasn't played much in the slot, but a lot of people projected him there. But it's not, just, oh, now you're a slot corner. Like it's a different position to play. But, at this point, Clark Phillips can come in, provide, and basically be like what's essentially the cornerback 4 this year, where he can be the first man up outside and the first man up in the slot behind Mike Hughes, and just gives them like a really nice depth piece for this year. And like you said, I think he held up well when tested by size. Obviously, he's going to have to go up against, a Drake London every other week in the NFL. So, it's not, he may not dominate every one of those matchups, but there's also a lot of smaller outside receivers now. You think about guys like Tyreek Hill, guys like Devontae Smith, like there's a lot of smaller, speedier guys that I think he doesn't have that elite speed, right? He ran a 4.51, but he does have that great short area quickness, and he plays so intelligently. He doesn't bite on double moves. He reads receivers and sticks on them very well. So that technique advantage and that instinctual advantage mitigates some of those speed differentials, like that difference in speed. And look, he's going to have Jesse Bates behind him. Like, I mean, that's going to make everything easier for everyone, that they can sort of even cheat and sit on the shorter to intermediate stuff. And then, you've got Bates back there who's going to make the right decision about where to go and cover. It's going to let these guys play tighter coverage. And I think, Jordan, we're going to see a lot more man this year. And I'm excited for that, like really excited.
Yeah, no, I am too. I mean, you look around now, there's a theme on the outside for the Falcons, which I really like. And it's the fact that their corners, they're not afraid to be physical, right? We already know AJ Terrell can do it. Clark Phillips can do it. And I mean, obviously, if you're going to play man, that is a big part of that goes into it as well. I mean, I know we saw a lot of zone looks for them in the past, but they have the guys in there now that can go in certain man blitzes. Plus, I'm also excited, if you are going to go man, what certain man blitzes are you going to draw up and dial up with some of the guys that they have, right? Caden Ellis, one of the best things about him is when you let him go on a rush, right? Like he actually graded out pretty well as just like a regular linebacker last year, playing the run and things like that. But when he was blitzing, he was an absolute monster. So I'm excited to see what kind of packages, Ryan Nielsen coming in, bringing him along with him. What you draw up to let him get some of those free releases, whether it's from the second level, on the outside, you name it, with some of the sticky coverage that I think that we really could have more of this year.
Yeah. And I know one stat that people will love, 6 picks last year for Clark Phillips. The ball skills are outstanding. And again, like a player that's really hard to poke holes in on film. Like it's really just the size. It was like, well, I don't know where he's going to go, but he was getting first round buzz because the tape was that good. Yeah. And obviously the NFL more concerned about the size. But there was a great piece. I can't remember who put it out. It was somebody on Reception Perception. I know Matt Harmon was amplifying it because that's his baby. And it's a great website, by the way, guys, for advanced analytics on receivers. But they basically looked into how much does size matter at wide receiver? Is it actually correlated in any way with big time success? And they found that, like, honestly, for possession catches, yes, but for everything else, fantasy points per game, which it's not like a stat for real football, but it does show you like how productive guys tend to be on average.
Sure.
Success rate versus man, success rate versus zone, all these things. It wasn't really correlated with any sort of success. So they obviously didn't look at corner, but I wonder if it's sort of the same thing where we all sort of see with our eyes that like, oh, this guy's big, he should be better. But is it really the case that it makes you more likely to be a better NFL player when you have that size? And for wide receivers, honestly, apparently it doesn't strongly relate to that, even though we've seen the NFL value that at an extremely high level. I found that very fascinating.
No, absolutely. And I think it makes sense because when you think about it, no matter what size, whether you're a big receiver, small receiver, there's certain hurdles that you have to cross over, right? And I remember the thing that everyone was so excited about Drake London was like, wait, he's this big, can decelerate like that, bend that way, get in and out of breaks like that at 6'5", 220 plus. Like that's, that doesn't usually happen. Remember even when DK Metcalf came out, it was, okay, he's a very fast guy, he's a big guy. Can he really bend? And like those were the questions that you have to go across. So At the end of the day, it's like you said, it doesn't matter because no matter what, you still have those questions that you kind of have to cross. If you're a smaller guy, are you going to be able to beat presses? If someone wants to be physical with you, can you get past that? Can you beat that? Can you go up and elevate to get certain 50-50 balls? So no matter what, you always have those questions that you have to beat and hurdle. And if you're good enough, you're good enough.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, right? Yeah, go ahead on.
I successfully got it written up, and I successfully got Dave's attention to publish it.
Oh my god! Yeah, if you were having trouble, just let me know, and I can press send. I can handle that. Yeah.
No, it's like I had it written up, and I'm like, I need this published. Come on, guys, come on.
Dave.
Yeah,
I know. What do you think?
Yeah.
Dave's just waking up from slumber.
Off the board.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Braden Daniels. He had a lot of fans too. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think about Clark Phillips? You just wrote him up, so.
So the thing is, you cannot argue against the production. I don't know how many cornerbacks at the collegiate level have had the type of productive season that Phillips had last year. You guys mentioned it. 6 interceptions. He was a unanimous All-American in 2022. He was a Jim Thorpe Award finalist. He was the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year, and he has 4 interceptions returned for touchdowns. So when he gets the ball in his hands, he's an absolute playmaker. The production is amazing, and we know that if he was 2 inches taller, he's probably a first-round pick.
Yeah, for
If
sure.
he's 2 inches taller and about 15 pounds heavier, he's a surefire top 15 pick. Like what we're talking about him, we would be talking about the Falcons potentially getting him at 8. But teams are scared of the size concerns. He was projected higher, even with the size concerns. He was projected higher than where he went. I get it. Like we just talked about with Harrison, you can't teach the tools, you can't teach the height and length, but not every guy. Like I like it with the Harrison pick in the 3rd round, but you can't just get a toolsy guy in every single round. You have a bit of diversity, and I like going out and getting a cornerback who has the production, who has the instincts, as you guys said. And he's someone that scouts have absolutely raved about. My favorite part about him, scouts have raved that he is I know it's stereotypical, or I know that it's cliche. Actually, he's that student of the game. He lives and breathes football.
Yes.
And he knows that he has had that size disadvantage, but his physique is as good as it can be. He's limited by the height, but he does not let himself be limited by any other part of the game that's in his control. Of course, he doesn't have control of the height. The production is there. He can play slot corner at the next level, but you guys mentioned Brent Grimes. Maybe he'll be able to play on the outside as well a little bit. I mean, I have no doubt that he'll do everything possible, and Jim Gray, the cornerbacks coach, will do everything possible to get him ready. But this is another dude where he does not have to be a day one starter. He can sit back, he can learn. But one of the things is, if you do have Terrell that can't play for a game, he gets hurt, or Okuda gets hurt. It's the nature of the game. Injuries will happen. You don't have to rely on guys like Cornell Armstrong to step in as your
No shade, Cornell. No shade. This man came off the practice squad and had to start 5 games. Cornell, respectable performance for you, my brother. Not meaning to destroy you. Yeah. So.
He had to come in and play against the Bengals and their receiving core.
Yeah.
I was just good grief, man. Welcome to it.
No disrespect, Cornell. You're
no, not at all.
That's the thing, guys. When we say guys struggle, we're talking about in the context of the NFL. These are all elite players. These are all guys at the top of their game. They're not bad at football. It's just in the context of the NFL, best of the best. That this is just to clarify. Yeah.
I'd never been happier for someone getting a 4th down stop ever in my life than I was when Cornell Armstrong got that 4th down stop in Cincinnati.
Yeah. But I mean, I like the Falcons have enhanced their cornerback depth. there's nothing that's catastrophic if a guy does miss. Last year, the Falcons had both their starting cornerbacks miss a lot of time.
Yep.
Depth is very important, and like I said, Clark Phillips, he is short. Like his 40 time wasn't impressive, but you cannot argue against any of what he did in college. Like that production is mouthwatering. Like that production is incredible, and you got him in the 4th round. Like it's worth the roll of the dice. And I think, despite his size limitations, I think he'll be in the NFL for a long time.
Yeah,
I agree. He has the instincts. He has everything. He has all the intangibles you can ask for from a cornerback. That's why he's even getting drafted in the first place. It's very hard to make the NFL at 5'9" at that position, 184 pounds. The only negative, like the biggest negative I can say about this pick, other than the height concerns, is I don't know if Brett Jukes will like the Utah selection being a big BYU guy. So that's something I'll have to ask him about when he does join the live show.
Funny enough, he might love it even more because he has even more familiarity with him.
Yeah. No question about that. Yeah, and the guy that I was trying to pull up his RAS. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not even sure if it's in here, if he has one. I was trying to find like DJ Reed, the cornerback currently of the Jets. I believe he was with the Seahawks for a while, but Reed is, I think, a little bit like, no, he's listed at 5'9", 187 as well, DJ Reed. And this is a guy that plays outside corner, basically. So I think if you're looking at Clark Phillips and saying, can he play outside corner? You're looking at DJ Reed, because he's the one who has done it. Basically, and now that's not like a long list of guys, obviously, but DJ Reed has been a very good outside corner for both the Seahawks and the Jets, like a starter, like a plus starter. And look, it can work. It can, but like you have to be feisty and you have to be absolutely on point with your technique and your instincts and coverage to be able to pull it off. And Clark Phillips, maybe he can. Maybe he can do it. I would not bet against him. And DJ Reed, again, another guy, 5th rounder, right? Fell because of the size. So, that's who I would be watching closely for a potential comp. Now, again, outlier, but there are outliers. Like, it happens. And when the film is that good, I mean, we're talking about a Jim Thorpe finalist, right? All-American, great college player, who did perform well against a NFL wide receiver 1 in Drake London, who, again, wins with his size. So, I think people might look at that 4.5 140 and be like, oh, that's not fast. It's actually 66th percentile for corner, so it's not slow. It's still above average. It's just not, 4.4, 4.3, like elite speed. But again, we talked about it earlier that his short area quickness, the 1.52 10-yard split, which is almost 90th percentile, and the 2.58 20-yard split, which is over 80th percentile. Like, he's got that short to mid area speed to keep up with just about anyone. It's the deep stuff that maybe the true burners can get a step on him, but that's why you spend the money on someone like a Jesse Bates. So you don't need your corners to be desperately flying downfield and have everyone run a 4.3 in order to keep up with Tyreek Hill. So.
And that's also why you invest up front in pass rush, so that way you don't have to worry about the quarterback having that much time to even throw that ball out there.
Yeah, indeed. And I apologize to Damsky. Apparently I sent him the wrong link and then I didn't notice, and now he can't come on the show. So Damsky, we will get you back on here, my friend. Sorry about that. We'll get you on here for your takes as well here in the coming weeks. But there's a lot going on. So if I make a mistake, it's probably the end for your appearance on this show, unless I notice in time. But appreciate Damsky for offering to come on, and we'll definitely get him back on here soon. Guys, I just wanted to remind everyone, I think everyone's figured it out in the chat, but the NFL shop giveaway has begun. We'll run that probably for another hour or two. Well, at least an hour and a half, but I don't know that I'm going to make you all stay for those 7th rounders. Now, if they trade up, and get rid of them, like I'm not going to be that rude to make you wait until the 7th round to give it away. But just a reminder real quick, to join the giveaway, 3 easy steps. Make sure you're subscribed to the Falcoholic on YouTube. You'll need to do that in order to type in the chat. then you need to join the Falcoholic Discord server. The link to that's in the show description to make sure that we can give you your prize. And then make sure that you're joining the giveaway by typing in !enter, and then be present for the drawing so we, again, can confirm your prize with you and make sure that we get it in the right hands. Easy peasy, guys. And thanks to everyone for hanging out with us. Over 300 of you, almost 400 for the Falcons pick, and maybe we'll get some more spice back in the channel when the when those 7th rounders come in, because I think people are holding out hope for Staquavius.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm impressed with the over 300. I love it. I just can't wait to see how many people are going to be here, like, in round 6 when it's been dead for like a couple hours, and it's like I'll still see like 200 people just there, like hanging out.
The sickos. It's the people that are the same people that are watching the 4th preseason game here, on the play-by-play, like the 150, 200 people that are like in the 4th quarter of the 4th preseason game still here. So the real heroes. Just
debating about like 4th string defensive tackles and like
that's where we shine.
Yeah.
That's where
we're out here. We're out here coming up with fun nicknames for all the Falcons, like 3rd and 4th string quarterbacks. I like the simulator, Matt Sims, and
the simulator will go down in history.
Yeah, there was another good one. I'm trying to remember. I'm sure I'll think of it at some point. There were some good ones. We'll keep coming. We're gonna keep doing that, guys. I know people have been clamoring for us to do live play-by-play of the actual games. So I don't know that I could commit to that. Maybe some weeks, like maybe if it's like a primetime game or something like big, maybe. But I don't know that I could commit to that every week. That's a lot of talking. And I know obviously,
not that bad.
Yeah, well, you do it, right? You do it all the time. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll get you the vet in here to come do some of these games with us.
Maybe that's what we'll do.
We'll have a 3-man booth.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, well, that's the problem, because I usually
that's the one thing with Falcons games is I don't stay level-headed very often.
It's easy in the preseason because it's like, oh, I don't really care, about this. But
yeah, the thing is, like with our audience, I think they're not expecting objectivity. Like if you're watching a Falcoholic live stream,
this is not where you come to get like measured takes. Generally, I mean, we do deliver some measured takes, but yeah, if you're watching the actual game, I mean, you guys have seen my Twitter, like that's like game day Twitter. That's where typically I go off the rails the most. So I think maybe on the air it would be a little bit more controlled, but I can't promise that. So we'll see. Be careful what you wish for. Yeah.
Blake Newsom made a good point in the chat. The Braves got rained out in New York today, so we're getting the baseball crowd in here.
Yep.
Well, I know they got Wills after 5 innings. I think yesterday they got rained out. It's supposed to be bad all weekend, I think.
But it was last night became an official game because
they made it through 5. Yeah.
No, so I don't give a fuck, honestly. Like we got
you get the dub, right?
Well, yeah, you get the dub after 5 innings.
Has anyone seen Sal Licata lately? Has he said the NL lease is over yet?
No, I think he's learned better because I think he's still like getting hate for that. Like,
it's never gonna die down, ever.
He doubled down a couple times like later on in the season. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why can't you just be Fleming and just like make us laugh?
No, I mean, we all know, especially how Braves Twitter is. As soon as you make a mishap like that,
my God,
you never live it down.
God, I love Braves Twitter. Like, I think
hilarious.
No offense to Falcons Twitter, but like Braves Twitter comes together, like a lot. Falcons Twitter just spends all of its efforts like fighting a civil war between each other.
So yeah, they argue with each other.
Yeah.
Like Braves Twitter is simple because they'll come together and shit on everyone else outside.
Very aggressively, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's either the other team or Marcelo Ozuna. It's one of the two.
Yeah, there's definitely consensus on that one, it appears. Like, I mean, I don't know anything about baseball, but I definitely have picked that up just through osmosis from everybody else I follow. So.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, let me read you off the last few picks since the Falcons were up here. We got Chandler Zavala going to the Panthers at 114. That was a guy that the Falcons were also linked to. NC State guard apparently had some maybe medical concerns as well. So obviously hope he's going to be healthy. The Bears got the other Texas running back, Roschon Johnson, at pick 115. The Green Bay Packers went with Colby Wooden, the edge rusher from Auburn, at 116. At 117, the New England Patriots went with their typical, like, who offensive lineman? No, Sidey Sow from Eastern Michigan, actually, who blew up the combine with a great workout. So I understand that going for that athleticism there. Another guard comes off the board at 118 to the Washington Commanders, Braden Daniels from Utah. Then at 119, the Kansas City Chiefs went for cornerback safety Shamari Connor from Virginia Tech. 120, the New York Jets went with offensive tackle Carter Warren out of Pitt. 121, Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker Ventrell Miller out of Florida. 122, the Arizona Cardinals going for another guard here, John Gaines II, the other guard that blew up the combine from UCLA. That pick has been traded 4 times, apparently, pick 122, just so you guys know. And then Seattle Seahawks just picked at 123 defensive tackle Cameron Young from Mississippi State, who was another guy who had been linked to the Falcons. So, interesting group there. Any of those names stand out to you guys? We're starting to get the 4th round. I still recognize all of these guys, but I'm wondering when the first name that I've actually never seen will come through.
I'll be completely honest with you, Kevin. I didn't listen to a word you said about those guys. I'm sorry.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's all good.
I've been reading through some Phillips takes and just providing some of my own on Twitter. So
no, that's fair.
My answer is just yes.
Yes, good guys. Yeah, good players. Love those guys. Yep.
Great job. Excellent. Like, hopefully, none of them went to the Saints. Hopefully, they all have long and prosperous NFL careers. I'm proud and happy for these young men achieving their NFL dreams.
Yes, that's good. I like that. A good reasoned, take, supporting the players. Adnan, of course, very pro player. So, yeah. Brett just tweeted out, Brett Jukes, love Clark Phillips III from a school a bit north on I-15.
Called it.
Yep. Yeah. No,
the Holy War.
Yep, exactly. So
that Utah BYU, like, I know us on the East Coast don't really pay attention to it, but that's a massive rivalry over
Huge.
there. West.
It is. Yeah, it's a big one.
Utah. Holy shit. Yeah.
And I think they just started recently too, doing the whole both teams wear their home jerseys when they play, which
that's cool.
I am a big fan of in rivalry games. I know USC and UCLA, they started doing it again, which is really cool. I'm always a fan of it. But yeah, one thing I was going to say, I'm actually surprised that throughout the years, I haven't seen more Utah offensive linemen, even in later rounds, get taken. You want to talk about the most physical team out here on the West Coast and one of the most physical teams in the country, it's always Utah.
Yeah.
Even in our heyday at Stanford, when we were as good as we were, you could almost flip a coin of who was the more physical team. Was it us or was it Utah? So you always see a lot of their defensive line go, right? We've seen that over the years, but offensive line not as much, and that always surprises me. Even if it's just in the later rounds, I'm not saying they got to be day 1, day 2 kind of guys, but even later on. So it was good to see the guard get taken.
Yeah. No, and Braden Daniels was a guy that definitely had fans. I think I'm trying to remember. I've looked at so many RAS cards. I'm probably getting guys mixed up. But I think his RAS was good. I'm gonna pull it. I think the site started working again. Which, hey, good for you, Kent. Your RAS is popping off today. It's like you'd maxed out your traffic or something. Yeah, no, Daniels definitely blew it up with a 9.56 RAS. So that was somebody I was like, oh, Falcons might like that on day 3 if they still haven't taken their guy. But getting Bergeron early took that off the board. But definitely someone who super athletic, 4.99, 40. Not really that important for offensive linemen, but still getting under 5. It's pretty impressive.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
It's a lot of body moving that fast.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time. Yeah. 7.53 3-cone as well. That's nice. Yeah. Very nice. 1.7 flat, 10-yard split. Yeah. I'm liking this the more I look at it. Good job, Commanders. But
That's a bit.
Yeah. We do see a couple picks coming off here. The Baltimore Ravens have selected edge rusher Tavius Robinson from Mississippi. That was a guy I have mocked to the Falcons in the past, sort of similar to Zach Harrison. The difference was Tavius Robinson kind of hopeless against the run right now. which is sort of odd when you consider that he's like 6'6", 270, right? Like that he should probably be better against the run. So he was definitely more of a project, more of a day 3 guy compared to Zach Harrison, but sort of a similar mold, guy with a lot of length and good athletic testing. Then we got the Chargers going with wide receiver Darius Davis out of TCU here. I think that's earlier than a lot of people thought he would go, but small but fast guy there, slot receiver out of TCU. When the Cleveland Browns now on the clock here at 1:26.
Oh, also before I forget, I forgot all about this game. Clark Phillips in the Pac-12 championship game. Check him out against Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
You know, obviously Biletnikoff winner when he was at Pitt. I know his receivers coach there, Brennan Marion, who's now down, I think, at UNL. No, he's at Texas, now UNLV, I want to say. Phenomenal receivers coach. Hopefully he's going to be, you know, OC and maybe a head coach one day. But he had his battles with Jordan Addison too. So that's another good game to check out for Clark Phillips.
Yeah. That's the thing with Clark Phillips is like you probably just pop on any game really, and it's gonna be pretty good. Like if you pop on games against guys that you've never heard of, he's probably just gonna crush it. I don't have PFF college, I don't think, but I think I remember hearing that his actual PFF college stats were really good.
Yeah, I think he graded like 85.2, I think, overall.
Also, I would like to say, Jordan, I appreciate your expertise because I know you're a West Coast guy, and I mean, we're not like really, you know, in truth, I don't really stay up and watch many Stanford games, and
some games are late over here.
Yeah, and BYU games because it's like, you know, it's 11 p.m. over here when they like start. But yeah, no, I definitely appreciate your expertise and your firsthand like experience with some of these schools that, you know, I haven't really watched too much of, and that a lot of people in the chat may not have either if they do live on the East Coast.
Yeah, happy to help. Happy to help.
Yeah, so okay, I do actually have his PFF grades here, so we can talk about that. The Saints have just traded up to pick 127. They just can't help themselves. They're like, F them picks, you know.
That's their policy every year. Like they've done this every single year, and they wonder why they don't have any depth.
It's like, let's just. I mean, it was, you know, it is what it is, right?
Honestly, like, I would be losing. Like, I'm not just saying this because they're the Saints and I hate them. But if I was like legitimately a Saints fan, like I would be losing my mind at the way they're going about this stuff year after year. Like they're pretending like they still have prime Drew Brees, and you know they're kicking the can down the road in free agency. They're making all these aggressive trade ups in the draft, and it's like, when will you guys realize that you do not have the roster to like actually compete for anything serious? Like they're just competing to be middle of the pack at this point. Like I understood it when they had Breeze, when they had, you know, Alvin Kamara doing what he was doing. Kamara may be suspended for 6 games this season. Like I don't know what they're thinking, but I mean, you know, they can be mired in mediocrity like for years to come if they want. I mean, that's their prerogative. I just don't get the mindset from the outside.
In the words of Dwayne Wade, I love it.
Yeah, I like it too. I just don't understand. Like, I just don't understand the mindset of it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's because their mindset is now over in Flowery Branch. We see the old way of thinking.
Maybe like Fontenot. I think Fontenot was clearly the calming presence in that organization, and he's just like, well, this is all a little too aggressive for me. I think I'm going to get out of here. So, yeah. All right, hold on. There might be some news. Let me
I mean, I don't doubt for a second that Fontenot was probably against their like Mickey Loomis's policies, given how we've seen him operate in Atlanta. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Fontenot couldn't wait to like just get the hell out of there because he knows that shit is gonna come due.
Yeah.
Oh, and what other better place to do it than someone in their own division who's also their biggest rival?
Yeah, I mean, I really want to commend the job that Fontenot has done.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
No, it's not true as far as I know. I'm looking into it.
Yeah, you saw the Ian Rappaport rumor?
I can't find it anywhere legit.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll keep it on the back burner just in case. But
okay. Yeah, until it's confirmed, it
Yeah.
would not be responsible journalism.
Yeah. I don't believe.
Not that I would say we're like really journalists right now, but
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I don't.
They
I don't
got
think it's. I don't believe it's legit at this
they
point.
got Jake
so we'll
Hayner.
see. Oh yeah, Jake Hayner. They got Jake Hayner. Jake Hayner is actually good. Like,
I got a lot of respect for Jake Hayner.
yeah, like he's not gonna be a average or better NFL starter, but like as your backup, he's absolutely like I think he's a great long term NFL backup. Like he's just a gamer.
That I was literally about
Yeah,
to say that.
yeah.
If you I think it was the UCLA game, I think 2 years ago, he is just beaten up. He hasn't come out the game. He's lying on the field and finds a way to come back in and leads a comeback win for Fresno State against UCLA. After that game, I was like, you know what? I don't care what the scouts say. I don't care what your score is. I like you. Like he's one of those kind of guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
I cannot wait to hear about how Jake Hayner is better than Desmond Ridder.
Yeah. So this is breaking news. It doesn't involve the Falcons, however. The Lions are trading starting running back DeAndre Swift to the Eagles.
There you go.
So we don't know. I don't know the compensation yet.
No, the Eagles are a team that can make those moves to go all in.
Yeah.
The way the Saints are doing it makes complete sense for them. And holy shit.
That's not the back I thought the Eagles were going to get. But, wow.
Yeah.
The Eagles, it's such a perfect landing spot for DeAndre Swift, too, because he's someone that is broken down with injuries year after year. And the Eagles, like, he won't be asked to carry the load in Philly the way he was in Detroit. Like, the Eagles have that running back by committee, and they have that amazing offensive line. Like, this is such a great landing spot for him. And it's another dog in Philadelphia.
More dogs. It's just call it the Philadelphia Dogs. Change the mascot.
Bro, I am. God, the Eagles.
They're so scary.
Howie Roseman,
the other day for the Eagles font, they had the Georgia G there in the middle for that. That's
Philadelphia
perfect.
Eagle. Yeah, I like that. That's fun. Yeah.
Bro, Howie Roseman, he has done a hell of a job in Philadelphia.
Yeah, no kidding.
The fact that he replaced Javon Hargrave with Jalen Carter is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like the meme. It's he can't keep getting away with this.
Exactly.
But the rest of the NFL, we're just letting them do it. Apparently.
But also, they probably won't say it, but man, the Lions were sick and tired of DeAndre Swift's injury proneness.
Yeah,
there's no way they weren't. Like, you saw their reaction when they took Jahmyr Gibbs yesterday, or 2 days ago. Like, they were fist pumping. They went out and got Gibbs, who was not projected that high. Man, it's like they were sick and tired, because it's always a shoulder ailment, like a back, like a lower body thing. It's just so annoying. Like, there's no way they weren't annoyed as shit at that.
Well, the last few running backs for Detroit, that's been the case. I mean, remember what happened to Kerryon Johnson after his big time rookie year up there? So
Kerryon, and even before then, remember Javid Best?
Yeah, exactly.
I love Javid Best as a player. Oh, there goes Stetson Bennett.
Stequavius in the fourth
already.
In the fourth to the Rams.
Hey, I like that for him.
Yeah,
two Georgia guys over there now.
Yeah.
Stequavius going to. Is that actually his name, or am I just is that a joke?
I want to make sure. Whenever he gets that fade going, that's when Stequavius comes in.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So, No, Georgia quarterback Stetson Bennett.
His name is not actually Stequavius. He is the mailman though, because he always delivered.
There you go. Going round 4, pick 128 to the Rams, who did need a quarterback to develop behind.
I will say Stetson Bennett. Just my thank you to him as a Georgia fan for all of the great work he did with the Dogs. Came in as a walk-on, and literally, I will say he ended up as the greatest UGA player of all time. Like, two national titles. He always got the job done. I will never forget that fourth quarter against Alabama where he just, I think we lost the fumble, and then Stetson said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna sling it. Whatever happens, happens."
He down there
And
somewhere. Yeah.
And that was the most important win for UGA, I would say, in 40 plus years, because that got UGA over that Alabama hurdle. That's just so gargantuan for so many teams that so many teams haven't been able to clear. And I know that, Herschel Walker will always be beloved. I'm, not counting his political
on the field, yeah.
Political endeavors. On the field,
yep.
He'll always be beloved, in Dog Nation. But I will put Stetson Bennett above him as the greatest Bulldog of all time. So my thank you to Stetson, and best of luck in the NFL and with the Rams.
I mean, they would have gotten over that Alabama hurdle sooner too if Tyler Simmons was on sides. Oh, well, look at that. He actually was. Imagine that.
Oh, crazy. Yeah.
Georgia fans will kill me for this, but that should have been called a false start on Alabama either way. So I don't think that block should have happened either way.
That's fair.
I think it should have been a false start.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I can only just go off of what was actually called, and they called him offsides, which was. But no, guys, I gotta head out actually. But I appreciate you having me on. I actually stayed over here. Wow, I was here for over an hour. I didn't even realize it was over an hour.
Hey, that's what makes it great. That's what makes it great. It just the time just flies.
Yeah, Jordan, really appreciate you. Obviously, we'll talk to you more this offseason and as we get into the season. So appreciate your time.
Without a doubt. No, appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Yep, you too, man.
Yep.
See ya.
Man,
all right,
Jordan's
there he goes.
His day started. It's
I know.
On the West Coast.
He dropped in for an hour it takes. Now he gets to go, get the day started. So nice of Jordan to pop in. I believe we'll be having some other folks coming in throughout the day. But yeah. And then there were two on. It's gonna be us, to get through this gulf of picks until the 7th round.
No, it's only the 4th round right now. It's don't get me wrong. I love the trades that the Falcons made, but they weren't really thinking about us.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have the one more 4th to talk about. Would have been cool, right?
Not even the 4th, just to have a nice 6th rounder, 5th rounder, just to,
Yeah, they still could.
Just to hold us over until the 7th. They're gonna get to the 7th round, then they'll trade both picks in the 7th round right as they're about to make them.
Yeah, they'll trade them for next year, something next year. They'll trade those 2 7s for a 2024 6th or something.
And then we start foaming at the mouth because it's could have gotten out of here 2 hours earlier had we just known.
Yeah, Marty Dossi. We will be here at least until the Falcons make their final pick, and probably for 3 to 4 hours minimum. If the Falcons don't have any more picks late into the 7th round, then we may not stay that long. But we'll definitely be here for several hours to get you guys through.
I'm just joking, guys. We're just hanging out now. We're just kicking it. That's what we do. On our, if you guys don't know about the Wednesday shows, I'd be shocked if you didn't at this point, but just to plug our shows, we go live every single Wednesday at 8 p.m. And we will be doing so. We used to do it every other Wednesday in the off season, but now we do it every Wednesday because
the demand is there. It's there. Yeah. This has been by far our best year, guys. We really appreciate it.
I did miss a month of those shows because Ramadan, religious stuff. But I will be there moving forward every Wednesday.
Yeah, no. Adnan gets his customary vacation, back in vacation, right, where you're fasting all day. Yeah.
Vacation so that I can have my food and water for the first time.
Yes, be conscious. In the evening. Yep. But no, it's good. We'll be back. We'll be doing pretty much every week. That there may be a couple of weeks here and there, in the deep dead zone where we take a week off for vacations and the like. Next week we will have a show. The week after I will be on vacation, and we won't have a Wednesday show, but there will be some podcasts recorded that'll still go up. Videos, podcasts, that sort of thing.
If you subscribe to the Patreon, once a month we have a special show for patrons. We had a mock draft this Monday about it. we're trying to figure out some cool stuff for that moving forward, especially in the dead period. Kevin and I will both be at training camp in person, covering it this season. I'll try to make it all of the days, if not almost all of the days this year. You know, I've built some vacation time for my like actual job to like try and like take off, and so I'm gonna plan on taking off for that for some training camp. We're
Yeah.
credentialed, we cover it. Nobody covers training camp better than we do at the Falcoholic. Like I'm sorry, like just I like I see Kevin's stuff, and you know I see some of my stuff, and you know, I mean Kevin's is I think like in the highest of classes when it comes to coverage, and I see some of the stuff that the other like Falcons outlets are doing, and it doesn't really compare at all in my opinion, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers would agree. So I mean, training camp is our bread and butter, and then after post training camp, we will be doing play-by-play of all of the Falcons preseason games with you guys, just hanging out, enjoying it, talking some Falcons, and then before you know it, the season will be right around the corner. So it's just a never-ending cycle that we enjoy doing very much.
Yeah. No, it's a fun week. I believe this year we're gonna try to organize it so we can get someone there for most of the 2 weeks before the preseason starts. Like I'll try to be there, I think, the first week, and then Adnan may be able to be there for some of the second week. But we'll try to tag team it with everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we'll definitely try to make it so that at least one of us is there every single day.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna tag team it. We'll get some terrific content for you guys. As always, it's really fun time. Hope springs eternal. Always love to see those early battles, those first look at all these new players. Obviously, camp is going to be hyped this year with Bijan. All eyes are going to be on Bijan. And Desmond.
Even though running backs can't really showcase themselves that much in training.
They don't, which is going to be funny, but everyone will want to know. Bijan will get like a huge touchdown when they're doing like a walkthrough, and everyone will just lose their minds, and it'll be great. And I'll probably stoke the fires on that also. But
although I am very much looking forward to some of those battles, one of those one-on-one battles between these new edge guys and our edge guys from last season, and our veteran offensive lineman. Not counting Bergeron, he's not a veteran, but the Falcons should be returning 4 or 5 starters. They will be returning 4 or 5 starters unless they go out and sign Ben Jones after the draft. Hint, hint. Like, let's go get on that, guys. Like, come on.
Let's go all in.
Sign that veteran center that Arthur Smith has so much familiarity with.
Yep, it could be. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I'm also wondering. Yeah, I talked about this on last night's show. I don't know if you I don't know if you watched all 4.5 hours on before you came on here, but
of course.
Definitely. Did your research? Yeah. No, it basically like wondering if the Falcons were not going to take a wide receiver with this 4th round pick because they're anticipating Corey Davis getting released, based on what the Jets have said. I was wondering what you thought about that.
I can definitely see it. I think a move is coming. I'm not going to say it's going to be Davis or Ben Jones or maybe even both. Like I wouldn't mind. Like if they got both, like we will be feeling very good about I already feel good about this team, but we'll be really feeling this team. But I think them cutting Casey Hayward, that's a sign of things to come, because they could have easily just kept Hayward. And they could have like paid off the draft class, and they wouldn't have really had like any room for many more moves. But Hayward by himself will cover the entire draft class, and that leaves them with what, not counting the draft class, another $7-8 million to work with.
Yeah, it's something like, I think total after the cut they have about, what is it? Yeah, it's like something like what you said. And the math will change like slightly because they moved up a few picks in the second round, but not like significantly. And I can get those. I'll get those numbers, since what else are we gonna do, right? We got time. I can pull it up. As we see,
got 4.5 hours.
Yeah, we got time, ladies and gentlemen. So, let me see.
Like I can definitely see Jones and Davis. Like Ben Jones just seems like I don't know. He seems like he could be close to retirement, like right now, but I don't. It just makes too much sense for the Falcons. Like unless they really, really trust Dahlman and Wayne and Matt Hennessy, but I wouldn't. Like I would much rather have that like veteran presence at center.
Yeah, I mean, I think they do like Dahlman, and I don't blame them. Like, I think that's the guy they want to develop, like the one that they're choosing to sort of go with. And he is a really good athlete. And look, as much as he frustrated at times, he was like at worst an average NFL starting center. So like he's a really good run blocker. So he's got that going for him. The pass pro and the ability to call out and pick up blitzes was the biggest weakness. So that's something that, more reps, more time you can develop. So maybe that's where they're going. But yes, like you said, Nan, in terms of the salary cap, so them trading that fourth round pick does actually free up a little bit of space that more than offset actually the cost of the higher second round pick. So the Falcons now are going to be sitting at 9.1 million after the draft class. And I'd suspect they want to keep 4 to 5 going into the season. That's typically what they do. But so that does leave them, 4 million ish, 4 to 5 million to spend if they want to go get different players. Yeah.
That's more than enough to get at least one of those guys. And like if you want, you can structure it. Like if you want to get Corey Davis, for example, like you can structure it to where you give him a 2-year deal and you completely minimize the cap hit in year one. Because next year, by the way, if you guys enjoyed what the Falcons did this season in the draft, next year is going to be even more fun. Next year, they have more money than they had going into this year. Legit, they what, $85 million as of now, like projected, $90 million. I don't have the exact numbers. Like we won't know for sure, for certain.
So like, roughly 55 million, I think, is what we're looking at right now.
But
after cuts, yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, that might be different. We'll see. But yeah, right now, 55-ish.
Because we also had like what 50, 45 going into this year, and then after the cuts, we had like
70s.
Yeah, like the Falcons, I think will have more money. Like next year, going into next year's draft, free agency class, than they did this year, and that's what happens when you have a rookie quarterback who you got in the third round who you don't have to pay more than like a little over $1 million.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this team, I can easily see, and I would be for them signing Davis and Jones to a couple of years, minimizing the cap hits this year if they want to get both. And then, giving a bit more of a hit next year, but you won't even really notice that cap hit next year because you'll have so much money.
Yeah. They have a lot of
flexibility. The
flexibility.
Steelers go local, and they get Nick Herbig out of Wisconsin. Not local, excuse me. The Packers would be local, but Nick Herbig out of Wisconsin, first team Big Ten linebacker.
Yeah. We can get you guys a couple more of the picks here as they come in. Let's see. So yeah, we got, since we talked about Stetson, we've had edge rusher Viliami Fehoko Jr. out of San Jose State. He was someone that had been picking up a lot of steam lately. Going to the Cowboys at 129, definitely a Dan Quinn guy for sure. Jacksonville Jaguars go with Tyler Lacey, the interior defensive lineman out of Oklahoma State at 130. We got Charlie Jones, the wide receiver out of Purdue, going to the Bengals at 131. And then, like Adnan said, Nick Herbig, the linebacker / edge rusher out of Wisconsin, going to the Steelers, 132. So, yeah, we're rolling along. We're almost to the 5th round. We got 3 more picks here in the 4th round, and then we'll be on to the 5th. So,
I still love how we have like 230 people here knowing that we will not be picking for another like 2 hours.
They just enjoy it. They just want the takes. Yeah.
Oh, actually, we just went down by like 5 or 7. Never mind. We will be.
Sorry. Yeah.
Like stay watching, guys.
Yeah. Please stay. Please stay.
Please stay. Like maybe we trade up. Who knows? Maybe we trade up. Probably not. We got to do our best to like keep that possibility out there. Come back. Please come back.
Please come back. Yeah. Well, this is a good time while we're waiting. Let me go ahead and thank our today's sponsor, betonline.ag, your number one source for all your sports betting needs, folks, including info, stats, news, and scores. Get the latest odds and lines for this year's NBA playoffs. Unfortunately, Hawks no longer a part of it, but you can definitely bet on NFL futures, including the Falcons, NFC South, NFC Championship, or Super Bowl if you're really, really spicy. That's probably likely to end poorly, but, you know, we're Falcons fans. We're used to that disappointment, right? No matter what you do, though, folks, BetOnline is always your sports information headquarters, as they have you covered for all your sports wagering needs: basketball, MLB, NHL hockey, all the way to UFC and boxing. BetOnline is the fastest and easiest way to get your betting info, including live betting options and your favorite casino and card games you can play right from your home. So head to the website today or use your mobile device to get in on the action. Be sure to use our promo code BELIEVE, BLEAV, to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline, where the game starts. All right, thanks again to BetOnline for their support of the show.
Also, George is right. I forgot that we have a giveaway going.
We do. Yeah, we do have a giveaway going, which, you know, I don't think it's just the giveaway because, guys, only 22 people have joined the giveaway so far, so I don't know what the other 200 of you are doing. But
no, the other 200 are I know there's 50 to 100 of you guys who just watch us every single week who, I'm very appreciative of. Shout out to, Solaire, Ray Moon, of course, George Costanza, our show benefactor and sponsor, Blake Newsom, all these guys, all these names, warms my heart seeing all these names now who I always see every week and whom we interact with every week. I'm sorry if I missed you. Brandon Brass, shout out to all of you guys.
Yeah, and we got on the first night, Paul Mack, Paul Mack won the giveaway on the first night. Quentin XD, I think a newer viewer, won the giveaway yesterday, and we will see. And also, folks, if you want another shot at the giveaway, we are doing a patron exclusive giveaway as well. All you have to do to enter that is just to be an active patron when we announce that later on today's show. All patrons are automatically entered. I guess except George Costanza, because clearly he can just go buy any jersey he wants, and probably already has. So
I mean, George Costanza's already bought the show at this point, if we're being honest.
Pretty much. So yeah, but or Art Vandelay. Yeah, I don't know, George. You should make like a shadow account, George Art Vandelay as well. That well, that's if George ever becomes an actual investor, then the company will be Art Vandelay, Vandelay Industries or whatever. So we'll workshop that, George. We'll get that going. But all right.
Yeah. No, definitely shout out to our viewers. Love you guys. You guys are the reason we do this every single week, and you guys are the reason why we have a fucking blast doing this, even when the Falcons are struggling and under 500 as they have been for 5 years. But, it doesn't matter. We're all here. We're all in this together.
Yep. Well, we do see Tyler Scott go off the board here. And, I want to echo everything Andon said there as well. We do love you guys. But I know people would want to know about Tyler Scott. Not someone who was likely to fall to the 7th round at this point. Definitely someone who was maybe in consideration at the 4th round pick. And then we got Jay Ward, the cornerback / safety out of LSU, going to the Vikings at 134. And we are on to the last pick of the 4th round, ladies and gentlemen. So,
yay. By the way, this pick in the 4th round, not to make people mad, but I think the Falcons did forfeit the rights to a 4th round comp pick last year because they signed Marcus Mariota.
Yep. They did.
And the Falcons were in line to get a 4th and 5th round comp picks, but I think the signings of Lorenzo Carter and Marcus Mariota pretty much cost them that opportunity. Carter, at the very least, it's a little worth it because he did sign a second contract and he was solid. But I remember I should not have been this mad about losing out on a comp pick, but I was like, what are we doing right now? We're we're costing ourselves these picks, but that's just some background right now.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's we did get a trade here for the last pick of the fourth round. Of course, it involves the Patriots. So the Raiders move up for this final pick of the fourth round and trade, I think, a fifth and a sixth to go up here. So the Raiders are now on the clock for the last pick of the fourth round.
Right. So, yeah, I do also just want to say one more thing about the Falcons offense. It's not just gonna be one more thing. Actually, it's only 1:30. I'll probably talk plenty about the Falcons. Um, but the Falcons offense next year, one thing that this team, like one thing that the great teams have in the NFL is an identity, no matter what it is. And we know what the Falcons' identity is going to be next year. The Falcons have, made it as clear as possible to everyone that our identity is going to be we're going to run the ball at you and we will make you stop it and we will make you load the box. And then we will trust Desmond Ritter if that box is completely loaded to use his, shiny weapons in Kyle Pitts and Drake London, whom we spent top 10 picks on. But, I just think it's interesting whereas a lot of the NFL has zigged and a lot of the NFL has, gone all in on the air raid offense and on, quarterbacks, and it is a passing league. It's an interesting case study, not just if you're a Falcons fan, but just if you're an NFL fan in general, like viewing it. The Falcons have completely zagged, and the Falcons have said, you know what, we're going smash mouth football. Every single player on our offensive line as of right now is a plus run blocker. Bergeron is a run blocking specialist. Caleb McGarry is a run blocking specialist. Lindstrom does everything. Dahlman is better at run blocking than he is at pass protection. And you got Bijan Robinson. You have Tyler Algier. Like this team is going back to that old school football of we are going to punch you in the face with our run game. And if you don't have the front seven to stop it, then you'll be in some trouble. So I can't wait to see how that turns out. If the Falcons have success with this, it wouldn't surprise me to see a lot more teams start to, maybe emulate the strategy a little bit because, the NFL is a copycat league. Not everyone can be the Chiefs. Not everyone can be, the Chargers. And we saw the Eagles have a lot of success with their run game last year and make it all the way to the Super Bowl. So I think the Falcons, I respect and I commend the effort of saying, all right, if we do decide to go all in on this, passing style, air raid style of offense, we'll probably be middle of the pack at that. So instead, we're just going to shift our focus and we will go be the absolute best at grinding the ball and at running the ball at you. And, that'll probably give us a better chance of winning. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how it turns out. And if it turns out really well for the Falcons, if they have a lot of success, then a lot of other teams will follow that blueprint a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think they're clearly trying to zig where the rest of the NFL is zagging. And they've put in a lot of emphasis on the tight end position. It seems like everyone just has forgotten that they brought in Jonnu Smith. Like I feel like that's just completely gone by the wayside. This sort of player that's a do everything guy for Arthur Smith and was quite productive and quite dangerous for Arthur Smith in that last season in Tennessee. But like they're not doing what the rest of the NFL is doing. They're not putting a big emphasis on wide receiver outside of Drake London. They're not going and spending big on a quarterback. They're going for bolstering the run game. They're going for bolstering the tight end room with as many options as possible and trying to do a lot of different stuff. And they're also willing to take chances on players that other teams have not utilized correctly, and I think that'll continue if Corey Davis ends up cut. And they're not spending a lot to get those guys either. I mean, it's like we're talking about a 7th round pick for Jonnu. Corey Davis, after he's cut, will probably get like $3 million to come play in Atlanta, and it'll probably be a mostly incentive laden deal at that point. So they're going to be building this a different way, and they're going to be utilizing a lot of creative players and a lot of different personnel packages. I mean, we could legitimately see this team play almost entirely 11 or almost entirely 12, 13, 22, or 21 personnel and just not use 11 much at all. And in fact, if you look at last year, they were 31st in their usage of 11 personnel sets, which is 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 running back, for those that don't know. So I think we're going to see a unique offense here. Obviously, we hope it works out, but I think it's both fun and intriguing and potentially smart to go and do something different, because everybody else is doing one thing and it doesn't work, right? Like everybody's trying to make this, passing juggernaut offense with as many wide receivers as they could possibly put out there and spreading the field, and defenses have countered, right? Defenses are playing nickel as their base defense. They're going to a lot of dime packages. Boxes are getting lighter. Defensive linemen are getting smaller. Linebackers are getting smaller. And the Falcons are saying, if you're going to do that, why don't we take advantage of the way that defenses are trending and try to do something a little bit different? And also, going that 11 personnel pass heavy route is very reliant on having that elite quarterback. And there's only a handful of those guys in the NFL. It's really hard to get one. So maybe there's something to be said about going this Tennessee route, where it's not always hard to get Ryan Tannehill or Desmond Ridder. Those guys are easier to acquire. You can do it, maybe on day 2, maybe via trade. And if that is all you need to keep your passing game, dangerous enough when combined with your running game and defense to win games, that'll free up a lot of assets in terms of both salary cap and draft capital to go and bolster the rest of this roster, to bring the defense up to a higher level, to bolster the rest of the lines. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's an interesting strategy. Obviously, we don't know how well it's going to work out. I mean, to be fair, they managed 7-10 2 seasons now, so this is probably the season we need to see those dubs come in. But
this team wins 7 games again this year. Like, there will be some very warranted criticism, unless there's been catastrophic injuries. But I'm very impressed with the job Arthur Smith has done, taking 2 of the least talented rosters in the NFL the last 2 years. Like, let's be honest. And we said it was going to be a very difficult season going into last year. I predicted 5 wins last year. Kevin, I think you predicted 6. They were right there at around that mark of 7. But we weren't they did better than I expected last season, because they couldn't really spend. They couldn't really they were still untangling the mess that the last regime left regarding finances. But now you have the talent, and that's what makes me so confident in this team winning double-digit games. That last year, with that, what was really a difficult schedule going into last season, they went out and won the same amount of games as a couple of years ago, which a couple of years ago, in fairness, they played a lot of rookie and inexperienced quarterbacks and took advantage of that. But, this season, I think the Falcons going into next season, by win percentage from last year, they have a top 5 easiest schedule in the NFL. I think maybe even the second easiest schedule, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. Of course, teams change year after year, not that's not set in stone, but they bolstered the defense. They enhanced that running identity on offense. There's no way Ridder can be worse than Mariota.
Right. He was better the last 4 games, that's for sure.
He was. And that was without Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
And, even if the teams, I think the Atlanta's weapons will keep other teams honest. And honestly, if Ridder just has a terrible time of it, you still have a really good veteran quarterback who has some success in Taylor Heineke right there to, possibly take the reins and keep the season, on track. Heineke is a game above 500 in his NFL career, and he started plenty of games over the past couple of years. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Hopefully Ridder is the guy. But, all we need is average quarterback play, and I think you can game manage this team to 10 wins at least.
Yeah. I mean, I think and the biggest part too is like the defense has taken a big step forward, right? At least on paper. And the defense wasn't as awful as it should have been last year. I mean, they were by far the cheapest in terms of salary cap space. That in the entire NFL, and they were more like a early 20s type of like defense statistically. And look, I mean that's respectable. That's a respectable performance considering, but it's not like it was a good defense. And it was not like, I mean, the defense routinely put the team in tough spots, but also they kept games close for the most part, right? I mean, it wasn't like most games. There were a few games, but
Look, they should have won the Chargers game. They should have won the Saints game. Like, I think they were right there for the division because the division was so fucking bad. I think it's a blessing in disguise that they probably didn't win the division because, they would have been picking very late as a result. I don't think they get Bijan if they win the division. I mean, it wouldn't have been terrible, though. Like, I think they would have gotten Nolan Smith, but I think the Cowboys would have beaten that team's brains in last year. And that's what we said, like, from the start. We just wanted to experience that like playoff atmosphere, at home, and to give these guys that playoff, like, that playoff experience, which is very valuable. But, the consolation prize for that is a top 10 pick. It's arguably the best player in the draft. And it's the chance to go from the second round and move up to get your starting left guard, even though, like I said, hindsight 2020, I would have very much enjoyed staying where we were and taking Brian Branch, and then maybe us taking Adebawore at 110 the way the Colts did. But you know what? It is what it is. We got that starting left guard, and I mean I can't really complain about getting a day one starter in the second round and someone who projects to be a really strong run blocker.
Yeah, I mean, I think right away he will be an elite run blocker. That's definitely why they prioritized him. I think the long-term projection with Bergeron is what people are sleeping on, that he does have tackle ability. I think that he can potentially be a long-term successor to Jake Matthews. We'll see. The pass protection outside is something that did improve a lot in his senior or junior season. I can't remember. I should know because I've seen him play at Syracuse for a long time. But this is a guy who started 39 games, got consistently better and better every single year. And I mean, as a run blocker, just really nasty, was one of the best offensive linemen at the Senior Bowl, especially after DeJuan Jones disappeared. Then he sort of took over and was really the most impressive offensive lineman there. So, he's made a lot of improvements already, and then he's going to get in here with Dwayne Ledford and get coached up. And really, like Caleb McGarry, we were worried that he was sort of teetering on the brink of, like, is he going to be a bust because the pass protection was so inconsistent. And then finally last year, with a couple of years with Dwayne Ledford, they got better, right?
Dwayne Ledford was the team's MVP last season. Like, I don't think and I mean, he's an assistant coach, but so, obviously he doesn't get as much credit, but I try to give Dwayne Ledford his credit or his flowers at every single possibility. And this is one of those possibilities. He came in year one and took that offensive line. And I get it. The offense tailored to the strengths of that offensive line, but statistically that O-line was top 5 in the NFL. Like that offensive line went from being a heavy liability to being statistically the best in the division and one of the best in the entire NFC. And like Dwayne Ledford, I think was invaluable to that process. And I was terrified that he was going to get an offensive coordinator job somewhere else. And I'm thrilled that he didn't and that he's still with us. But yeah, I'm stoked about about Coach Ledford, about Coach Gray with the secondary. Like, I think Fontenot and Arthur Smith have put together a very, very strong collection of assistant coaches. And those guys those guys do the legwork. Like, they don't get the fame, they don't get the credit, but those guys are some of the most important figures on a team because they are the guys who are working one-on-one with these players, and they are the guys who are helping develop these players. And like Arthur Smith, he can't be as hands-on, I'm sure, as he would like to be, and he coaches offense anyway. But you're the defensive coordinator, you are the manager of the entire defense. You can't really have that one-on-one time with some of these guys as much as you would like. So it's these assistants who do that job. And I'm thrilled that the Falcons have maybe their best crop of assistant coaches since that 2016 season, when they had all those soon-to-be head coaches under Kyle Shanahan, as his assistants. And again, like, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan, who did get a lot of that credit, all of that credit for that team success from a coaching aspect, I'm sure he will be the first one to tell you that, like, he would not have had that much success if not for his assistant coaches.
Yeah, no, it's 100% true. The assistants they're so key, and they never get the credit. It's just they deserve it, right? And I think that Ledford is a good guy. And Joe asks a good question. Lindstrom and Matthews are sort of talent independent guys, right? They're good enough that you're not trying to give Ledford flowers for them. But I mean, Joe, I would say that the pass protection consistency from Caleb McGarry has certainly gotten a lot better. The jury's out on Drew Dahlman, but I think he certainly is a guy that I think has taken some strides, especially over the course of last year. And I would say the guys they started at left guard, right? Like, I think Elijah Wilkinson looked good. Colby Gossett, solid starter. Matt Hennessy, when he had to play, that transition to guard looked like solid. Now I think that they're working, to improve that. But that's that's where I'm going. Joe, I know you have a lot of experience with offensive line, so I'm curious your thoughts on that too. Just Joe Schmo, professional commenter. Like, Joe's comments, I love reading Joe's comments. He always writes, like, maybe we should hire you for the Falcoholic, Joe, because you got, like, I mean, like, paragraphs Joe writes with detailed takes. So I always love reading those, Joe. Thank you for those.
But I will say, I do think, and yeah, Lindstrom and Matthews were already very, like, incredible. I do think that the Falcons, I think Caleb McGarry benefited more than anyone. Like, Caleb McGarry had a leap last season, and that's why he's still with the team now. Like, McGarry was super inconsistent. He was a bust, just to be completely clear going into last season. But yeah, like, I know that the team did shift more toward what McGarry liked to do when it came to run blocking. But, I think his run blocking was even enhanced last season in comparison to the years before, and his pass blocking wasn't as disastrous. But yeah, like, also the left guard position wasn't as much of an issue. Like, the Falcons had a revolving door at left guard, and it wasn't as catastrophic as it was before. So I definitely think that Ledford does deserve his credit.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, I think we have some discussion in the chat about Tyler Algier and Caleb Huntley and what that looks like, and asking is Caleb Huntley going to be making the roster? And I do believe that he will be put on the PUP going into training camp and then converted to injured reserve. So I don't think he's going anywhere, but I would be shocked if Huntley is even able to participate in training camp. It's possible he could come back like later in the season, and I do think they want to keep him around. I don't think he's going to be healthy enough coming off that Achilles to do a lot this year.
But also with Huntley, I think that's the one injury it's kind of catastrophic to the running back position, because there's a very small percentage of running backs who successfully come back from an Achilles tear, the way that Caleb Huntley is expected to right now, and who are the same as they were before. And these were, I don't know, like even when, if and when he does come back, it's not a guarantee that he will, be as successful running the ball as he was last season. So that's why I went into this offseason not really relying or counting on Caleb Huntley, because that injury, I would say a torn ACL is a better injury to have than a torn Achilles when it comes to that position, especially.
Yeah, it's tough to come back from that. It really is. It's been more common lately. You've seen guys like Deontay Foreman, but even him took years to come back. And it's a tough, really, really tough injury to come back from. Jeff Okudah, did Jeff Okudah have an Achilles as well, or was it ACL? I'm trying to remember. I'm gonna look it up because I don't want to.
I mean, he had a ruptured Achilles, which is
a
catastrophic.
And again, he played the next year, but it was not, full strength.
It's different. It's different for corners too. I think that's a really bad injury, and I don't think that Okudah, as a result, came back as explosive as he was before the injury, and I think that played a part in the Falcons getting him for a 5th rounder. But I think just with running backs especially, I know that it's a very, very rough injury.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's just devastating. And it just affects so much, and the recovery time is long, and it takes a while to get back to your normal activity as well. So, all right, we're going to maybe get another stream of picks here. There's just, the NFL loves to just do a million commercials. We got defensive tackle Jacqueline Roy from LSU coming off here. We did get, to top off the round, the Jacksonville Jaguars taking linebacker Yasir Abdullah, who's an edge rusher in college, but he's like 6'1", 220, so probably going to be a linebacker at the next level. The Washington Commanders get a popular Falcons guy, KJ Henry, the edge from Clemson, at 137. Indianapolis Colts take cornerback Darius Rush at 138, definitely one of the top players left on my board. And then we got a little QB run here with Clayton Tune, the quarterback from Houston, going to the Cardinals at 139. And then the Browns going for Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the quarterback from UCLA. We're now waiting on the Browns' next pick here at 142. So got some quarterbacks going here with Stetson, Tune, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson here right around the turn of the 5th round.
Man, the Bengals are I'm looking at the Browns picks. They're having a pretty good draft.
Yeah. That's not bad. Fortunately, they've got a quarter of their cap, tied up in Deshaun Watson, so that's going to hold them back. But
he's going to do, $60 million in cap hit?
Something like that.
Each of the next 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up right now. Just to laugh.
We have time. So,
and just to say, Avery Williams will be the kick returner.
I think Patterson and Williams will be back for all kick returns, and Williams.
Yeah, Patterson will be the kick. Williams will be the punt returner. Patterson will be there. I think they're freeing Patterson up more to be more of a return man. But Williams is the best return man the Falcons have had since the first stint of Eric Weems when he was a Pro Bowler in the 2010 season. Not the second Eric Weems, who was the human fair catch in 2016. But Williams, I think last year was statistically the best returner in the league when it came to return average.
Yeah.
So Avery Williams is an excellent kick returner or punt returner.
He is. Yeah, he was the number one, I think, in punt return average, Avery Williams. So they're not itching to replace Avery Williams, folks. He was really good. And they're going to you need 2 guys back on kick returns. And they're going to have, Patterson's going to be the main guy who will go up and catch it, if it's a catchable one. But Avery Williams will be back there as well. And they're both excellent returners. So that special teams unit, we should probably talk about that. The special teams is so good. I think that they've continued to bolster that. They brought back Kadarrell Hodge, who was one of the NFL's best gunners last year.
I think they brought him back over as a key because of the special teams
and the run blocking. Yeah. But yes, yes, also the special teams.
And I mean, yeah, we all love Olamide Zaccheaus. He was a non-drafted free agent for the Falcons who made the roster. That was an epic receiver battle for those of us who like appreciated watching the watching the preseason that year. I think he beat out guys like Christian Blake, who did end up making the team later on in a bevy of others as an undrafted guy. And we've all enjoyed his development for sure. But yeah, I mean, I think it shows you just how much the team is serious about the special teams and letting him go for Kadero Hodge, which I think that was the choice.
Yeah.
And yeah, Hodge was the team's best gunner last year. He led the team with 9 special teams tackles. The team has made an emphasis on having a good special teams unit, and I think the last regime didn't really make that much of an emphasis until like toward the end. And then toward the end they started getting guys like Russell Gage in the 6th. I think Foya Luakin was brought in to be more of a special teams guy, and both of those guys ended up being valued contributors in the 6th round, from the 6th round to the roster, which is always the goal. But Arthur Smith and Fontenot know the value of special teams, and we have a pretty good punter. We have an elite kicker in Younghoe Koo, who we haven't even mentioned in weeks, because it's like, yeah, the kicking game, it's a good thing when you have a kicker good enough to where you don't even have to mention the kicking game until the season starts.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, this you have Avery Williams, who was last year arguably statistically the best punt returner in the league. You have Cordero Patterson, who could be a Hall of Fame kick returner, along with Williams. So, I think the Falcons will have a borderline elite, if not straight up elite, special teams unit this year, which is, it's underrated, but it's really something that it's the main topic of discussion when special teams is a problem.
Ray Moon saying Koo is all right. Man, Ray, you're going to get roasted for that. Koo the guy. Yeah, I mean, last year wasn't his best season. It was still good. But yeah, I mean, it was not his most elite season, but he's had some really good years. So, but yeah, I mean, you could have Younghoe Koo on, or you could take a kicker in the 3rd round to fill that need. So
it's a difficult choice right there.
Tough call.
I do just love the history of Younghoe Koo. Like, he is a Georgia Southern guy. The fake GS, shout out to Georgia State. But Younghoe Koo, he went to the Chargers and he was a disaster for 4 games. Goes to the AAF with the Legends, one of the only AAF success stories. He was elite there. And then he comes to the Falcons and is this Pro Bowler. And I mean, I know that Chargers fans are like, what the fuck? But, maybe you just needed to be close to home.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's it. So, yeah, guys, we are making our way through the 5th round here, slowly but surely. This one's been slower than the 4th somehow. Not really sure why, but...
Antonio Mafi to the Patriots.
Yes, the last couple picks. We got Cameron Mitchell, the cornerback from Northwestern, going to the Browns, 142. And then a guy that we had mocked to the Falcons before, running back Israel Abanikanda from Pitt, going to the Jets at 143. And then, of course, like Adnan said, Antonio Mafi to the Patriots. They're loading up on interior guys right now. I think they've drafted several. So
yeah, I did officially just finish my coffee 2 hours in.
There you go. I'm still
a very slow coffee drinker. Very slow coffee.
Yeah, I have a big mug, so that was part of it. But
yeah, no, that's something where we're 2 hours in. It's in the coffee portion of the conversation. Yeah. I don't know. I have people in my family who just like my mom, for example, has to drink it 3 times a day, and it's quickly finish one, finish the other one. I don't know. It's just in my culture, background Bosnian culture. It's and whenever I'm back home, it's such a cultural thing where, all right, like in the morning, of course, you have your coffee, you have one after lunch, and then 6 p.m. hits, and everyone just like it's just this European, Eastern European way of life of, all right, it's 6 p.m. We're dropping everything and we're having coffee for an hour, and just like we're gonna like stop and chill, and we're just gonna like sit down outside and just like, sort of enjoy each other's company away from like work and stuff. Whereas like, I know the American culture is, which I'm like now enthralled in, is all right, like you're having it as you're working.
Yeah.
You gotta quick, we gotta work. But yeah, it's I don't know. I think I've just like combined both of them to where I'm like working as I'm having coffee, but I'm having it so slow. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my coffee rant for
No,
today.
that's a good one. No, I love coffee. I definitely like to, I brew, my own stuff. Went with I got a Chemex, so I do the pour over. I love to get all the different local coffees. I'm like one of those coffee snobs, so I'll get, local fresh roasted coffee, grind it right before I brew it in the Chemex, with water that I've freshly boiled to a precise temperature.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it does produce better coffee. It's debatable if it's worth it, like if it's that much better, but I'm committed at this point since I bought the grinder and the Chemex that I feel like I have to sort of just go with that. Like I have to go all in at this point.
And you're a straight diehard. So what I get is I get the already like grinded powder from the store.
Yep.
I pour some boiling water in the like coffee maker. I mix that in, and then like I have my coffee in a minute. And yeah, I always say like no matter how the coffee tastes, if I put enough cream and sugar in there, it'll taste delicious to me.
Yes. Would you like some coffee with your cream?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean it probably takes 10 to 15 minutes minimum for my coffee process, but notably I have stopped putting cream and sugar in the coffee because I feel like it's a lot more flavorful when you brew it with the Chemex and do the fresh grind. So that has maybe cut down on my calorie intake and helped me lose a little weight over time with the cream and sugar. So there's pros and cons. There's pros and cons to both. I think your method definitely saves time, which time is valuable, right? Especially early when you got stuff to do. So
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where Dave is right now. Like he would be enjoying the shit out of this coffee conversation right about now.
Dave's waiting for the hard liquor part of the podcast later. Probably to come in. That's my guess. No, I think Dave is actually busy today. I'm not really sure. We got the Panthers taking a possible Falcons target there, and Jamie Robinson, the safety from Florida State.
Oh
There's
yeah,
no way
we mocked.
Yeah, we did.
We mocked the Falcons in the Patreon mock in what was it, the 4th round?
Yeah.
So
yeah, he lasted longer than I thought for sure. Yeah.
The Falcons still need some safety depth. Like I would not mind using one of these 7th rounders on a safety. I mean, you're gonna bring in some UDFAs either way. The 7th round is mostly like to guarantee you one of those UDFAs, like to like be on your like training camp roster, more or less.
Exactly, and we'll see if they actually make those picks. I'm still on record that I think they've maintained all of their draft trends, Adnan. They did not make their original 2nd round pick for the 3rd straight year. So now I'm expecting that they will also not make a 7th round pick for the 3rd straight year because they've been very consistent, like remarkably so, with that 2nd round trend. So
I mean, just in general, the trends have been getting hit. They're very, very particular about RAS score, not counting Phillips in the 4th. But I don't know. I will still always claim credit and take credit for uncovering the RAS trend in Terry Fontenot's first draft ever. By just like looking at some of the former Saints drafts and just like looking at them and being like, oh, all of these RAS scores are huge for like all of these players.
Yeah.
So, we were among the first to uncover that on this show. Shout out to us. Fontenot went BPA in the 1st round, just as he has year in and year out. not caring about the positional value. And yeah, if the trends continue, then the 7th round will either not be picked or it'll be a specific special teams player.
Yeah.
But I will say a name still on the board that I'm surprised is still on the board right now is Andrew Voorhees.
Yeah, Voorhees and Jalen Duncan too, I think. The Maryland offensive lineman, another guy that I thought would go a lot earlier. Luke Whippler, the center from Ohio State, also. This is a good opportunity to read off the best players available, Don. So thank you for bringing that up. But yeah, we got Robert Kelly asking.
Segue.
Yeah, Robert Kelly asking as well about is Antonio Johnson, the Texas A&M safety, still there? Another guy I've mocked in the 3rd round before, and the answer is yes. Antonio Johnson is still there, so he's definitely someone I would keep an eye on if he falls into that 6th round. You can package 2 7ths and probably get into the 6th. So I suspect that's what they're going to try to do. We'll see. But yeah, you guys know I can't stand 7th round picks. It's like my mortal enemy. So we'll see. But you're right, Robert Kelly. Antonio Johnson still there. Christopher Smith II from Georgia obviously had a bad combine, but at this point, I mean, he's a good player. Kyu Blue Kelly, the corner from Stanford, somehow is still around. Some linebackers, Henry Toto, Noah Sewell, some wide receivers obviously still here.
And this happens every year. Like this happens every year where guys you think are going to go in the 3rd, 4th round, you just have this tank, and we don't know if it's, we don't know the medicals. We don't know, we know about 30% of the information that these teams know. We don't know the interviews. We don't know the interviews with their college coaches. So I mean, it's just what we're just basing it off of what we know. But right now, if I would be more than thrilled to get a guy like Voorhees in the 7th round, who he's not going to play this year probably because of the torn ACL. I don't know how much that ACL is tanking his draft stock, but your 7th rounder isn't going to play anyway.
Yeah.
But Voorhees is Voorhees.
Yeah, draft and stash. He's going to be on the PUP.
Yeah. I'm all for it, especially that late. I would package those 7th rounders, move up, and try to get Voorhees and drafts and stash him. We saw before the injury, he was projected to be a high day 2 pick.
Yeah, early 2nd,
maybe even a late 1st rounder. So I mean, I'm all in. Even if he's going to miss the 1st year, he went out there on a torn ACL and he bench pressed 38 times.
Yes, he did. He did. So
you know how fucking hard that is to do. This dude has the strength to be a really strong prospect, strong literally and figuratively, on the interior of the offensive line. And you know what? Even if you don't need him at the guard position, you have Bergeron. I would take him for that depth. I'll certainly take him over Mayfield at this point.
Yeah. I mean, you do need depth long term. But yeah, I tend to think they would look at a center too, right? Like a Luke Whippler, if they want to bring in some competition for Drew Dahlman, Matt Hennessy, like Joe's saying. Jalen Duncan, if they're looking for a project tackle, as well. But I do tend to think it'll probably be wide receiver, at least one. Trey Palmer's still there. Xavier Hutchinson, Puka Nacua, Andre Yosevich, right?
Yosevich is my guy. Andre, that's been the dude I've been talking up since before the Senior Bowl. But no, to answer the question of what we do with Voorhees, you would have him as hopefully an elite swing guard, because if you get anyone that sticks with the team in the 7th round, that's a win.
Yeah.
If either of these 7th rounders make the 53-man roster, these guys are glorified UDFAs, more or less, in the 7th round. They're just UDFAs that you guarantee will be with your team throughout training camp and preseason. I would rather be a UDFA than a 7th rounder, because at least as a UDFA you can negotiate your own signing bonus.
Right.
But
oh man, shocker here. 147.
Josh Wiley.
Josh Wiley going off the board here in the 5th. The Cincinnati tight end was like a common 7th round target for the Falcons. And before that, the Saints took safety Jordan Howden out of Minnesota, who was number 400 on this big board I was looking at, just FYI. So
that's a former Desmond Ridder target, Wiley.
Yep.
15 career touchdowns with Cincinnati.
Yeah, got a special guest.
Evan.
Hey,
Director of Guest Personnel, Evan Birchfield. What's up, man? How you doing?
Evan, I don't think I've like seen you in person or like outside of the Discord in like over a month. What the fuck?
I know. I've been very, very busy, but not as busy as seeing the Hawks and Taylor Swift all in one weekend. That's quite a weekend.
I'm living my best life. What can I say?
I see that.
The atmospheres were insane. And by the way, like, God, I love the Falcons. I've never seen the Benz that full as it was last night. Holy shit. There was not an empty seat in the house outside of those seats behind the stage that like they don't sell. But they made up for it with like all the seats like on the floor. So it was like, and the thing is, everyone was early. I was like, holy shit, like sports fans in this town are never this early, but it's like those teenage girls were there at like an hour before the show, like filling it up. And I'm like, God, why can't we have this all the time in this town of just like everyone coming in an hour early? Like traffic was a clusterfuck and everyone was still early. And I'm like, yeah, these are diehards.
Yeah.
Was that your first time seeing her in concert?
It was, yeah. The last time I toured was like 2015, and I don't know. I don't know when I would have that opportunity again. So I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
We're doing
pretty
it.
good seats from what I saw.
Yeah, it was solid. It was in the 300s, but it was like center-ish.
Like you were
so
like,
not bad. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know. I was singing every song, and I did get some weird looks because I was the only I was there alone.
Hey, what's wrong with that? Yeah.
Yeah, I was there alone, so like people were like looking at me funny, like, well, what's this guy doing? Like, you know, what? And then like I think they saw me like sing along to like every lyric of every song. And they're like, all right, yeah, like let's do this here for the show.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're at the Taylor Swift concert, it's not an accident. Like you have to actually like go out of your way to get into a Taylor Swift concert. So.
Right.
No one's just there by chance, so I feel like they should have known.
Yeah, they're not passing out free tickets on the street for those concerts.
Oh yeah, hell of a performer. 3.5 hours, literally nonstop. Did not like. The only breaks were like very quick outfit changes, which lasted like 30 seconds. So I mean, running, jumping, like dancing, moving, just like, God, I got tired just like standing up like for 3 hours. I can imagine just like doing all that. She has incredible stamina. Shout out. Gonna be on my like Spotify Wrapped #1 for like the 4th straight year. But yeah, Noah Sewell, getting back on track. Noah Sewell just went to the Chicago Bears.
Yep, Noah Sewell. Yep. Good player there. Josh Wiley, the Cincinnati tight end. We talked about that a little bit. Yeah, but Evan, we haven't gotten any of your takes on the Falcons draft class so far. I'm curious sort of what you think.
This is perfect. I'm going to go take a small break now that Evan's here. I've been waiting for a guest to come in for a while. So
yeah,
no worries. See you guys.
Yep.
Big shoes to fill. I will try.
Yeah. No, you're all good.
Yeah, it's cool to actually see you when I'm talking to you now.
I know, right?
Usually
Thanks,
it's
George
like
Costanza,
before I couldn't see you.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, but yeah, normally we don't see each other. Well, you see me, I don't see you.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. I get all the perks.
Yeah. Oh, this is from George. Okay.
Yeah, George purchased a very fancy webcam for my main camera, so you're seeing my my secondary camera is now my old camera. So
nice.
It's useful.
It
for
looks
many
really
reasons.
clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good. I mean, I'm sure you guys have talked about it a ton, but yeah, the Bijan pick. I love it. I understand the Falcons fans who wanted Jalen Carter. I would have absolutely been fine with that pick too. To me, I wanted one of these two guys. So like, I'm in that weird camp where I'm not complaining because it was one of the two. Jalen Carter he's insanely dominant. I know the people, focus on the off the field stuff, and I get that, but and I don't know how much that played into the Falcons like draft board and stuff, but he's one of those guys that he was like maybe 2 or 3 like blue chip, like they're going to be great in the NFL players. Ended up going to Eagles, who they're having a tremendous draft. But getting Bijan, I think is going to be really interesting just to see how Arthur Smith uses him in this offense. I get having Tyler Algier, but the NFL's changed so much to having multiple running backs and stuff like that. But I think you've covered it well about how Bijan can be used kind of more like a more efficient running the ball Deebo Samuel type. And they can actually use him elsewhere too, and have him and Algier on the field at the same time. And just because Algier had a good season last year doesn't mean you pass up on a player that's literally been comped as LaDainian Tomlinson, like Christian McCaffrey, like people, where this guy could be a top 5 running back in the NFL. And I also think the marketing aspect does play into it a little bit, where he's going to get people, coming to Falcons games just because of the name. Maybe not out of the gate, but eventually. And, he's going to get on primetime games because, that's what having big names do. You saw just how the Broncos last year, even though they weren't good, the schedule's done before the season. They got, a bunch of primetime stuff because of Russell Wilson, same sort of thing.
Poor Evan. For whatever reason, Evan's internet does not like Google Meet. I'm not really sure why. I don't really know why he doesn't. Oh yeah, you guys can see me. Hello. Double me. It's a little creepy, right? We're gonna stop that. Yeah. So we'll get Evan back in here. I don't know what's going on, but as Evan was saying, I think it's been a good draft for the Falcons. As we see quarterback Sean Clifford come off the board there. Welcome back, Evan. Yeah, I was just saying to the people, I don't know what it is about Google Meet. It just doesn't.
Google
doesn't
Meet
like you.
does not work on my computer. I don't know why. Because
for
work
is it
I
Apple?
use Zoom, never cut
Apple
off.
Computer?
Yeah, it's Apple.
It's probably some kind of feud that they have. That's my guess.
Well, and it's weird. I last 10 minutes and then it cuts me off at the same time. It doesn't make any sense. But I don't even know what you heard. But yeah, I like the Bijan pick. I better hurry up and get my takes.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard the Bijan. I didn't hear you.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything about the after picks after that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Bergeron, I know you guys. I believe it was. I don't know. It was a recent mock draft, but I think you and Adnan had him. Yeah, you and Adnan had him going, and I honestly didn't know much about him. But from everything I've heard, sounds like he's going to be able to slide in at left guard and be a really good run blocker. I don't know much about his pass blocking, but sounds like a really efficient run blocker and probably the left guard out of the gate, right?
Yeah, that would be my thought. Yeah.
That's kind of what they've been saying. Zach Harrison, I'm glad they finally added a pass rusher. He was one of those guys, when I was doing mock drafts, he was always kind of there, but I just didn't know if the Falcons would go for him because I was kind of thinking they may try and get that Keon White or whatever in round 2. So in my mock drafts, I never really had them getting pass rusher in the 3rd round because I always had them kind of looking in round 2. But, sounds like a really good pick that hopefully will, do something. He's got good size and everything. And then Clark Phillips, I knew eventually they were going to, add a corner. There's a ton of good corners in this draft, and a Clark Phillips guy, honestly don't know much about him, but from everything I've heard and read since they took him, sounds like a really good player. I guess I don't know where he's going to fit in with Akuda and Terrell. I guess he'll be more of a nickel or something, but long term, I mean, he's got potential to start eventually. So, so far I'm pleased with the picks. I don't really see, I think that one that's been the most complained about is probably the Bijan pick, but the rest of the picks, I mean, they sound pretty good to me. What have you thought?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great so far. These are all guys that I haven't mocked all of them. I thought about mocking Zach Harrison multiple times and then just never went through with it, because typically in that third round range, I went for a lot of corners, I went for some safeties, I went for a lot of wide receivers, so I just didn't end up taking edge in that range. Typically it was like the second round edges I preferred. But a good player, very toolsy guy, right? Super high traits, 99th percentile arm length. I think he has over 36-inch arms, which is absurd. Like basically like a baby Calais Campbell, like somebody that you want to come in, learn from Calais Campbell, and that's what you're hoping the ceiling is. And athletically, Zach Harrison, former 5-star recruit, one of the top edge players in high school football. Didn't really like hit it big at Ohio State, never really had the massive production there, but someone who has sky high ceiling. And that's, I like that approach for the third round pick, especially for the edge that they're drafting, because they don't really need an immediate guy because of the 5 guys that they already have, right? They've got Ebiketie and Calais Campbell and Lorenzo Carter and Bud Dupree, who came in, and D'Angelo Malone from last year. Like, you've already got 5 edge rushers those are the guys you're probably starting and playing. Zach Harrison doesn't have to come in and be that immediate contributor, but he could develop into someone who can be a top edge for you. And I'm really excited to see what he becomes. And we may not see a lot this year, but I'm interested in it. And then Clark Phillips, like you said, Clark Phillips is I think there's a decent chance that he's the starting slot corner, like from day one. He's that good. I also think that, like, right now I would pencil him in as like cornerback 4, as the primary first man off the bench dime corner, who can play. He mostly played outside, funny enough, at 5'9", right? Then we talked about it earlier. Had excellent games against Drake London in college. Basically shut down Drake London. The size did not prevent that. So he's a guy that maybe is just, you trust the tape and you're like, look, this guy has done it. He played really well against Jordan Addison, another first round receiver this year. Did really well against Drake London. Is battle tested, right? With some high flying passing attacks out there in the Pac-12. So, other than the size and the athleticism, which is fine, like, I think it's overblown. He ran a 4.5, like, flat. Like, who cares? That's plenty fast. When you're as good in terms of instincts and technique as he is, he's actually, I think, really quite polished. Like, I think he's ready to play. But yeah, I don't know where he immediately slots in. But he does give the Falcons immediate insurance as, like, he can play outside. He does probably need to get more reps before he's ready to play the slot. So that's why I would say I would pump the brakes on him being your slot starter right away, just because that's not a spot that he's played very many snaps at all. But I think you're comfortable with him as, like, your first guy off the bench, and he will play. Like, corners play. I mean, think about the Falcon, like, last year, right? Like, we were down to Cornell Armstrong at one point, who was, like, activated off the practice squad. So corners are going to play. So having that cornerback 4 be a guy that you can really trust is important. And I think that he has a lot of upside as, like, a potential, maybe he is that exception on the outside, like a DJ Reed from the Jets, Seahawks, who is that shorter outside corner that just defies the expectations. But even if he's a slot guy, I think he can be an excellent slot player. And that gives me a chance, because I did pull up his PFF stats, and I just never had an opportunity to discuss them because we were talking about other picks. But guy who got better every single year. He ended 2022 with an 85.2 PFF grade in college, which is one of the best in the nation. 86.3 coverage grade, again, one of the best. And I think he only allowed 4 total touchdowns, and he had 6 interceptions. So pretty impressive, obviously, right there. And was actually a pretty good run defender with a 70.7 run defense grade. So the Falcons, that's important to them, right? Their run defense. Every single secondary player they brought in has been able to play in run defense. So, the question with him is, like, where does he play right away, or does he play? But this was a guy that was, like, somewhat early in the draft process was a first rounder for a lot of people. I think the sort of just average-ish athletic testing and the size, which everybody knew he was small, but that pushed him more into like day 2. But fourth round is just a steal. I mean, this guy is an NFL starter. Like I have no question that he's going to be an NFL starter. He may be more of a specialized player, and that's a little bit why he fell, but it's a steal. I mean, I think he's the biggest steal that they've had so far, by far.
Yeah. What do you think? Because our last 2 picks are for a while. I think 2 in the back-to-back in round 7.
We got about 70 to go. Yeah, before we're up again.
Yeah, it's a journey for sure.
Yeah.
What position would you be looking at right now? Like maybe safety or something? Like I don't even know if it's even worth guessing who's going to be there because of just how kind of crazy this draft's been so far. But
we got 172 people to entertain here, so we'll give our best shot, right? And by the way, guys, real quick before I answer that, we're gonna keep the giveaway going for a little bit longer. We might give that away, around 3-ish. So you're still welcome to join. Make sure you type in ! Enter in the chat if you want to get in on this $50 NFL Shop giveaway. If you want another chance to win, you can also support us on Patreon, patreon.com/Falcoholic Live. Everyone who's an active patron at the time of that giveaway, which will be at the end of this show, you don't actually have to be present to win it. We'll just communicate that on Patreon. Everyone who's an active patron will be entered into that drawing as well. So real quick, guys, for those that are just joining us now, to join the giveaway, all you have to do is subscribe here to the Falcoholic, and that will allow you to join the chat. Join the Falcoholic Discord so we can communicate your prize to you privately instead of, typing it in the YouTube chat, which is not going to be a good situation for anyone. And then, of course, join the giveaway here with an ! Enter, and then be present for the drawing so we can confirm receipt and get in contact with you to send that stuff. And just to clarify, you're eligible to win both the patron giveaway and a single other giveaway. But if you've already won one of the giveaways, you aren't eligible to win a second time in this cluster of giveaways. If we do more giveaways after this draft, obviously you're eligible to win again. But just for this, like for Paul Mack and for Quentin, the last 2 days, you're not eligible to win this third one, but you are eligible to win the patron one if you're also a patron. So just to clarify that before we do a drawing. Obviously, it's probably very unlikely that somebody actually draws the win again, but just in case it happens, just letting people know. But before I read off my targets here, the last few picks, we got Colby Sorsdahl from William and Mary, the offensive tackle. I legitimately have never heard of this person. In fact, I don't believe he's on this draft board. So this is about the time when you start getting those guys that maybe you haven't heard of. Every once in a while, you'll get one mixed in here. All right. So interesting. Then after that, the Buccaneers went with Pitt linebacker Servicia Dennis at 153. That's an interesting one. He's definitely a guy who's picked up some steam here late. We got the Seahawks going with center Oluwatimi from Michigan. That's a good pick for them. I like Oluwatimi. He's a guy that definitely I thought would go earlier than this. And then the San Francisco 49ers at 155 just selected cornerback Darrell Luter Jr., who was actually someone I had mocked to the Falcons in the 7th round before, so clearly has some fans earlier. So now the Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock at 156. We are inching towards the Falcons picks here. I believe we're 68 picks away, something like that. So we're getting closer. Getting closer, folks. I still believe they will trade into the 6th round and get rid of those 7s. I still believe. I'm keeping hope alive. So let's, you mentioned guys who I think guys I think they would target. I think wide receiver and safety, sort of where I would think maybe linebacker if someone they really like ends up falling there. But I think in terms of like cornerback, edge, defensive line, offensive line, I'm not really sure there's like room for anybody else on the roster.
Right.
So It's the 7th round. I mean, it's sort of like who cares, but so like there's definitely some linebackers I would consider, like Mohamed Diabate from Utah, D. Winters from TCU, Ivan Pace Jr. from Cincinnati. Wide receiver, there's a lot of good ones still. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a pretty good chance we see a wide receiver pick there just because of that. Xavier Hutchinson from Iowa State still out there. Didn't like blow up. The athletic testing was sort of mediocre, but like, again, really good college player. Definitely someone who could be like a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4. Trey Palmer from Nebraska. I know a lot of Falcons fans have their fingers crossed for that one. I'm out on Kayshon Boutte, but if they want to do a 7th round pick for Kayshon Boutte, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, that's fine.
I was looking at like old mock drafts just because after this draft, there'll be the way too early 2024 drafts or whatever. So for fun, the other day I was looking at the way too early 2023 from obviously last year. And a lot of them had that Boutte going like top 10. Like what happened to him? Is he just not good?
Awful combine testing, where it looked like he didn't train or even try. Which obviously is a huge red flag. Did he have a bad
season too?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Let me pull it up. He had probably the biggest drop of any player that I can remember this year.
That's crazy.
Because he was a 1-year wonder before this year, where he had and even then like wasn't that great, right? So he had, I believe, in 2020, 753 yards, 5 touchdowns. 2021, just only played 6 games, but was on track for a good season. 509 yards, 9 touchdowns, and people were pretty hyped off of that season, understandably so. This year, just 538 yards on 48 catches in 11 games and just 2 touchdowns. So, didn't really light it up at all. Came in smaller than expected. Let me pull up his RAS because it was horrific. Sorry, Kayshon. I'm not trying to bury you, buddy, but I think he did improve it a little bit at his pro day because it was in like it was like a 1 point something after the combine. He did improve it at his pro day. It's a 4.99 now, but under 6 foot. He's 5'11", and I think he was listed at like 6'2" or 6'3". 195. Jumped just 29 inches in the vert, which is, if nobody knows how bad that is, it's less than 10th percentile. It's 5th percentile vertical.
Yeah.
To me, and to me, seeing how athletic on the field he is, it means he just didn't try. Just didn't bother, and ran a 4.5, which is just decent, but it's not great. So he came in small, he flunked the combine, and didn't have a great season. And I think that's just teams are out like on that. But again, LSU 7th round.
It seems like LSU receivers. It seems like such a gamble, but it's like one of those where you're either getting a Justin Jefferson or like a Laquan Treadwell. Like it's like there's no middle ground. You're either getting a really good receiver or like they're going to let you down, but.
You win or you die.
That sucks for him. But I mean, maybe he'll bounce back. I don't know. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's like 7th round. Draft whoever you want. I do not care. Like if you want to take a chance on Kayshon Boutte, go for it. Yeah.
But if they move up in the 6th, it's probably because there's like, I don't know about a receiver, but somebody, they're like, okay, well, we need to go get this guy and just kind of end our draft on a high note.
At this point, I would absolutely be trying to trade up for Antonio Johnson, the safety from Texas A&M. I have no idea why he hasn't been drafted. He was like top 50 player for me. Really good big nickel player. He played the slot a lot at Texas A&M.
Yeah,
I love Caillou Blue Kelly. I can't believe he hasn't been drafted. Luke Whippler from Ohio State. Again, can't believe he hasn't been drafted. Even like Henry Tuoto, like didn't test out as good as expected. Small, but like really sound linebacker prospect, really clean linebacker prospect, definitely worth at least an early day 3 pick in my opinion. So even if they want to get like a developmental tackle, Jalen Duncan, I can't believe he's still here. I mean, tested off the charts. These and Kytrell Clark, the corner from Louisville. I mean, they did take Clark Phillips, so I sort of think that's less likely, but I know they loved Kytrell Clark at the Shrine Bowl.
What about that Alex Forsythe? Is he playing center or?
He is a center, I believe.
You think they'd add an offensive lineman again?
Maybe, like in the 7th round. I think anything's on the table. One of the safeties.
But he's definitely like interior. Like he's not going to be.
He's
not a tackle.
Yeah. No, but yeah, speaking of those guys that I just said, right? Caillou Blue Kelly comes off the board to the Ravens at
there you go.
157. Yep. And then another one of the safeties I was tracking, Daniel Scott, another Senior Bowl standout. He goes to the Colts at 158. So a couple of guys there that I was watching for the Falcons, but yeah, you have to think with some of these guys like that are falling, especially these day 2 guys. Could be medicals. You never really know.
Because that was what was with like Darnell Washington, wasn't it? Something with his knee, and then
knees,
Ringo was like something
shoulder,
and
I believe is.
I think even Will Levis, there was rumors about his toe or something.
Right. Yeah.
It's just some of that stuff kind of comes out right at the end there.
Yeah. We got Jason Gaines with the $2. What's up, Jason? Thank you so much, man. He says PFF just released its top 10 career grades from the 2008 NFL Draft. Matt Ryan first overall with a 93.6 career grade. Take that, Ryan haters. Also, Calais Campbell came in second overall with a 91.5. So Falcons now have had both of the top players from the 2008 NFL Draft on their roster. So yeah, Matt Ryan. Shout out to Matt. Congratulations on the third Ice Cube, right? Congratulations, man. Yeah, and I hope Matt Ryan, if he wants to play again, he gets an opportunity to do so. But if not, buddy, enjoy retirement, right? You've earned it.
Yeah.
You've earned it. So, yeah, let's see. All right, so pick 159. It seems like they're coming in like sort of bursts. Like they're going to commercial, and then we get like 3 or 4 and go to commercial. You know, maybe we could get like 5 or 6 NFL. Maybe let's speed it up a little bit. But
what's the exact number we're at? Do you know?
159.
159. So, no, I mean the Falcons next pick.
Oh, 224 and 225.
224. Okay, so good little bit.
I believe that we're going to trade into the 6th. I believe so.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense when you got back-to-back 7th. I mean,
yeah,
that's literally throwing darts on the wall and just hoping some sticks. But
I think
the 6th, maybe you get a guy that's like a 4th or 5th guy rounder that just kind of fell.
Right.
That's kind of my hope for like a 6th pick, or 6th rounder. But
yeah. No, I trust this regime in the draft, and I trust them to not make us stay until pick 225. So,
right.
I believe. We got Dontavian Wicks, the wide receiver from Virginia, another Senior Bowl guy, going here to the Packers, who are loading up on weapons now that Aaron Rodgers is no longer in the building. So
yeah, it only makes sense. Didn't they take 2 tight ends or something?
Yeah, they did. So speaking of tight end, sneaky pick for the Falcons if they don't go Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion, perfect 10 RAS for tight end. So aka the most athletic tight end that we've seen in the combine ever. I don't know how he's still here, but if
especially with all the tight ends,
they love tight ends. Yeah, the Falcons love tight ends.
Like the 2nd and 3rd round, they were just flying off the board. Even some in the 1st, but
yeah. And we got Ethan Connor with the $50, buddy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Says loving the draft so far. Psyched for next season. Thank you for all your coverage. You're welcome, man. Really appreciate that. Think you're currently being trolled by TF and Arthur Smith following the never have taken a 7th round pick chat. 2 seasons, 3 drafts. What grade would you give Fontenot and co on their management of the team? I think he means like so far, like overall, how do we feel
so far
about the overall direction? Yeah.
I'd say a B. Like
yeah,
I agree I'm not angry or anything. Like I'm pleased, and I still have like where the last regime it was like I had no hope, and they seemed, like they you would hope they had a plan, but it just seemed at times there was no real like plan. It was just kind of all over the place. Where with Fontenot, like he hasn't given me any reason. I know that Deshaun Watson stuff got a little confusing. That's probably the only flare up that I'm like, what's going on here? But aside from that, like I it feels like there's a plan in place, and until they give me a reason to think, okay, they don't know what they're doing, I'd say a B is where I'm at.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good grade. I think that they've managed it really well. I think that all of to me, everyone like going into the season, they were like, there's no plan. Oh man, Antonio Johnson goes to the Jaguars here. Big buzzkill. Big buzzkill. Yeah, there was no way he was going to fall to the 7th. So, RIP the dream. Anyway, I agree with what you said. I think it's hard to go higher than B right now because we haven't seen like the hit yet. Like we've been sort of like waiting. Like this has been a long-term strategy. I think it's been pretty clear that that's been the case from the beginning, even though they gave us the whole lip service thing. Like we're trying to win now. Like, of course they're trying to win games,
right?
Guys, like obviously, but like they were not making moves like that. And then the Deshaun Watson thing, I think we know, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, that it was not Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot's plan to pursue Deshaun Watson. They were accommodating other plans, and thankfully did not go through. The Browns stepped in to save them from themselves, and now I think we've seen the can always count on the Browns for that. So now we've seen, I think, that the Falcons do have a coherent plan, and the plan is tight ends, running backs, run game, creative, positionless, quote unquote, football on offense, and not spending premium assets other than Drake London, right? On the wide receiver position. They have not given out big contracts or spent more than the one first-round pick on wide receiver thus far. They did get, Frank Darby. Was Frank Darby their pick, or was that the previous regime? I can't remember.
I think it was the previous. He sat on the practice squad for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that was like the last regime.
That was 2020. Yeah. So they are they're going in a different direction, and if like I think the decision to go with Desmond Ridder has been contentious, but again, this was a guy that I was like, I think this is a late first caliber guy. I think if he had been taken in the same range as like, Will Levis this year, and I think Desmond Ridder is a much better player than Will Levis, to be clear. I think we wouldn't have had to deal with the endless rhetoric about, they don't care about winning. They're just like phoning it in this season with Desmond Ridder. They don't feel that way. And I think that's been obvious from the beginning. And anyone that was having that opinion nationally has just clearly not been paying attention. And I get it. Like it blows people's minds that they might actually want to see what their player they chose wants to do, and they're not like going balls to the wall, trading 1 million picks and paying $250 million to go get a quarterback. They've made it clear from the very beginning, from when we first got buzz that they wanted to roll with Desmond Ridder months ago. They said it at the owners' meetings. People still didn't believe it. They tried to nitpick Arthur Smith's comments, like, oh, he said for now, like going forward, that like, they said like this is the plan for now, and then they just honed in, like they forgot the whole paragraph he said before that, and then he put in the little CYA comment there at the end, but like people were like, oh, well, that means they're going to take another. No, like how else can we make it more clear to you? We try to tell you. We've been saying it for months. They said it for months, and they've got the whole team media going out and pumping up Desmond Ridder. Like, do you really like? I just can't believe people were still like, no, this is all a smokescreen. Like, you don't involve the owner in a smokescreen. You don't get Arthur Blank out there talking up Desmond Ridder to fulfill your draft smokescreen. I mean, that's ridiculous. Like, and the Taylor Heineke signing too. Taylor Heineke comes in and immediately says, "Yeah, I'm here to back up Desmond Ridder. I'm going to be the best backup I can and help him grow." Like, I thought Taylor Heineke was signed to compete with Desmond Ridder when that signing came through. And when Taylor Heineke said he's the backup, that should have been the signal to everyone that they were serious about this, that this is not a joke, this is not a smokescreen. You're not lying to your free agent signs. There's no point. You would just say, you just wouldn't say anything at all. Like, what advantage do the Falcons have declaring Desmond Ridder the starter publicly before the draft? Like, you get no competitive advantage for that. So there's no point in doing that unless you're just clear that you're not taking a quarterback. Like you're comfortable with people knowing that Desmond Ridder is going to be your starter. Obviously I have a lot of feelings about that. But to get back to the original question, Ethan, I do think they've done a good job. I would also give them a B, and I think depending on how this season goes, I think it could easily rise to an A. Like if Desmond Ridder looks like an average NFL starter and this offense is better than last year and really moving in the right direction, it's probably an A. And if Desmond Ridder looks like a franchise quarterback, it's an A+, right? Like, if they hit on Desmond Ridder, they will be geniuses. They will look like absolute geniuses. What
they did too that I think is really solid is it's easy to forget, but Ridder, whatever you thought of him in those games he started last season, he didn't have Kyle Pitts. Like, we haven't seen him and his top weapon on the field at the same time. And he had flashes of like, okay, there's something here. So now what they've done is they've literally built it to where Ritter has no excuses. If Ritter comes out and he's bad, the offense is way too talented. Like between Drake London, Bijan, Kyle Pitts, the line they've built, having obviously like Algier, like he's got the weapons now. So it's not going to be a case of, or at times with Matt Ryan where it's like, oh yeah, Russell Gage is his best target. Like he would at times had nobody. Where Ritter's going to have a ton of talent on the offense, and he's young enough too to where, or the rest of them are young enough to where if, and I hope this doesn't happen, but if Ritter comes out and he's just not good with all that talent around him, and they have to move on from him, they still have a ton of young offensive playmakers to where in a year or two, whatever, if they had to draft a young quarterback, it's not like you have a bunch of veteran playmakers. Like Bijan's still going to be young, Kyle Pitts is still going to be young, Drake London's still going to be young. So it's like they have some time too. If Ritter isn't, where some teams before it's like they had veterans where they were like in a situation where like if the rookie or the young quarterback doesn't work out, now we're starting from scratch because our receiver is going to end up getting traded because he's too old, like stuff like that, where this team is so young on offense to where if Ritter works out, great. Now we can kind of run the table for, the next decade. But if he isn't, they can still get another quarterback in there, and the offensive playmakers are still young. So they've built it up well on offense.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I think is sort of underrated, is that I think they said this at some point, and I think they signaled it clearly with the decision to go with Kyle Pitts instead of Justin Fields. And obviously the jury's still out on Justin Fields. I was obviously very pro Justin Fields. I don't remember, were you pro Justin Fields, or were you more Kyle Pitts or another quarterback there?
I had no strong feeling. I mean, I was I liked the idea of Kyle Pitts at the time. I think it's a bit more of hindsight that we haven't really seen them utilize him, except where he has those flashes and you're like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. But once they are able to really like unleash him, and I think a lot of that's going to be Desmond Ritter actually being able to play with him, which we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. And that's part of it, right? Like for whatever reason, Mariota could not hit Kyle Pitts. Like there was no chemistry there, and that is just
there was
sort of unforgivable, right?
Sure.
Mean, it's just you can't believe it, right? Like how could you not find a way to get chemistry with a guy who was basically like the number one receiving target in the draft? catches pretty much everything, and he couldn't hit him.
Yeah,
like he just couldn't get the ball to him. Like what was it? I think it was 38% of his targets were considered uncatchable, which is just by far the worst in the league, people. It was awful. Like, and unfortunately, the fantasy community, of which I am a part, many of you are as well, very upset about that. Understandably so, because look, it should have been Kyle Pitts' year to really take off after such a good rookie season, and it didn't happen. And it's unfortunate, but it's going to happen with Desmond Ritter. You saw it with Drake London immediately started becoming a fantasy wide receiver one with Desmond Ritter. Even in the dilapidated Falcons offense with them, it started to click. I think that Desmond Ritter is going to be able to utilize Kyle Pitts much more. Desmond Ritter is much more willing to throw that ball up for his guys. Just go watch a Cincinnati tape and tell me if you don't think this is going to work out. Like, you look at Tyler Scott, who people were clamoring for. Ritter would just chuck it downfield for Tyler Scott, and he'd go get it. Alec Pierce, again, big-bodied, physical receiver. Kyle Pitts, big-bodied, physical receiver. Chuck it down there. Screw it. Kyle Pitts down there somewhere, right? Ritter is willing to take those shots that Mariota was just not willing to. And when he did, it was ugly a lot of the time. Look at Damiere Byrd. Damiere Byrd came alive as soon as Desmond Ritter got in the lineup too. So
yeah, I
think the Falcons, like you said, Evan, have done all the right things to sort of surround a young quarterback with talent, to where you'll know if the quarterback is up to snuff or not. You'll know, right, because you've been set up.
There's no oh well, Ritter. The worst thing for a quarterback is having that legitimate excuse of, oh, they have no talent around them, so we're not sure if they suck or it's just because nobody's there. Where Ritter's not going to have that, excuse. I'm not saying he needs it, but he's not going to have that excuse to where he can't say, "Oh, he has nobody around him. He only has Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan, Johnny Smith, whoever else you want to throw in there." Like he's going to have the talent there to succeed. And in those limited games, like I liked a lot of what I saw, but it left me wondering, like, how much more would this be different if Kyle Pitts is in this offense? Like, I want to see that connection with him and Kyle Pitts, but unfortunately, due to that injury, we didn't get to see that. But going into this year, it really was. That's why, like, I was. I said it on the show a few times. I wanted them to earlier in the season move on from Mariota. I got why because they were still technically in the playoff hunt and they wanted to keep stuff alive, but I wanted to see him, play some actual games with Kyle Pitts. Obviously didn't foresee the injury, but that was just bad timing. But, this season will be a good coming out with a healthy Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan, everybody else. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we were clamoring for Mariota to be benched after that Thursday night Panthers game. Like, I think that was where I was like, okay, this is over. Like, we need to stop. Like, Mariota was clearly shattered mentally, just hesitant. Mm-hmm. And, like, Mariota, to his credit, like, we're dunking on Mariota now, but he opened the season really strong. Like, he was running this off. Yeah. They were a top 10 offense. Like, Mariota was not this awful quarterback all year. And people still go back and they're like, oh, well, Mariota started over Ritter, so Ritter must suck. Like, no, Mariota legitimately was playing well to start the season.
And we lost some fluky, silly endings where, there was a turnover, some by Mariota, but, Drake London, Fumbling, where it wasn't totally just Mariota's fault. Yeah. I mean, he didn't always help, but, it wasn't always his fault.
Welcome back, Adnan. How are you doing?
Good. I had my lunch. I, peed.
Yep. Good. Healthy.
I got my bodily fluids out of the way.
Where were you on the Notre Dame, or I can't remember what school it was, the piss chart, your team, were you a good teammate or do you hate your teammates, with your color?
No, I'm dehydrated as fuck, bro.
Oh, okay. So you hate your teammates then. Yeah.
I do not think water.
Yeah. But
my piss is out. No, never mind. I'm not getting into my pee. I know we're 3 hours in, but I mean, come on.
We'll save that for the hard liquor segment after round 7 starts. But this is a good cue for me to do this too before we get too close to the Falcons picks and the opportunity for a trade up. Adnan, we were right in the middle of a discussion about what the team might look like. Desmond Ridder being surrounded with talent. The decision to bench Mariota and how it should have been earlier. So you guys should have plenty of ammunition here for 5 minutes for me to take a quick break, but I will be back in just a moment, and I will.
Kevin's going to come back, and we're going to be up in flames. And
it's just like the community meme, right? Yeah,
the site just doesn't exist anymore. It's like the channel is just.
Oh my god! Yeah. Yep.
Oh, and Corey tipped us $2. That was nice of Corey.
Oh, Corey, I'll read that real quick before I go. Yeah. Corey with $2. Thank you so much, man. What does the justification of the Bijan pick look like? For me, it's Hall of Fame or bust. Also, on these long draft days, how hard would it be for you to have chatters on to discuss the draft with you? Yeah, I've thought about that, Corey. Like, we could have some of the longtime show listeners come in. I have to be a little bit careful with who comes on here, right? Because we don't want anything like crazy going up on the air. But I do trust a lot of you guys that have been here for years to not do anything wild. But I think we may consider that at some point for sure. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the Bijan pick, right? I don't think he has to be a Hall of Famer for it to be worth it. I mean, it was the 8th overall pick. We're not, I think he needs to be like a Pro Bowler, like a Pro Bowl caliber player. Yeah, obviously.
Perennial.
But like at least competing for. I mean, the Pro Bowl is sort of a joke, right? But Tyler Huntley made it. But yeah.
Honestly, I'm expecting multiple All Pros for Bijan. Like, genuinely, it's like you did go BPA, you did go you took a running back. Like, I think anytime you take a running back in the top 10, you expect him to be elite. And I mean, there's a good track record in the last 10 years of that. Honestly, every single running back taken in the top 10 has had at least 1 year where he's been like elite. And the only player in that group is Leonard Fournette, who I think was not elite for more than one season. And even Fournette was like very elite, like that 1 year when they almost went to the Super Bowl. The other running backs are Saquon Barkley, who has been elite multiple years, and he's been slowed down by injury, but I think to this day he's still one of the best running backs in the league. Zeke, Zeke carried that Cowboys team for a few years and was in the best running back in the league. Todd Gurley almost was second in MVP voting in 2017, and he's been like amazing. I'm forgetting. I think there's at least one that I'm forgetting in the top 10. It's all very good players.
Was Jonathan Taylor top 10 or no?
No, he wasn't. I don't think so. But
I'll leave this. This is a good discussion, so I'm not going to interrupt this. But I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Thanks.
No. But yeah, it's like it's one of those things where if you take a running back that high, you're expecting. Oh yes, thank you, Jameer. Christian McCaffrey is the other guy, and Christian McCaffrey was not only elite for the Panthers for years, but he also ended up even after all of his injuries, getting traded for a bevy of picks that the Carolina Panthers are now going to be benefiting from. McCaffrey is I think he should have been Offensive Player of the Year in 2019. Fantasy football, in my opinion, has completely overrated the catch stat, and as a result, Michael Thomas won the 2019 Offensive Player of the Year award because he broke the single season record in catches. I've always said for years, I don't give a fuck about your number of catches. If you get 3 receptions and you get 10 yards from those 3 receptions, I would much rather have the guy who gets 1 reception for 13 yards. It's all about the yardage and the touchdowns for me. And it's just fantasy football. Between you and me, I hate PPR leagues.
Right.
I hate. It's just I get it. People want more scoring, but it feels overly manufactured, in my opinion.
Yeah. It does, because of you'll get those. I'm trying to think of a good example, but those really number ones like DK Metcalf, for example, where it's they may not get a ton of targets, but they're doing a lot more with the targets they get. Where there's been receivers where they'll get just a ton of catches and go for 60 yards or something, and their point value is way more because than somebody who actually scored a touchdown just because of the catches.
Genuinely, yeah, I can't. That's why I can't really take PPR leagues seriously as much, because you have those running backs where it's they'll just get a bevy of running backs, no gain screen catches, and it's all right, you caught this pass, you went 0 yards, and you get you get as many points as this running back that just got a 10-yard draw. I can't I don't know.
No, you would literally have somebody like Boston Scott score more points than Adrian Peterson, because Adrian Peterson would have 30 carries, 100 yards, and maybe a touchdown. But then somebody else would have one of those receiving backs would have 8 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown, or not even score, and they would still have a better day than some of these running backs. When Peterson was with Washington, I think he was running well, but he doesn't catch passes, so his value is nothing.
Yeah. And I mean, I disagree, Joe, about yards being way more overrated or being super overrated. You make the point of he catches 1 pass for 70 yards. That still has given you a much better chance of scoring than the guy that catches 4 passes for 20 yards. I'm just saying, obviously everything needs context, but at the end of the day, your job is to get down the field and to score touchdowns. And I mean, we blasted, and the fantasy football community has blasted Julio Jones for years about not scoring touchdowns. But I mean, even someone who doesn't score, he still got the Falcons down into that area. In 2016, the perfect example. He was one of the most instrumental guys in getting the Falcons into the red zone. Gets double teamed in the red zone, and Devontae Freeman, and Austin Hooper and Jacob Tammey and Mohamed Sanu and Taylor Gabriel and Tevin Coleman all benefited from it by finishing the drives off. That's just my spiel, my rant about how catches are the most overrated stat, like for a wide receiver, because it's like I don't care. Like I don't care what you do. I don't care that you catch the ball. I care about what you do with it. Now, that I agree with Cody. Points per first down sounds like a much better system, but I don't know. Everything has gone straight PPR at this point, and I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I just can't take it as seriously, honestly.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Um,
It gets a little much.
But yeah, so that's just my rant about how McCaffrey should have been the 2019 Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, because he had over 2,000 all-purpose yards. Thomas he had a solid 1,600 receiving yards, like 9 touchdowns, but he was given the award because he had like 140 catches. It's like,
yeah.
But yeah, so in general, like running backs, like in the top 10 have fared very well, and I mean,
Yeah.
I'm expecting that type of impact from Bijan Robinson.
I'm thinking top 8 is like where if he's a top 8 running back, for the maybe not right out the gate, but like by year 2 or 3, I think that's to me like okay, this was definitely a great pick. Like that's where I'm expecting him to be. But if he's anything really like further past that, then I'll be a little like, oh, well, that kind of didn't work out. Because when you take a running back that high, that's in what we've seen, we have no reason to think he's not going to be that type of player.
Oh yeah,
he's just that dominant.
Talent. I'm like if he doesn't become and I know that I'm putting a lot of expectation on there.
I think we all are.
I know I am, but it's like it's also the premium that you use the pick with,
right?
Which
right.
I mean, I think like heavy is the head that wears the crown. Where if you do get picked that high, like there is this expectation of, all right, you've just been picked in the top 10. Falcons passed on Jalen Carter for you. The Falcons passed on every cornerback not named Witherspoon for you. We passed on every O-lineman not named Paris Campbell. These are all guys who play much more important positions in today's NFL.
Yeah.
I think if Bijan is not a perennial All-Pro in a top 5, maybe top 3 running back, I would say the pick wasn't a success. The same way that I'm putting these massive expectations on Kyle Pitts. He was the highest drafted tight end in NFL history, and the Falcons passed on Micah Parsons, who already has a Defensive Player of the Year under his resume, and is arguably the best pass rusher in the league. The Falcons passed on Justin Fields, who I think is going to be a very good quarterback. And
Jamar Chase that draft too.
Jamar Chase, who was already a top 3 wide receiver, behind Kupp and Jefferson maybe. If Kyle Pitts does not become the best tight end in the league, I will consider that pick a failure. To be completely honest with you.
In his defense, he had a really solid rookie year.
He did.
That goes back to the fantasy thing of like where we've already heard it where he's not scoring touchdowns like the Julio Jones, like you were mentioning on like with Julio Jones. That was the big knock on him. He's not scoring touchdowns. Not always his fault. Same with Pitts. It's not his fault.
It's not. But last year, I sort of give Pitts a bit of a pass last season just because there was so much that just went against him. Marcus Mariota, for example, 35% of the targets toward Pitts weren't catchable. Like there's over a 2-minute compilation video of Mariota on Twitter. Mariota just missing Kyle Pitts over and over again throughout the season. He missed him on what would have been like a couple of 80-yard bombs if he just threw it correctly. Then Kyle Pitts, before he couldn't play with Desmond Ridder at all because he suffered that torn MCL, which ended his season, and he should be back by training camp. But just in general, moving forward, I know this is Travis Kelce's league right now when it comes to the tight end position. Tight end is so barren. In general, you have Kelce, and if you play fantasy football, you know that there's
Oh,
no
yeah.
reliable tight end beyond like Travis. Like I would consider taking Travis Kelce with a very high first round pick next year just to get that premium of like getting those tight end points.
What is there? There's Kelsey, Mark Andrews.
And Andrews was very disappointing last year.
Yeah, but that's what's
Yeah.
crazy about it. He was like third best or something, and he
Yeah.
was disappointing.
George Kittle, I think, was a top
George
3
Kittle, yeah.
tight end, all off the back of 2 really good weeks. I had Kittle in my main fantasy league. He was a headache all season. He had 2 really good weeks in the playoffs where I'm sure many people who had like Kittle maybe didn't even make the playoffs because of how inconsistent he was. So those points just sort of went to waste. But yeah, I mean, Kittle, like in the fantasy regular season, I think he had 1 really good game. That was against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Who were just like a clusterfuck against tight ends in general.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Dallas Goedert was like pretty good. He was reliable. Darren Waller is.
But then he got injured.
Yeah, he got injured. Hawkinson had a good game or 2. Like Hawkinson was okay for a couple of games, but it's like even if you're average, you're going to be in the top 5 or 10. And you have Darren Waller who is always in that like mix, but even he got traded from the Raiders for compensation that wasn't really that like great. He's with the Giants now. But yeah. It's there goes a dog, Christopher
Another
Smith.
dog.
What do you think about Stetson Bennett going to the Rams?
I had an entire like speech about how thankful I was.
I missed it.
I'm very like happy for him, and
yeah,
I'm happy that he went in the 4th because that shows that he's going to have a much better chance of making the team as opposed to
that quarterback room's just him and
Stafford.
Stafford right now.
Yeah, I do hope he makes it as Stafford's backup. He's only a couple years younger than Matthew Stafford. So, speaking of the Rams, they just traded back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh wow, lots of trades going on here now.
Mm-hmm.
So.
If the Falcons moved, though, like Kevin was talking about earlier about them moving the 2 7ths and moving up, what range do you think that would get them into, or like what pick number?
Like mid 6th, something like that.
Yeah, right there.
Mid 6th, I think, is what it would probably do.
Yeah.
Pull up the trade value chart, but I think it was like each 7th rounder's worth about 2, and the 6, starting about the middle of the 6th, they're worth about 4. So they probably about middle 6th round in terms of what they could potentially get to.
So at the moment I don't know. I missed some of the draft. Voorhees is still on the board, right? Is he?
I believe so.
I haven't seen him come off yet.
So Voorhees is Tuoto.
No, he went to Houston.
Okay.
Yeah, Tuoto just went. Yeah, let me read off these last few picks because we did see some of those potential targets go. We got at 161, the Rams went with Nick Hampton, the edge from Appalachian State. At 162, the Colts took another tight end off the board, Will Mallory out of Miami. Cincinnati Bengals went running back Chase Brown, brother of Sidney Brown, by the way. Both went to Illinois at 163. At 164, the Minnesota Vikings took Jaron Hall, quarterback out of BYU. 165, Chicago Bears went with cornerback Terrell Smith out of Minnesota. 166, Kansas City Chiefs took edge rusher B.J. Thompson out of Stephen F. Austin. 167, Texans went with linebacker Henry To'oTo'o, which was someone we had talked about earlier. Then the Cardinals go with another linebacker at 168, Owen Papo from Auburn. Dallas Cowboys went with offensive tackle Asim Richards from North Carolina. 170, Las Vegas Raiders just took another dog, right? Safety Christopher Smith II, who was actually the highest player remaining on my board. So good value there for them. And then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers go with another tight end here, Payne Durham from Purdue, Senior Bowl guy.
Who was that tight end you said was really like athletic that's still there?
Zach Kuntz, yeah.
Okay.
He's still out there. He's still there. The dream lives. So.
Is Yosef still out there?
Yes.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. So we got.
And what was that guy you guys kept taking?
Bumper pool.
He had that
yeah.
funny bumper pull, yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. So the bumper pool dream
Yeah,
lives.
bumper pool out here.
But he's like legit a 7th rounder, right? He's nowhere like he's not this far up.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
We took him because of his name
Yeah.
in our mock.
Yeah,
That's worth
at that point. That's usually what gets it done in the 7th round. It's like, who has the most interesting name? Because I honestly haven't watched many of the 7th rounders, but smarter people than me definitely have. So you can get the scouting reports there, right? But I wanted to give a shout out to 2 of our newest patrons. Nathan Barton joined last night at the Falcoholic level. Thank you so much, Nathan. Really appreciate that, man. We just moments ago had Michael Scott from The Office, or maybe just another Michael Scott.
We have George Costanza and Michael Scott.
Yeah, I know, it's legendary.
Yeah,
TV characters of all time, right?
We really
Michael
made it.
Scott, welcome as well. So appreciate you guys. 2 Falcoholic level guys. Really, really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. So like I said in the chat, we'll be announcing the winner of the giveaway at the start of the 6th round, which is 5 or 6 picks away now. So you still have time to enter. So just type in !enter. Still time, folks. Subscribe to the Falcoholic on YouTube. That'll let you chat in here. We had to do that to cut down on spam. So it also helps because, we would also like you to subscribe. So there's, a little bit of gaming
what's
there.
the giveaway?
$50 NFL shop card.
Oh, that's actually a really good prize.
Yeah, this is the 3rd one that we're doing, actually. George, it's the George Costanza NFL shop giveaway. Sorry, I forgot.
Naturally,
to give
of course.
Yeah.
George has his hand in it somehow.
Yes. So join the Falcoholic Discord as well, so we can get
if we
you your
do let
prize
people on, we have to have George on. Like he's.
Oh yeah.
If he
George
wants,
would be the first. He would be the first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm imagining. I think George would just do like a picture of George Costanza as his that
would be fine.
Video. That would be great.
And the way AI works now, he could probably find like a George Costanza voiceover.
Probably, yeah. Yep, I'm unemployed and I live with my parents. We know that's not true about this George Costanza, but that's the original. George Costanza.
This George Costanza, he's a beacon and a solid foundation of the trucking industry. If you're still doing that, George, I just do always want to give a shout out to the truckers and the truck drivers of the country who keep the country running out here.
Yeah, it's a tough job and it's absolutely vital. It's really underrated. If you guys like anything at all, then you should shout out your truck drivers because they're basically responsible for getting it to you. Yeah.
Anything you see at the store, that doesn't just show up magically out of nowhere.
They got the teleporters,
Yeah, it's the guys driving in the middle of the night who set all of that up for us and who keep society going.
Yep. Yeah, no, George inspired me to actually watch Seinfeld. So I've seen all of Seinfeld now, George, so we can go tit for tat on the Seinfeld quotes as well when you come on. Really good show.
Excellent.
Good show. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a vessel.
It was slightly before my time. It was slightly before my time, but other than that, Evan, you lasted way more than 10 minutes this time. I'm impressed. I know he was saying that he was Google Meet was kicking him out after 10 minutes. So glad that that was more like an hour. That was more like an hour, so it's getting slightly better.
I lasted longer than I thought I would, but
yeah.
It just freezes randomly, and then I'm like, oh, there it is.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
I thought I was about to do it, so I was gonna wait. But
I know. I have the Andre Yosefis dream right now. He's I remember he's the guy Kevin, I asked you to watch out for at the Senior Bowl before you went out to Mobile.
Mm-hmm.
I figured if the Falcons got rid of Damiere Byrd, they would need that speedster corner, and Yosefis he fits the mold. I think all this offense is left with as a need, quote unquote, other than depth, is general depth, is that speedster wide receiver who can uncork the defense and take the top off the defense. I don't think we don't have that kind of speed with Bird and Zacchaeus leaving. Oh, there goes another dog, Robert Beal Jr. to the 49ers.
Just all these dogs. Do we even have any dogs left, like, to take?
Man, I don't know, but we'll I mean,
John Fitzpatrick definitely wasn't on my radar last year. So, oh man, Vil Terrani has finally subscribed. Wow, Vil, it's taking you this long. Toon villain, but yeah. Welcome, Billy, Bile. We'll see. Either way, yeah, I feel like long-time follower, long-time Falcoholic viewer, listener, and surprised, it's taking you this long. But thank you for the subscription.
Kenny McIntosh is still there.
Oh, there we go. That's the hope then. We got it.
But do we really need
Absolutely
do we really
not.
need another running back?
Yeah, no, we don't. Not at all. But
But the value and
the
and
value, the savings, by Grabthar's hammer. Yeah.
We can get a nice national champion. Like we have drafted 0 players who have won a national championship in the last 2 years in this draft.
You can't argue with those facts. You just can't. George is asking, when are they going to announce Bijan's number? Yeah, I don't know. Typically, they do it pretty quickly.
I was looking,
I've
for
not seen
fun,
it yet.
just to look.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting unless they cut somebody. The numbers are very limited, like the cool numbers, because obviously he's not going to wear 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty much the next number is like 11. He's not wearing 11, and he can't wear 10 because that's like not retired, but it's retired. Barkowski. I don't think anybody's wore 10 in my lifetime, or any of our lifetimes. And then you get past that, and there's like 14, I think 17, and then I thought 20, but I think
D. Alford is moving to 20
or whatever
Mm-hmm.
switched to 20, so that's gone. Maybe 28 is the realistic, like, that's a good number. I can't remember though. Did they say they were talking about who his favorite running back was? I thought it was like a number that was available, but
right.
I know who it was.
I know that they maybe he and Drake might switch because Drake's college number was 15. Maybe you could convince Drake to move off of 5, but also I think they'll try not to do that
15's
because of
Frank's, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Frank's might get bumped.
He ain't going nowhere.
I will say, Felipe Franks isn't going anywhere. Oh, Warren McClendon.
Oh, there's the other dog. That was the other one. Yeah. So
a UGA run right now. We need to move up. Move up.
We're running out of dogs. We got to get.
Oh, they'll use those 2 7s if they stay on like the worst Georgia players available.
Yes.
Just to be like, oh, we did it again.
We did it, you guys. Yeah.
Just straight opinion on my end. I don't know. I don't like. And I mean, players can do whatever they want. I don't like established players who have already sold a lot of jerseys, changing their numbers like a year or 2 in.
That's what I was gonna say about Drake. Like, they probably don't want to do that, but
that's why it makes me scared to buy any jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would be the same because it's like, all right, like so many people bought a Drake London jersey right after after the draft last year. Now it's like, all right, like it's just not fair to these people where now like Drake is now changing his number,
right.
And
that's a good point.
Like, is it going to be any time we draft anyone, like there's going to be a chance that they like change the number? I don't think that's
on a larger scale, like for Dallas right now, they drafted like probably the top player. You could argue Dak, but Micah Parsons is like their face right now. Like, I think they're like, everybody knows Micah Parsons, and I think he talked about, I'm sure he was serious, but moving to 0. So all those Cowboys fans who bought 11, and then like a more recent one, like the Vikings, anybody who bought a Dalvin Cook jersey where he wore, what was he wearing? 20, it was 20-something, 23 or something. I don't know, whatever he wore before. And then he switched to 4 last year, and now he's on the way out. So like it's real quick,
Yeah, and I get some people are like, oh, like that's like a cool collector's item, whatever. But it's like, no, like just like jerseys are already volatile enough with like players like coming and going and like leaving, and it's like that just adds another layer of uncertainty to it. Where it's like these jerseys are expensive, and don't screw over the fan that like spent this money, or the guy that like bought his like bought his son like a Christmas gift of like
Yeah.
this player's jersey
Right.
that he really wants, and it's like, all right, now the jersey like sort of obsolete in a way,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, no, like I would be completely against guys like Drake London, Kyle
Yeah.
Pitts changing
That's
their
a good
number.
point.
But, like, sure,
Well, and
maybe
like Ritter switched.
Ritter just changed it. It's like, dude, like people legitimately went out and bought Ritter jerseys last year.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts, he wore number 2 for a year and then switched to 1 last year.
Yeah, it happens. I think now that like Ritter's the starter, probably he's not going to switch again. I don't blame him for wanting to go back to his college number.
Right.
But like, I do wonder if they'll probably give Bijan whatever number he wants. Honestly, I wonder if Bijan is like, if they're talking to Matt Ryan about, hey, would you mind if Bijan wears 2? He's not a quarterback.
I'm against that.
But
I'm against anyone wearing 2.
I get it. He's not a quarterback. That's the only reason I would be okay with it, because it's a different position.
I mean, I know, I get it, but it's like, I think that should be one of those, just like number 10 with Bart.
Yeah,
and like
probably 11 with Julio too.
11 with Julio too.
Yeah,
where it's like, all right, like that's just no, like it should, no other player should wear like that number. And I know I want to keep that as special as possible. I know like a lot of people are like, oh, nobody should wear 21 because of Deion. I disagree with that completely.
Yeah, it's different.
I respect what Deion did while he was with the Falcons. But like he spent 4 years with Atlanta and then left. Like I don't think I don't put Deion Sanders on like the Mount Rushmore of Falcons players. Like, sorry, not sorry. Give me all you want.
Certainly on like I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, but in terms of his contributions to Atlanta specifically,
the hell out of him.
Yeah.
But with Atlanta specifically, I don't think you can like be here for 4 years and be considered this pristine figure whose number is never allowed to be worn. Like Matt Ryan spent 14 years here. Julio Jones spent a decade here. Steve Bartkowski brought the team to relevance for the first time in its history. So I mean, that's just like that. That's just my opinion. Like you don't have to share it, but it was always just funny to me in those debates about like who's the greatest Falcon. It's like, oh, Deion Sanders. Like, no. I totally disagree. Like, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like maybe he spent his career here, sure, but it's like, no.
No, that's a good point. That's part of the consideration too. We have a string of letters and numbers that tipped $5. I'm guessing maybe something got a little scuffed there. So if it's you who tipped a $5, thank you. And if you did have a question you wanted us to answer, feel free to put that in that chat, and we will try to get that for you. I don't know what happened there, but I appreciate it, certainly. 5-minute warning, guys, to join the giveaway. I don't know exactly when the sixth round will start, because they're not really announcing a lot of picks, but 5-minute warning officially for the drawing. But yeah, I do wonder, like, will they act like Bijan's probably going to be able to get the jersey he wants outside of a few players, right? I wonder if they'll ask Lorenzo Carter to move off of 0 if he wants 0. I mean, honestly, like Lorenzo, like I think it's cool that you want to wear 0, but I don't think they would let him keep it over Bijan if Bijan wanted it. Michael Walker but Michael Walker with number 3. I wonder if Bijan would want 3, perhaps. Logan Woodside with 6. QB3 probably not going to have a lot of priority on the single digits.
Yeah, that could be the more realistic spot.
Because I don't think you're asking London. Jeff Okuda already has worn 1. I think he gets to keep 1.
Yeah.
Younghoe Koo, Kyle Pitts, Desmond Ridder, none of them are moving. And like you mentioned, 2, like probably not going to be 2. So he could take one of the 20s, though, if he wants to go that route. But I would rather see him in a single digit. I think he's a single digit guy. I think he should. Yeah. So if Koo wasn't wearing 7, I would say he should take 7 for sure. But
I think they posted his. Somebody asked him, because I think he wore in his lifetime 1, 8, and 5, and then obviously what you talked about, those are taken. So
yeah. So I wonder if he'll go for 3 or 6. Those are, or 0. I think 0 would be cool too.
0 would be cool.
Sorry, Lorenzo.
Honestly, 6 would be kind of cool too.
Yeah, I think you could do like, BI, 6AN, like Bijan, with the 6 in there. I think that would look cool.
And then
For the
you have
Twitters.
like a lot, like 5 through 8 are all very core players for you.
Yeah.
You have Rick London, Bijan, Koo, and then and Kyle Pitts is 8.
Yep.
Yeah.
That could be cool. Mm-hmm. All right.
So the grind continues.
Yes.
Slowly.
Here we go. 176. Evan Hull, Northwestern running back. One of the guys I liked late. Yeah, we got an Evan. There we go. Shout out.
Yeah, great player. Great player.
Yeah. We are getting close to the 6th round now. One more pick here in the 5th round. So
for the record, guys, we still have about 50 picks before the Falcons pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
I always love the day 3 viewers because, like,
those are the.
If you're watching on day 3, like, yeah, you're a diehard. Like,
those are the diehards. It's
like us. You probably need some help outside of football, but we're addicted to it, and we're glad you're all watching.
Especially the like 120 or so that have been here since like noon.
Right. Like a beautiful Saturday, probably wherever you're at, and you chose to be with us.
It is some nice weather outside in Atlanta too.
Yeah, and we're too busy watching names scroll on the bottom of the TV. Like, you gotta love it.
Love it.
We're hanging out though. We're just kicking it.
Yep. Yeah. Kicking it.
But yeah, no, Evan's right. It's easy. It's easy to come in for a few seconds on day 1.
Day 1, everybody shows up, and
everyone
shows gala up and everything. 1. Yeah. I like to think of it like an old-time cruise ship where, like, day 1's that top deck, everybody's walking around fancy. Day 3, you're down there shoveling coal. Like, we're the guys that are like, okay, we're looking at all these deep guys that nobody's even heard of, and, probably won't even end up playing in the NFL. Who knows? But, like, they're,
Yeah.
But we still have the archives. Puka Nacua from BYU.
Oh, man, there's another BYU. Man, Brett Jukes in shambles. Brett Jukes in shambles right now.
But no, I mean, in fairness to the chat, I see a lot of people saying that they are enjoying the beautiful outdoors while having their phone with them and listening and watching us. So, a huge thank you to all of you. And it is some of those diehards who are talking about that. Solaire, Ray Moon, taking us with them to the beautiful outdoors in this lovely spring. So, you get the best of both worlds. You get to enjoy the outdoors, and you get to watch some draft coverage, and you get to kick it with us out here. James Poole.
Yeah. Last pick of the 5th round, Puka Nacua from BYU, as you guys said. So we will now do the $50 NFL shop card giveaway. Like I said, guys, just before we draw, on the off chance that there is a duplicate winner, it will be a new winner today. However, the patron giveaway is separate, and you can win technically one of these and win the patron giveaway. That one's separate. But any future giveaways, obviously, you're back in the pool. It's just we consider these all like a continued thing. Probably not something to worry about, but I want to make sure to say that beforehand, so I don't want anyone to be upset. All right, so here we go, folks. The moment you've all been waiting for. I think at this point, if you're here, you're probably not just here for the giveaway. But, if you are, that's fine. No judgment. We appreciate the view. All right, here we go, folks. Oh, here we go. Another longtime viewer. This is the Revolt. Congratulations, buddy. $50 NFL shop card. Just popped.
He's been very active in the chat today too.
Yep.
Very happy for him.
Yeah, congrats, Revolt. Just make sure to put your Discord name in the chat for us, and I will contact you on Discord to get that in your hot little hand. So, congrats. So that's our 3 winners. We had on day 1 Paul Mack, longtime show viewer. Day 2 Quentin XD, a newer guy, and then again today this is the Revolt, another longtime viewer. So cool.
Excellent.
Congrats.
Honestly, love it. Big shout out to all of those guys. I'm always a bit partial to some of these longer time guys. Winning it, who've been sticking with us from the beginning. But obviously, I'm happy for anyone that does win it. But just my bit of fandom in that.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm, shout out to George as well for making this happen. It was a lot of fun.
George
These guys are,
Costanza, he is the man. He
yeah,
is this is the George Costanza Falcoholic Live draft party.
the George Costanza giveaway. I did get close to actually making that graphic for that with like a nice font, the George Costanza giveaway or something. But I didn't have time. But next year, George, if we do this again, I'll make sure to get that done. So, got Eric Scott Jr. officially the first pick of the 6th round, and we are underway for the 6th round, folks. We are, crawling along, but we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Get there together, right?
It has become a slog. By the way, let me tell you guys, last night coming out of the Taylor Swift concert, so the Benz was like packed, and it's like huge like streets and stuff. So downtown Atlanta is such a vibe at night after like any big event. So I'm like leaving. I just exited the Benz. I'm walking by State Farm Arena to like get to my car. And right outside, I see guys who I recognize who always like sell Hawks and Falcons memorabilia like on the streets, the true entrepreneurs of the city. Somehow they like created a bunch of Taylor Swift merchandise. So, the entrepreneurial spirit is there. And they're probably selling it for much like cheaper than what the like merch truck was selling it for. Right next to them, I saw a guy selling baby turtles. Like literally like baby turtles in boxes, just like selling baby turtles, which was like very very funny.
That's interesting. Yeah.
So as I'm like walking by, I see this like there's this dude like biking people back and forth, like blasting like the Taylor Swift music, knowing his audience. And then like there was this van with like what looked to be a stripper pole inside of it, just like loading people into it. Like, and it was like these middle-aged people, and I'm over here like, damn, bro, this city's vibes can't be matched.
Yeah. I mean, that's exciting, right? Get some baby turtle action.
Very vibrant.
Very vibrant. Yeah.
The Waffle House nearby was absolutely packed. Nice 1 a.m. goers. Yeah, I don't know. I was talking with a couple of my boys, and one of them made a good mention. Like, I cannot imagine, and I can't wait to see what downtown is going to be like if and when the Falcons or Hawks win the title. And like Falcons especially, because we know that this is a Falcons town before anything else. And I mean, just like it'll be like 1 a.m. It'll be just like an all night like fucking party festival at like 1 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
I will literally drive downtown Atlanta right after the end of the Super Bowl if and when we win it.
Yeah, it'll take me. I probably won't be able to get there until the parade, but I'll definitely be there for that at minimum. So, you just have to. You gotta drop everything, get down there.
It's a lifetime experience. I don't want to say once in a lifetime, but hopefully we'll win it a few times.
Hopefully once in a lifetime.
Right.
At least.
At minimum. At minimum. Yeah.
Like, I disagree. The Southeast is more, as a whole, is more Braves. But if we're talking about like downtown Atlanta specifically, that's Falcons as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, we love the Braves, yeah, but it's like the area of just downtown Atlanta is straight Falcons. It's the Falcons are king, and then like when you go more like, more toward the northern suburbs, I would say that then it shifts more toward the Braves, and then like outside of that in the more rural areas, it's UGA.
Yeah. Yep. By the way, this is the Revolt. Still do need your Discord username so we can get that to you. And you do have to be present to win. So if we don't hear from This Is the Revolt in 20, 30 minutes, then we will redraw. So let me know. Let me know, buddy.
I would say, yeah, and I would say downtown. The Hawks are in there somewhere. I don't know. Like, the Hawks have their support when they do very well, and I do think the downtown Atlanta does love the Hawks, but God, I just wish they would show it some more, like by going to more of those games.
Yeah.
Terrell Clark. picked by the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah. That was a guy that I thought the Falcons would be interested in. Probably not so much now that they've got Clark Phillips. I'm just not sure there's any room on the roster. But he was the number 2 corner I still had left on the board. Good pick for the Cards. He has a lot of fans. Apparently, he was like one of the best players at the Shrine Bowl. Went ahead of Travius Hodges-Tomlinson, who has definitely fallen a bit too. He was another guy, top 100 grade type of player, who another short king, except he I think is like legitimately tiny. Let's see, what is he actually? Still had a good RAS. Travius Hodges-Tomlinson. Yeah, under 5'8", 178. So that's pushing it. That's pushing it for NFL thresholds. But he did jump 11 feet in the broad, so he does have that going for him. He's like a super athlete, so that helps a lot. So I believe he will be drafted. He deserves it, certainly. But that size is challenging. All right.
I mean, more
so
to him. Under 5'8" in the NFL. I don't care what position you like play.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Yeah, less than 4. I think we're about 40 picks away for Atlanta here. So we're inching closer, ladies and gentlemen.
They really did this to us by trading. Like, it's all fun and games, and it's all a celebration in March when they traded for Okuda, and we're all excited. But then, then when the Piper gets his due, like when it's draft time on day 3, and we're slogging through 70 picks in between, like the Falcons selecting.
It was more than 70. Yeah, it was like 110, 111 picks is the goal.
111 picks, God.
Yep.
I was just like making random guess.
113 to 224. Yeah, so 111. So yeah, pretty crazy. All right, we got Josh Hayes, defensive back from Kansas State, going to the Bucks here. I won't claim to know who that is. I usually have some kind of take, but yeah, he's not on my board at all, so I don't even know who that is. But hey, best of luck to you. All right, so inching ever closer to the Falcons pick, or perhaps the Falcons trade up into the 6th round, right? We're still holding out hope. We're still only holding out hope. So they have a tradition to maintain of not making 7th round picks. So I expect that they'll be trying. But maybe they'll just do it to spite us. I think they said something at one of the I think that was the pre-draft press conference where they were like, "Oh yeah, Arthur Smith's favorite part was like bringing in all the media like after round 1 and round 2 and like seeing who was like still on their game, because it's so late." So maybe they're trying to test everyone on day 3 as well. This is part of the media combine or whatever. All right. Waiting for the Rams here at 182. And after this pick, we will.
How many times have the Rams picked?
They have a lot of late picks.
Rams picking again.
They have a lot of late picks. So, I don't know how valuable getting like 7, 6th, and 7th rounders is on your roster, but hey, they don't have a lot of cap space, so maybe they need that to fill out the depth chart.
They don't have many early picks, so.
Yeah. So we'll see who the pick is here. But yeah, still some pretty interesting guys left. We do have Jalen Duncan, the developmental offensive tackle, who I think is really falling. Not sure what's going on there. Luke Whippler, the center from Ohio State, who I think the Falcons would love to add if he ends up falling. At this point, I feel like it has to be medicals with Whippler because he was day 2 type of talent. Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver. Kenny McIntosh for trying to fulfill that dog quota.
Dogs.
Right? Go Dogs.
we
We got
need that championship pedigree on our team. We don't have enough.
We do have some linebackers that are interesting still. We got Mohamed Diabate from Utah. I would be shocked if he's not one of the 7th-round picks if he's still there. I think they really like him. D. Winters from TCU. Ivan Pace Jr. from Cincinnati. Love him as well. Safety has thinned out a bit since earlier.
Let's talk about that 62-7 UGA win against TCU and then the Natty point.
Yeah, you want to? Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I respect TCU, and I don't know. Everyone says they shouldn't have been there, but I mean, they sort of earned the right to be there by beating Michigan. I've never understood the argument. It's like, yeah, they got shredded. Michigan was going to get shredded. Like, the real national title game was the semifinal. Both semifinals were amazing, and it's like, I don't know, like, I think it's just lazy to use hindsight and to be like, oh no, like they just got it completely wrong. TCU should have never been there. Like, no, like TCU earned the right to be there. They just got wrecked. Like, I'm sorry, like,
yeah, they got wrecked. They got destroyed.
Yeah, just people like always wanting to argue like for Alabama, like being in the playoff, but it's like, no, like win your fucking games in the regular season, and or your conference title game, and then go to the like playoff. Like Alabama shouldn't get that like right just because they're Alabama.
Yeah. I mean, you don't get to like pick and choose. Like, it's the same thing in the NFL. Like, a lot of the times the conference championship is a better game than the Super Bowl. That's just how it is sometimes. And it's like you got to earn it. You got to win your games, and you got to make it to the championship to win the championship. So I don't want to hear it about, oh, they didn't deserve to be there. Well, you didn't deserve to be there either because you lost your games. So get over it. If you want to be there, win your games. Like... Yeah. Oh, there's Trey Hodges-Tomlinson. There we go.
Oh, nice.
That's a good pick. Really good pick at this time. Like, I mean, yeah, he's tiny, but like still, I mean, 6th round.
I mean, look, we can't really talk about tiny cornerbacks.
Right, yeah. We love short kings on this podcast now. We stand a short king. Clark Phillips. So. And imagine if they had taken Takedale and Clark Phillips, then this would be just the short kings team from going forward. Like, it would be like, this is like that. It's really funny because Arthur Smith is like huge receivers, and like now it's like tiny corners. So it's like, oh, we get small corners, huge receivers. Let's do it. Yeah, we'll be like like on either side of the spectrum. All right. Yeah, good pick there by the Rams, though. I think he's a good value at that spot. That was definitely one of the 3 highest ranked players still left on my board. Again, I don't have a lot of these like later than top 150 guys ranked, so I will run out of takes on some of these guys certainly. But I mean, there's still quite a few top 100 players left. I think there's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
We are slogging right through this, and we still have 165 of you guys listening to us slog right through this. I'm always in awe of the viewers. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah.
I'm always in awe of the sheer number of like. Can you imagine like way back in the day, to even like get 160 on any show is just unfathomable. Now it's like, all right, day 3, hour 4, we're like, we got the diehards.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna this is the Revolt, man. I do need to hear from you by like 4 p.m. or we'll need to redraw it. You do have to be present to win. Do want to give you ample opportunity to respond if you just stepped away for a minute, but do need to hear from you in the next 10 minutes or so. And if not, we will redraw. So, sometimes that happens, right? Yes, Brandon, Bumper Pool is still there. Yep.
Bumper Pool.
Let's go. And now they're just like making these picks so slow, man. It's like, what the hell? What are they doing?
It's a 6th round, guys. Like, hurry the fuck up.
Yeah, get your stuff together. Like, are you really just waiting to see who the previous pick was to have your card ready? Like, come on, it's a 6th round.
Yeah. Like what? Are you waiting for someone to give you an offer for a trade up? Like, it's a 6th round, bro.
Falcons working the phones. They're trying to get up here to get rid of these 7s. So
they will get rid of at least one.
Yeah. The Eagles just waived Marvin Wilson. That was a guy I remember us talking about a couple of years ago, right? Yeah.
Was he the corner?
No, defensive tackle Marvin Wilson. I think he was like a nose tackle that was really highly rated for a while and then fell because he had a bad last season. So.
Oh, by the way,
Wasn't there a corner from the Gators who was? I thought that was
Marco
Marvin
Wilson. Yeah, he
Marco
ended up
Wilson,
starting
okay.
for the Cardinals. I think he ended up starting.
he's
Which-
ending up having a better career than C.J. Henderson, who was another guy from
Right.
Florida,
Right.
who was a top 10 pick, who I think the Falcons almost moved up for in that year's draft.
Yeah.
He's on the Panthers now.
I think so. Yeah, he got traded to the Panthers.
And he got traded for a late round pick. The Falcons, meanwhile, got A.J. Terrell, which was a much better pick.
No kidding.
And Akuda.
Remember,
he was in that draft, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Akuda was
AJ
better
Terrell's
than that
been the
draft.
best of all. Yeah. Yep.
I think it would have taken the Falcons at least another first rounder to move up for Henderson too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, was the next year Pitts?
Yes. Yes. The next year was Pitts.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
So
I'm glad they
Crazy to
waited.
think about like that.
disastrous
Yeah,
trade.
they waited. Yep. JL Skinner going off the board here, one of the top safeties left. Really weird guy. At the Senior Bowl, he's like a 6'3" safety, and his legs are just tiny. Like, they're tiny. Like, I don't understand how it's possible. Like, his legs are so thin. So that was a little bit jarring to see on the field, but does get drafted here by the Broncos. Certainly someone I think that was like an early day 3 type of guy, but and then we are continuing. So I think at this point we're now officially 40 picks away. So
Yeah, we're back into the 40s.
we're getting closer. We're getting closer.
And then, like, please, if they're gonna trade the picks, please just do it right now. Like, don't
Let's do it. Yeah.
don't like get there and then be like, all right, now we're trading it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if I can shamelessly plug. Afterwards, the UDFA tracker will be live.
Yeah.
For
Hype it up.
anyone
Hype it
wanting
up.
to see.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if you're
that's what
looking
they
for
said.
like the people who didn't get drafted, we'll have
Right.
that up on the
Yeah, that's
website.
what they said they wanted to do, right? Was to try to get the UDFA, like they want to get a head start on the UDFA, so they want to be like done in the draft room. But
Yeah.
I mean, technically, like they're picking relatively early in the 7th round, so they're not having to wait super late to make a bunch of picks. All right.
And Joe, to answer your question, I think they will work on a contract extension for AJ Terrell.
Yeah.
As soon as they can agree to one. Like, I don't think that they want to. Like, I think Terrell is there for their long-term plans. I do not think that they want to have him like playing through the 5th-year option and then potentially having to tag him. We saw the same thing with Chris Lindstrom. He had a year left on his 5th year, and they worked a massive contract extension with him.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Terrell is in their long-term plans, and I think they would want to get an extension done. I mean, probably it wouldn't surprise me if they were already just like talking with his representatives on a possible extension, getting that legwork going.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. I think they're going to try to do that next year if possible.
And it also would not surprise me if they if they front loaded the deal a little bit.
Yeah.
So Terrell makes $4.5 million this year. His 5th-year option, which the Falcons just picked up, $12.3 million next year. The team has so much money to spend, and they won't have as many needs as they have this year. It wouldn't surprise me if they opted to just be like, all right, we're gonna take a longer cap hit, like in year 1, and we're just gonna make it like an easier pill to swallow in the coming years, as, for example, Lindstrom's extension starts jumping up.
Yeah. All right. Pick
Then Kyle Pitts
185 on deck. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah.
Yep. Kyle Pitts, of course. One thing that it's not great for Pitts and his representation, but I do not think the Falcons will be paying a massive premium for Pitts regarding the contract, um, because they will have an opportunity to tag him if he does like end up being like what we expect. The Falcons can tag him for a very, very reasonable amount. Like the tight end franchise tag is among the lowest in the NFL. I think this year was like what 12 million for the
Yeah,
tight
or
end
maybe
tag.
less. Yeah, I don't know, something like that.
And Kyle Pitts will argue that he should be tagged like a wide receiver. But there's precedent in the NFL that's like the NFL will not side with him. There's already precedent from Jimmy Graham with the Saints in I think 2013, where Graham argued that he should, after he was tagged, that he should be given the wide receiver tag, which is a lot more. And he went to the NFL and he used evidence of his 70% of snaps lined up out wide. But the NFL sided with the Saints because of that precedent. I have no doubt that the NFL will side with the Falcons in case of any appeal. So that's one of the advantages, like of having Pitts, is tight ends are a lot cheaper than, for example, Jamar Chase is going to make so much more money than Kyle Pitts will.
Yep.
Right now, at the moment, Travis Kelce is in the middle of a 4-year, $57 million contract. And, that sounds, it's not terrible for for an elite weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We got a couple interesting ones. Zaire Barnes from Western Michigan going to the Jets at 184. Legitimately never heard that name before. And then wide receiver Parker Washington from Penn State going to the Jaguars at 185. That one I have heard. It's an interesting guy. All right, it is 4 o'clock. We have not heard from This Is the Revolt, so we will be redrawing here. So everyone hold on to your butts. Here we go. All right, John Magdaleno, you are the new winner. What's up, man? I know you've been in here all 3 days. So congratulations, John. Like I said, please do get us your Discord name if you can, and we will get that to you. So congratulations, John Magdaleno.
Restart the count.
Restart the count. Yeah, you don't have to re-enter. It's keeping everybody who was already entered, but.
And then if John isn't here, what is there, another hour or 30 minutes?
Yeah, we'll just give him 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so to claim it, but I'll tweet about it too, just to make sure.
I'm opening my snack though. I can't do it anymore.
What's that?
I'm starting my snack.
That's
it
fair.
Is cheddar Chex Mix. Chex Mix.
Oh, nice.
I'm here for a sponsorship. You saw what we did for Twizzlers.
Yeah.
Hit Evan up. He's my representative.
Right.
My agent.
I almost forgot about that. I was seriously like, hey, Adnan likes Twizzlers. Can you send him a shirt or something? And then we sent you like boxes of Twizzlers.
Yeah. Sent me a 2-year supply.
Yeah.
I don't have any of it anymore. I gave it all away, and I donated a lot of it because it was like boxes and boxes of like their newest like creation Twizzlers and like the old school ones. And anytime I would go anywhere, I would just like bring Twizzlers with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. This man Jason Gaines is ruthless. Yep. He's not here. Redraw.
All right. John Magdaleno, you are the winner. And tackle Jalen Duncan coming off the board there. I think that was the highest. Yeah, he was the highest guy left on my board. So, good pick by the Titans there for sure. kind of a steal, honestly. But apparently the NFL was just nowhere near as high on him as the media was.
Random complaint, but I think it's such a travesty that there hasn't been a college football game since like 2013 or whatever. Like all the great college players that have come through, like growing up. I mean, there's a whole generation of kids right now that are playing Madden that never got to play college football, because those college football games were a blast. And I know they were both made by EA, but it seemed like college football game was so much better. Like they were advanced with their equipment in the game and all this kind of stuff. And it's like all these great players that we're watching the NFL now, a lot of them didn't get, to be in college football.
Well, those college games were miles ahead of Madden.
Mm-hmm.
Madden was just the same, and Madden continues to be the same thing, except updated. I think there was like a year there where they went into the Frostbite, like they like transferred over to Frostbite, like made it like, which made the gameplay a bit more realistic. But beyond that, like Madden, another complaint that I'm gonna make about sports games, I think Ultimate Team modes have completely destroyed sports games.
They have.
Like every single sports game that you play, like Madden or FIFA, for example, I don't know if it's like as big of a thing in 2K. 2K does a lot more like My Park stuff, but Ultimate Team, like EA especially, has just thrown every single thing into Ultimate Team, into the microtransactions that they get from it, and they don't focus at all on the gameplay. They don't focus at all on franchise modes. Online franchises are a joke. And it's just, I don't know, like I haven't played video games in a couple of years, but it was even like getting to be a thing back when I was like still playing. And it was just a shame, just like, just how, like those games have turned into a shell of themselves from like way back.
I can promise you it has not changed. Like they do minor changes, like because I always like playing franchise, and in college football I like playing like Road to Glory and all that kind of stuff. But there goes that boot guy went to the Patriots. But their games have not changed at all. They just keep being like the same thing, and then they'll bring back something they took away like a year ago and try and like make it like it's big news or something. And somebody mentioned college football is coming back. It was supposed to be back this year, but then they postponed it to next year. So, but it's EA, and they have been struggling to make good games lately. So it'll probably not be good anymore.
I don't have high hopes. Like
I don't either.
I think even with the new college game, and you were right, the old college games were so much ahead of the NFL games. Like just the presentation. I remember I was all about the presentation.
Here's one really cool thing, not to cut you off, but college football, they had, I don't know if you remember, but if you were like a massive school, and a lot of it took into part your ranking. So if you were like the number one team in the nation, let's pretend you were Georgia Bulldogs, your stadium was packed. But if you sucked, your stadium didn't have as many fans, and like the lower schools didn't have. But in Madden, everything is so like NFL focused to where like you could be 1 in 15 or whatever playing your games, and you've got a full stadium and everybody's going crazy. It's like, that's not realistic. Plus there's no concussions. Like if there's a player who's out, like it's just weird that like, but I mean, I get it. The NFL is like completely micromanage them too, to where like there's certain aspects you can't, like every stadium's jam packed, But,
no, it's just not much of a simulation. No,
it's the little things. I always appreciated the little things.
Yeah.
The NCAA games, for example, not just the stadiums, but the presentation going into the games. For example, they had the like pregame show where Lee Corso would like choose who would win, and like they had ESPN game breaks, like you run a play and then they'll like go to an ESPN game break with like all the like statistics and like oh, this team like just beat these guys, and it was just like, this was 2013, and it's like I don't know, I just appreciated the little attention to detail that you get like actually like watching like in real life,
right?
And like for me, like even like sometimes on those NCAA games, I was so like enthralled with the realisticness, with the reality of it. I would like play on a sideline camera, and like
Yeah.
I do my like franchise, and I'd play on a sideline camera, and I wouldn't even know which wide receivers are open. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to circle this time.
Right.
He's
Right.
running slant. He's running this like the go route. I know when to wait. So I don't know. I always just appreciated that, and yeah. I mean, I hope that they like come out with a really good game, but
Mhm.
I'm just scared that it'll be more Ultimate Team BS and like more
Yeah.
micro.
Probably.
It's ridiculous.
I'm afraid they got rid of the football people within their
Right.
company and have
Yeah,
more
they've
like
screwed
the
over the
money
franchise
makers.
mode, because franchise mode is the like why
It's-
else do you
yeah.
play? Like, I mean, online mode is
Right.
cool, like if you're into that like competitive stuff, but
Yeah.
like Ultimate Team sucks. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I
it's
get
not
why,
fun. Yeah.
but they make money from it.
Oh, they
because
make
people
tons of
play
money
and want to
off of it.
upgrade and
Yeah.
all this kind of stuff. Where franchise, I'm not paying them a dime. It's just like
No.
I bought the game, so I get the financial side, but it's pretty much them saying like, screw the diehards, like we just want to make money, and
That's EA
that's
for
what they
ya,
want
for
to
those of
do.
you.
That's their
Yeah.
reputation they're getting.
Yeah.
There's a downside to
I will
everything. Do you remember? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, do you remember when it didn't last very long, but EA made I don't even remember what it was called, but it was like Madden where you were just the coach. I can't remember what it's called though, but
No,
it came out for like 2 years. It was like I don't
it
even
was like
know.
Coach 2005 or like something.
Yeah, I want to feel like Tony Dungy was on the cover. Like it was like Madden where you didn't play. You were literally, it was its own game. You were literally just the coach.
Yeah,
EA coach. Okay, I guess that's what it was called. Somebody said it's kind of basic, but yeah, I never bought it. I just remember it being a thing, and like looking back, it's like, how the hell did they like get away with that?
I saw it at GameStop a couple times, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's funny you
it was
say that
literally
because
Madden everything. Like
Yes.
the graphics, everything was Madden. You just could not play.
it was the coach. Yeah, so funny enough, I actually modded I think it was Madden 20 to put coach mode in because I actually wanted that. I wanted the simulation because like
Yeah.
you can game like if you play the players, you can like get by with like having a worse roster and you just play it really well. So I wanted the simulation and I wanted to call the plays, but I wanted the game to actually play the players, so it would be like a simulated game more than me
Right.
playing it. So I actually you can mod Madden on PC quite extensively to make the game a lot better. But it's just like sad that you have to add this mode back in that used to be in there, and you have to like add in correct rosters, and you have to add in like there's a lot of like stats tweaks to the players that make
Yeah.
the gameplay like way better. But you have to manually go in and like enter all of these changes for all these players, and
Right.
it really does, make the game a lot better.
Yeah.
But it's just a shame that the fans have to do that. It's kind of ridiculous. But
Yeah,
congra-
within
it's-
franchise mode, they had they removed a bunch of this stuff, but for a few years it was basically like a senior bowl when you were doing franchise mode before the draft, and it like would have all the draft prospects where you play. I think it was like in Hawaii or like at the Pro Bowl stadium in Hawaii or whatever, but you could play all the draft prospects in an actual game. So it kind of gave you the feel of, you're actually getting to try these guys out instead of, oh, they gave them a letter grade. Like that's
Right,
pretty much all
right.
you have to do in franchise is like, you can't watch anything. You just trust the numbers, and sometimes they'll be like completely off anyways. I mean,
Right.
trying to be, I guess, realistic, but yeah, they removed, and you used to be able to do more. I think there was 1 or 2 years where there was actually like a combine type thing where you could like
Mhm.
run the 40 and stuff. But
Yep.
um,
No, they abandoned all that.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yep.
yeah, congrats once again to John Magdaleno, who did officially claim the prize. So,
congrats.
congrats.
So
Let us know what you buy, Falcons
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to continue talking about video games.
Yeah, please,
So-
please, yes, anything really. Yeah.
Please, for the love of God, come on.
Yeah, please.
We're an hour for. Come on. No, I do want to say. I just wanted to make a point. You know what game has stood the test of time, so to speak, a little bit. And this is a game where I played it like at the very beginning and I haven't played it in years. Fortnite. Like
Yeah, it really
Fortnite-
has.
That game has
Fortnite-
blown up. That game blew up. Yeah.
The thing is, Fortnite originally blew up, and they were already like, they are like all about the microtransactions, but they gave it to everyone for free, which like I think it was a genius move from the very
And the microtransactions, I don't think make you better, from my understanding. I don't mind them when they're cosmetic purely.
Yeah, it's just strictly cosmetic. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
I want to like get this skin, I want to get this, whatever.
Right.
But it's like the thing that Fortnite has done a great job of is they continue to reinvent itself. It continues to reinvent itself. It's not at all like if you play Fortnite now versus if you played it like all those years ago when you first started, it's like a completely different game. And it has like they have just done a great job of like PR and of advertising, like changing the maps, of like getting that community like to really care about all of the stuff on the outside of it. And then they bring in like, a lot of anime fans, I guess, are like big Fortnite players. So they've like bought the rights to a lot of these like anime characters of like you have all the Dragon Ball characters, you have like Goku, like Super Saiyan, Ultra Instinct, stuff like that.
They have NFL too. I bought the Falcons skin.
Oh, do they have NFL now too?
Yeah. You can put you can wear each team has the home, away, or the not throwback. I wish the like we have the gradient or whatever, and then you can put your own name. You can choose your name and number and stuff. I've only played like maybe 20 times, but I went ahead and bought those skins just because I was like, oh, there's Falcons stuff. But I did the same thing on Rocket League too.
And it's like one of those. Like they have the Attack on Titan characters. They have Rick and Morty out there.
Oh, DC. There's DC. I think Marvel's in it too. Like they have everybody in there. Yeah.
They had a Thanos type thing like way back when I was still playing it.
Yeah.
Where you like collect all the Infinity Stones or like whatever, and it was like they continue to reinvent it for the community because they're doing it to like enhance like the gameplay for the community, and that's like really, I don't know. I feel like that's they've not only stood the test of time, but it's just as popular now as it always has been. And I think like the blueprint is there for these other franchises where it's like just pay attention to what the people who are the diehards and who do play your game, pay attention to what they want, pay attention to what they're saying online, because that's what Fortnite's been doing. And I mean, I'm not saying this is like someone who's even played Fortnite in the past 6 years. Those teenagers and little kids like beat my ass at that game. Like I can't compete with them who like play all the time. But it's like, I don't know. I'm just saying it's just a shame that these sports franchises are just like doing the exact opposite of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, Andy S. Gallagher on Twitter. Andy, did you get some sleep? Are you regenerated? I mean, I think it's a little bit more like normal time now in the UK, but
it is.
Yeah,
it is. It's 9:15 now, so yeah. Doing all right. It's a much more kind of casual speed for the Falcons.
yes.
Just joining now and hearing Adnan talking about Fortnite kind of says it all about
about day 3,
which we're operating at the moment.
But
you guys are still here, so like full credit to you.
Yes, and speaking of, day 3, punter just went off the board here, Bryce Behringer to the Patriots at 192. And before that, we did have some Falcons targets come off, unfortunately, with at pick 188, not really a Falcons target, but the Philadelphia Eagles took quarterback Tanner McKee from Stanford. The Los Angeles Rams at 189 selected edge rusher O'Shawn Mathis from Nebraska. This is where the Falcons guys came off, with the Browns selecting center Luke Whippler from Ohio State at 190, and then at 191, the Bucks got wide receiver Trey Palmer, who I know that pick was traded, I think, 5 times that pick has been traded. So pretty wild stuff, but Commanders on the clock at 193 after the Patriots took punter Bryce Behringer.
The Patriots can't have been picking again. Every time I look up, the Patriots are on the clock.
I think they have a bunch more too. So
how many picks have they got?
A lot.
I think they drafted a punter and a kicker in this draft so far.
I think you might be right about that.
That's Belichick. Yeah. He loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he just loves it.
Special teams matters.
Yeah. What do you think about Clark Phillips, Andy?
I like the pick. Yeah, I don't think it's some like incredible steal. I think it's a roundabout where he should have come out like off the board. I think if you looked purely purely from watching him, I think he's better than the fourth round talent. But it's difficult to kind of overlook the fact that he's built like a child, essentially.
5'9". Short king,
yeah,
short king, yeah.
It is, yeah, short king, yeah.
Andy, all these guys who are 5'9" and shorter are about to come after you, just so you know.
Yeah. Well, it's fine. It's fine if you're working in an office at that height. It's slightly more difficult when you're being asked to cover a tight end or something. So hopefully we won't have to do that. But it reminded me a bit of when the team drafted Ricardo Allen, and you're kind of looking at him, and you're like, everything you watch is this guy can play. He's got that attitude. He knows what he wants to do. He's making plays. He's doing all of that. But you just look at it and go, I'm just not 100% sure. With Allen, I'm not 100% sure what his role is at the next level, because he'd been predominantly playing outside in the same way that Phillips plays predominantly outside, and it's not as easy of a transition into the slot as I think people often think it is, as we've seen with players in the past. That, I mean, you look at Isaiah Oliver, who actually flourished in the slot, but there is a big difference between playing on the outside, where you've got the sideline and you can use it to your advantage, and then all of a sudden you're moved inside, and players can go in both directions, and you've got those kind of shorter, quicker guys. So my anticipation obviously is that he's going to be featuring pretty heavily on nickel packages, and he's going to be used in the slot. But I think, you look at his production on the ball, and you look at, let's say, the kind of attitude that he plays the game with, and I think he's just one of those guys that you just want to have on your team, and you want to see kind of what happens with him. So whether he comes in straight away and starts, or whether they decide that they're going to try Mike Hughes inside, which is a decision.
Hey, UCF legend Mike Hughes, okay?
Yeah. He should have just stayed at UCF, really. But
maybe,
but either way, I don't expect him to necessarily start week one there. He might be that kind of fourth or fifth cornerback or whatever, but he's someone who I think, once he starts seeing the field, and once the coaching staff kind of spend time with him, I expect his role to kind of grow and grow and grow. And I think he'll end up being like a good pick for the team.
Yeah. Mad Tom K says, just for that, the Falcons are going to draft Deuce Vaughn, just for your slander of short kings. So
yeah, they've stayed away from it under Terry. It's been a lot of the prospects have been the kind of high speed guys, but I think at the stage that they were picking, I don't think you were going to find a guy who would come in and compete for an outside corner spot. I think they feel relatively confident with who they've got there. But I think his role will kind of continue to grow, and it wouldn't surprise me if in a year's time we were kind of talking about him. We were saying, that the Phillips has got the nickel spot locked up.
Yeah, he didn't really play it a lot. That's the thing. It's not. I think a lot of people were like, "Oh, well, he's small. Just put him in the slot." Well, it's like, it's a completely different position. You have to deal with two-way goes on every snap. You have to play a different technique. A lot of times, you're going to be asked to tackle more, and he's a good tackler. So that's not really the concern. Definitely an area that he's improved a lot in over his career. I believe in 2021, he had a 57.1 run defense grade, and then he improved that to 70 in 2022, his final season. But it'll take time for him to learn to play the slot, if that is where they want him to play. I also brought up, there's a chance that he could be an outlier like a DJ Reed, like another. Really, DJ Reed is like the one corner under 5'10" that plays outside. So I wouldn't necessarily bank on that, but again, I think he does have the high upside as a potential really good slot player. But because the things you mentioned are all valid, like he probably fell because the athletic testing wasn't crazy good for his size. He ran a 4.5 flat. Obviously, the 10-yard split was really good, but 5'9", 185, and you don't run like a 4.4, like teams are going to be like, whoa, what is this? So I think he's good, but again, arm length is a concern, right? Just 29-inch arms, and the size is limiting. So
yeah, absolutely. But I think, I think that given the potential positions that they could have targeted, I think that the cornerback was a very real one where you could still get an upgrade at that point. It'll be interesting to see if they stay with the 2 7th-round picks. I'd imagine that combining them probably wouldn't get you up that far. I doubt there's, aside from apparently the Patriots who want every pick, I doubt there's that much of kind of a desire for teams to get back in it. But yeah, where have you guys been kind of looking as potential targets in terms of position groups? Obviously, it's difficult with a round plus to go to say, oh yeah, we should be looking at this player. But in terms of positions that you think they could make some movements on, what are you thinking?
I mean, it hasn't stopped us certainly from talking about position, from actual players, but I'm sure you understand at this point. But yes, to me, wide receiver, safety, tight end, all linebacker, all spots. But I'll Adnan, Evan, what are you guys thinking at this point as we see the Saints trade up again? So they can't help themselves. They can't help themselves.
Apparently, they sent Adam Trotman or whatever to the Broncos or something. I was reading on Twitter.
Another bust.
Trade.
Another 3rd-round bust for the Saints. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Adam Trotman to the Broncos. So is that who had that pick? Does anybody remember?
I don't remember.
Well, that was how they acquired it, or those are two different transactions.
I'm looking it up. I'm looking into it.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Pelissaro said for pick 196, but on my TV that's showing Tampa. So maybe then I don't really understand that.
I remember them hyping Troutman up all offseason last year.
Yeah.
I mean, the Saints just do that. Saints fans just do that. Like I said, they have the best team of all time every year, and they win 8 or 9 games.
Yep.
Oh, it's 195. So he just had the wrong thing. But yeah, so that's how they got this pick. So, but no, to answer Andy's question, I'm looking. I don't know who's going to be there, and if any of them are even worth anything. But receiver, theoretically, receiver to me would be the top one. But I mean, if BPA exists, just take somebody you think might do something. I don't know.
I definitely think we need some more depth at safety. Honestly, no matter what in the 7th round, it's these guys. I will group these 7th rounders in with the UDFAs. Legitimately,
yeah.
The Falcons will get all those positions with UDFAs. We still need another safety. We still need another wide receiver. You can never have enough depth on the defensive line and a cornerback. You just hope to get some of these UDFAs that are good enough to make the roster, that compete and give you that valuable depth. Specific names that I'm targeting in the 7th round are Josephus from Princeton, the speedster wide receiver, and Andrew Voorhees, who, if he had not have gotten hurt, would have been off the board probably in day 2.
Yeah. And that's kind of where you take those guys who are they got hurt, but let's take them because they could turn out something, and if they don't end up being even decent, it was a 7th round pick.
Yeah, nothing's lost.
It's a lottery ticket. I mean, look at what the Falcons did in the 7th round last year. They took 2 guys who are probably not going to make any impact for the team ever.
Yeah.
That's what happens at this point in the draft. You're just hoping if they make your roster, it's a W. So
they took Schaefer, the offensive lineman out of Georgia, and John Fitzpatrick.
Mm.
And I mean, Fitzpatrick got hurt, but it's like
I'm not sure he was making it either way, was he?
Fitzpatrick have a spot on this team.
If they don't add another tight end, then yes, I think he does.
Well, that one, I didn't know that guy you were saying Kuntz or whatever. He's 6'7". He's like a big guy.
Yeah, he got 10, a perfect RAS, didn't he?
Yes, 10 perfect 10. So Arthur Smith is salivating right now, waiting to get Zach Kuntz in the 7th round.
The spirit of Eric Saubert out here, getting the 7th round.
Right. Yeah, the Saints do take A.T. Perry with that pick. I know that's going to make a lot of Falcons fans mad, but I don't think A.T. Perry is good, guys. I'm sorry. I think his athletic profile is going to really limit him, and he has a lot of problems catching the football. So
he's a people guy. Like that's it. He's not. He's not running kind of like a complex route tree or anything.
Yeah, and it's like
the Troutman trade makes so much sense. I forgot about the Sean Payton connection.
Yeah. No, and like A.T. Perry, great size, good weight. He did run that 4.47 40. I don't love his I don't love his change of direction, and he doesn't catch the football well. And that's a big problem for me. But I mean, it's the 6th round, so he's definitely worth a dart throw at this point. Like to be clear, but
is that Andre Carter? I mean, I don't know if he's still going to be there, but
he seems to have like the worst.
What's his thing for falling?
He's had like the worst pre-draft process ever. Andre Carter, like in December or so, people were talking about him as potentially even sneaking into the 1st round, and it's just gone downhill from bad to worse. Like I mean, someone said because he's Army, isn't he? Like it's not a guarantee that he's not in Afghanistan in a year's time. Like the way things are going at the moment. Like,
you never really know. He didn't test out as well as people thought either. He is 6'6", right? That's great. Over 6'6". He did have a good agility, right? He hit that 6.973 3 cone, which is really good. But jumps were bad. Just 11 reps on the bench, and the tape this year was just not very good. His production in 2021 was just ridiculous, but he did not build on that or replicate it even. I think it was just a flash in the pan type of season, and certainly like the traits, the size, the agility, like you can probably do something there, but it's like I think that's why he's falling. It's just the tape wasn't very good this year.
You can talk yourself into it, and it wouldn't completely surprise me if whether or not he gets drafted. I think he probably does at this stage still. Like it wouldn't surprise me if you looked at it at preseason week 3 and all of a sudden he's got 2 sacks against someone. And people are starting to talk about him and hype him a bit. But as you say, it was a kind of very disappointing season for him when given the base that he was working off after 2021.
Yeah. Elijah Higgins goes to the Dolphins here at 197, wide receiver from Stanford. Maybe a tight end conversion, considering his testing and stuff like that. But there's a lot of wide receivers still. I would be sort of shocked at this point if a wide receiver is not one of the Falcons' final 2 picks. I would be pretty shocked by that. I mean, there's just too many good ones. Now, we still got almost 20, 25, 26 picks until Atlanta's up. So obviously a lot of those receivers can come off the board, but it seems like that's probably going to be one of the selections. So we'll see.
So I know we're talking players. There's a really cool tweet that I came across that I actually had sent to me. The Twitter account is from Mark Dalton. I guess he's like a Cardinals reporter. He's on the Cardinals media relations team. So the Cardinals took in the 5th round. I'm just going to read this off, just because we're in fucking hour 4.5 now. The Cardinals took quarterback Clay Toon in the 5th round, from the University of Houston. So Clay Toon's great uncle was Jim Lawrence, a back from TCU, and he was the first draft pick ever for the Cardinals in their history. So Lawrence was the 5th overall pick in 1936 in the NFL's inaugural draft of all time. And he posted a picture of Lawrence just hold on, let me try to you guys can see that. That's that's and the old school helmet, just playing football when men were men, and back during the good old days of the gridiron when forward passes probably weren't a thing. So that's
back when you didn't wear gloves or
Yep.
need a face mask.
No, that was back. That was the heyday.
Well, back when you got hurt, you just go out there.
Yeah.
They literally rub some dirt on it, and they're like, "All right, you're fine. Get out there."
Yeah, you're not rolling in substitutes or anything. It's
No, you play every snap.
Yeah, you were kicker, quarterback, and corner.
Yeah, so his
that's how it
great
works.
uncle played during the Great Depression, which is a really cool fact.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I always find it fascinating seeing the the family, I think Pierce Johnson, his dad or somebody played for the Cardinals, and then he ended up getting drafted or whatever by him. And then Joey Porter Jr. That's going to be a really good story. They'll be able to pump that marketing wise.
That's a Steeler legend for one, and he's their former DC. They love Joey Porter up in Steel City, and I mean, they're going to immediately embrace his son.
The marketing possibilities are crazy with that kind of stuff.
It's really cool that they had the picture of Joey Porter holding a toddler Joey Porter Jr. both in Steelers gear back when Porter played for them.
Yeah.
It does make you feel older though. Just seeing they were sharing on Falcons Twitter that picture of Bijan as a kid and his Pop Warner, and it had the new Falcons logo, or not new, but the current one, and I'm like, damn, it really has been that long, since we had the old logo as the primary logo. It's crazy.
Yeah. We did get a donation. We did get a donation real quick from Swami57 with the $2. Thank you, man. Didn't see a question with that, so if you did have one, it didn't come through, put that in the chat, Swami, and we'll try to get to that for you. But please continue.
Oh, I was gonna say I wouldn't mind going back to that logo, legitimately. I mean, I don't know what the NFL rules are with that. Because I know
I'm sure it's been past time to where they could do something.
Yeah, probably.
I know, for example, with the NBA. So the NBA rules are you cannot reuse an old school logo. You have to change it at least a little bit. So for example, I know this because when the Atlanta Hawks changed their logo from the Hawk to the Pac-Man. So if you look at the old school logo, the Pac isn't looking forward. It's looking up just a little bit, and it doesn't have this little beak right here. It's the beak is different. It has a beak, but it's slightly different. So they had to make those slight changes that you barely notice, but they weren't allowed to just take the old logo from the 80s and just slap that on and be all right, this is our logo again. I don't know what rules the NFL has with that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. All right, with the Ravens here, this is an exciting name. Okay, here we go. Malasala Amuva. Wow, that's impressive. Amave Laulu. Malasala Amave Laulu. I imagine he's Hawaiian, Polynesian, something like that. Yeah.
These are the names that they should be giving to the 11-year-old kids.
Yeah, the kids to try to pronounce. Yeah. They gave him Nick Saldiveri. They made some kid try to pronounce that. That was brutal.
Right off the bat. Yeah.
Yeah.
They not to double back to the logo thing, but I always like this one. It's like they did like our current logo, but made it look more like the old one. It was from Moss Design on Instagram. Shout out to them if they're watching for some reason. But it just kind of removed the like lines, I guess, and it's still
Yeah.
but it kind of mashes the two together. I like that kind of look, and
That's cool.
but
Yeah, more of a classic look, but with the modern design.
right. And here's
Yeah.
it with the red helmet. If you were more of a red helmet person, but I don't know. There's a lot of things they could do there.
I'm very much a red helmet person. I say we need to go
Yeah,
back
me too.
forever.
Yeah.
But no, this is what I was talking about. So you look at this is the old
Yeah.
logo.
Oh, they definitely upgraded.
Yeah.
Oh no, I like the new one way more. But you see, like they made the slight changes, the like
Right.
very
Yeah.
small changes to it,
Mhm.
which like we just couldn't use the old one. They switched it up a bit. And yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I like the new one a lot more. But yeah, it's just like small little things like that. I don't know if the NFL like has the same rules.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to think. I don't think anybody's really done that yet.
Like where they've gone back.
Usually
to
it's
the
just
logo.
they kind of like kind of like the Lions where they took their old logo and just kind of made it newer. But like they didn't. I don't think anybody's really gone back to an old one.
Because I don't know if they're allowed to. Like I think,
I'm trying to think. The Rams, they kind of tried, like they kind of looked at their really old stuff, but it's not the same.
yeah, like you can go back to the older one, but you have to like slightly switch it up
Right.
a little bit, I think.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know what the like with copyright rules or like stuff. I don't know. Like I'm not in the NFL legal teams for that kind of stuff.
Right.
But yeah, I would be down. I mean, honestly, I'm not really asking for much with this. At the very least, change the number font for the Falcons jerseys.
Yes, please,
I haven't even
please
bought
do.
the new jersey yet, just because I'm not a fan of them. I like the away jerseys having the black numbers again, but yeah, I haven't been a fan of the like new stuff. I don't know.
Hey, what's up, man? Savion, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing
Good.
well, slogging through.
Wanna
I
say hi?
know. Hi. Welcome into the show. Who is this? I haven't made a name card for this person, so.
Oh, I have to get accustomed to this one. This is Zariah.
Hi, Zariah. Hi. Get the Zariah cameo in here.
Ready to help us cover the 6th round of the draft.
There looks like a lot of energy there for that. So.
Oh yeah. She's bored with this non-Terry Fontenot aggressiveness, just like we all are.
Yeah, there's still a chance that they get rid of the 7th. There's still a chance. So.
I just thought it would be done by.
Yeah.
We all did.
I would be as well. I'd be like the Saints are, where I think they just kind of get bored about not doing things, so they just go, yeah, shall we just trade up and like have another go at this, and then see what happens. And that seems to be their approach to everything, doesn't it? We'll just deal with whatever it is. We want to do this now.
No, they'll maximum mess with us by trading back for Mr. Irrelevant and by forcing us to wait all the way to the last pick. Then they'll trade that pick for another 7th next year.
For 7th in the future.
We won't even get the payoff for it.
Nope.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, it's all good. Well, what do you think about the Falcons draft so far? We haven't heard your take yet. So
it's been fine. I think that after the first round, I was thinking that we're gonna, just go BPA, and I feel like we haven't really done that, or at least in my mind, we haven't done that. So I don't know where Bergeron was on their board. I don't know where Zach Harrison was on their board, but guessing it was pretty high up. It wasn't very high on mine, but it is what it is. Started the day off with a fantastic pick in Clark Phillips III. I mean, you can't ask for better value for what's.
Is that a door?
No, it's a dog. It's a big dog.
Screeching. Yeah. That's the highest pitched dog noise I've ever heard. Yeah.
Are you in danger?
Jeez, no one's in danger. I just wants to go outside, and I've been given instruction not to let him outside.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, started the day off with a fantastic pick in Clark Phillips III, who is, I mean, just excellent value where he was picked up at, and so now you just play a waiting game.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. No, that's very fair. And I yeah, you know, Matt Bergeron, of course, I had to stand immediately because he's a Syracuse guy, and you know, I'm a big Orangeman fan. So you know, I had to do that. No, Bergeron is really good, so I think people will warm up to that pick. But oh, here we got a dog on screen here on NFL Network. Tegan, running back, University of Cuteness. So that's the dog we were talking about. We were talking about adding dogs to the roster, but yeah,
that's the only dogs we'll be adding. You know,
yeah,
for you.
Those are the only dogs now. Yeah. Not sure there are any more actual Georgia Bulldogs in this draft class, but what's up, Daniel? How you doing, man?
Daniel, I think you're on mute.
Oh, I was on mute. That's a rough look. Oh, yeah, long day for sure, but, you know,
Yeah.
We're still having fun with it, so.
We out here.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how's it been popping over here?
It's good. It's good.
We
Yeah.
talked about video games for about an hour, for about a half
We
hour.
killed an hour with that. Yep. Fortnite discussion. Yeah.
We did talk about the Falcons plenty. We talked about like what color RP is at one point.
I told him to check the chart,
I
the
wasn't
competitive chart.
involved in that.
Yeah, no, I said he's got to check the chart and find out if he's a bad teammate or not. Yeah.
I mean, we're about to enter hour 5 here in just a little bit, and the Falcons have 100 selections between their picks.
It's like the Big Brother house at this stage, where it's just evolved into chaos.
But it's
Do I
getting
need to
wild.
explain what Big Brother is to you, Daniel?
Yeah.
Are you too young for Big Brother?
Yeah, I mean, I actually feel like I've missed a lot and missed absolutely nothing all at once. I don't know.
That's exactly correct, because
Yep,
we
basically.
talked about I think this year's day 3 it was a bit more chaotic, like not chaotic, but a bit more challenging, because you know the last 2 years it's like, all right, you have 5th and 6th round, or at least a 4th and a 5th. This year it's like, all right, a 4th and then like a very long drought.
Yeah. It's over 100 picks, right? It was like 111 picks. Yeah. So.
And all we got for it was Brian Edwards.
Oh my God! Brian Edwards. That's the reason why we're having this drought.
Yep. Brian Edwards and Jeff Okuda. Yeah.
Brian Edwards, Jonnu Smith, and what is it? Jeff Okuda.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, we have 2 picks left, MJ. We've got 224 and 225, with a slight chance that they package those and move back into the 6th round to keep the streak of not picking in the 2nd round going. But you know, it seems less and less likely as the draft goes on. So appears we may be breaking that trend. They did keep up the 2nd round trend of never making their original 2nd round pick, though. So that's 3 straight drafts of that.
I'm actually very eager to kind of see what happens in round 7, because, you know, I feel like a lot of people, I don't know, it feels like every year you kind of look at who all is there, and I feel like a lot of fans are like, how's that guy there? I mean, like, Atlanta, please draft him. And then it's like somebody that half the fan base has never heard of.
Yeah.
That was a very entertaining time. So, I mean, we haven't had a 7th round pick in Atlanta in a long time, right? So,
yeah, it's been a minute.
I'm pretty excited to watch the reaction, if nothing else, actually. So,
yeah. What do you think about Clark? Oh yeah. What do you think about Clark Phillips, though, Daniel? But go ahead, I'll done first. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, the spirit of Kamal Ishmael lives on. Of, you know, the ideal 7th rounder that we've taken.
Another UCF legend. Yeah. Another UCF legend. Yeah.
yeah.
What do you think, Daniel? Yeah, go ahead.
I think he's a dog. You know, I think if you put on the tape, and I mean, the guy is just passionate. I feel like is one thing you can tell really quickly. High energy, high effort, highly competitive, highly physical player. You know, and I think if you kind of look back at past trends and stuff, he is a short king, Kevin. So, you know, pretty easy fit there. But even just, you know, watching him play, I feel like it's very easy to kind of see how the energy and just overall play style will translate pretty quick in Atlanta. And, you know, it's kind of the corner room is it's kind of weird because, you know, obviously you have AJ Terrell at the top and it kind of feels crowded, but you have a lot of guys there that maybe haven't separated themselves from the pack. You know, like I feel like you kind of have an expectation for Okuda, which obviously is, you know, fine. But then you kind of get into, you know, Alford, Hall, Hughes, you know, kind of a trio of players there who you think could be okay, but, you know, not maybe 100%, you know, positive that it's kind of like I guess, kind of a starting caliber player. And I feel like with Clark Phillips, you're just adding another quality option into that group. And kind of, you know, they've been talking about how camp should be really competitive. And I think Clark Phillips is just another player there in round 4 who's very good value. And is only going to make camp all the more fun. So, you know, I find it to be a very good value pick. And at that point in the draft, I don't think you can really complain about it. I mean, he was a top 50 prospect for a lot of people prior to the combine, right? And so to me, you know, what that tells me is that off of pure film, people thought very, very highly of him. And so, you know, I think he was a very good selection. I'm eager to kind of watch how all that plays out, though.
Yeah, no, I think that's quite accurate. I think, like right now, you know, it seems like a conversion to the slot is probably in his future. I mean, I don't want to completely count him out as a potential outside guy. You know, we've seen guys like DJ Reed basically make it work, but that's rare. So for the best path for him is probably a transition to the slot, but it's going to take time. Like, you didn't really play the slot in college. It takes time to learn that. It's a different position. But he, you know, I think he can be an elite slot corner, certainly. I think he's that caliber of player, ball hawk, really sticky in man coverage. Just, you know, we mentioned it earlier in the show, like, played extremely well against Drake London, played extremely well against Jordan Addison, 2 first-round NFL wide receivers. So he's battle-tested. Like, he has played against a lot of really good receivers and has not backed down. So, you know, I'm confident in him. I think he will be playing this year, without a doubt. So,
yeah, no, I really think, and again, you kind of reach pick 113, and it's kind of like, how can we maximize value, right? And I feel like with Clark, because, you know, we kind of talked about how round 4 is, you know, very, very plausible option of, hey, let's swing here for, you know, high upside guys, and obviously that's fine as well. But, you know, I feel like with Clark, you know what you're getting. And I feel like he's a guy that can legitimately impact the Falcons week 1, 2023. And again, corner, there's quite a few bodies in there now, but it's very, you know, very possible that next offseason, the only guys under contract are AJ Terrell. Then you got Alford and Hall as well, currently under contract as well. So, I mean, really, it's a room that's kind of light, you know, as you kind of keep looking, you know, a few years from now. And I feel like that's why some people thought corner was possible at pick 8. Even. And so, you know, Clark, you know, probably will play inside. You know, I know they kind of talked about that he can play inside, outside, whatever it might be, but again, probably will play nickel. I think you know what you're getting, and I think that's very, very important. You know, I think he was a unanimous All-American, turnover magnet, very valuable player. You know, and so to me, as you said, proven against high levels of competition, which is, again, crucial. And so I really, you know, round 4, pick 113, I don't think you can really complain. Especially, you know, a few of the other players that, you know, I think we talked about last night, Kevin, as possible options. Robinson from Florida State, I think he went like 149 maybe. Clark from Louisville went 180. You know, I mean, a lot of the guys that we talked about potentially at 113 kind of fell quite a bit. So, you know, value at 113 might not have been great, but I don't think there's any complaints about Clark Phillips at 113. So,
yeah, no, I think it's a steal. I think it's maybe the best value pick they've made so far, and I think he'll really impress a lot of people going forward. But yeah, I mean, at this point, we are less than 20 picks away from the Falcons now. So we will see who is left on the clock for the Falcons. We've talked a lot about wide receivers. We've talked a lot about linebackers. Still some good ones there. Safety potentially, it hasn't been touched yet. So we'll see. Maybe get the fullback Hunter Lupke, right? Get a little fullback action. Tight end.
Waiting 111 picks for a fullback would be electric.
Hell yeah, brother. Yes. Oh, yep. So here we go. Here's some wide receivers. Xavier Hutchinson going to the Texans here at 205. I know people were holding their breath for that one. He was, I think, the highest player left on my board, period. So
Big 12 receiver of the year according to PFF.
I think at this stage it sounds obvious, but you're not going to find perfect prospects, are you? So if you can find these guys who have that kind of one special trait, so a wide receiver, realistically, I think the Falcons are going to be looking at those speed guys. I think they're going to be looking at the players who can come in and offer something different to what they currently have. So those guys who ran in the 4-3s who can just come in and make the
wow. Cincinnati even better.
Oh no!
Yep. There's the other Falcons wide receiver.
Speaking of speed guys, Andre Yosevis is off the board, and there goes the dream.
Another dream dies late on day 3.
That's a painful pick stretch right there. That's a very painful 2-pick stretch.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough for the brand. But now we don't have to worry about them passing on those guys and igniting massive controversy. So
okay, here's my opinion. Nobody should be getting mad about anything the Falcons do in the 7th round.
You're right.
But there will be someone who the Falcons are going to pick someone that they don't like, and they'll be like, "Oh, this team is terrible. Like, how can you not pick this guy?" And it's like, all right, dude, it's the 7th round. Like, we're fine. Like, this team does plenty to make you mad about. Don't add to that by getting mad at 7th rounders.
Yeah,
the players who fall to the 7th and those who don't get drafted at all, being honest, if they were a guy who you originally thought might be a day 2 pick, there will be a reason that they fall. Every team will be aware of them. Every team will have seen the things that you see. The same way that last year with quarterbacks, when people were saying, "Oh, Carson Strong, if everything goes right, he could be a 1st rounder," and then they said, was it his knee was just completely worthless, dropped out the draft completely. I think he went to the Eagles. The Eagles picked him up, and people saying, "You know what? This is a steal for them. This is just the Eagles doing what the Eagles do." And I think he's out of the league now, isn't he? Is he in the XFL or something? And it happens every year that the big names, as in the guys that you've previously seen in mock drafts who fall out of it, usually there is a lot of the time it's medicals. Usually there is a medical issue that has taken them off everybody's board. So yeah, I agree with you. Don't get worked up too much about it. A lot, even if you look at the Falcons, the undrafted free agents who have come in, a lot of them are guys that no one had heard of before, or no one had any real expectations from before, who might have just been at teams who are kind of outside of the national attention. So yeah, it'll be another fun wave once those guys get announced.
Yeah. It's you guys do see another kicker come off the board here to the Packers, Anders Carlson, brother of Daniel Carlson.
That's 3 kickers that have been picked
I think
already.
So. Yeah, 3 kickers, and none of them were Jack Podlesny from Georgia. So I think
he'll be an Eagle in a few hours. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, when you're right, you're right. Yeah.
I was looking at this thing when they were doing Yeshiva's thing. Usually when you see prospects do track and field events, they're usually running. This dude was doing, what was this? Shot put in
yeah
pole vault this.
Does Shopper convert to wide receiver? Like, is
It
that...
might. Why not? Yeah.
like,
I wouldn't
dude,
count it out. Yeah.
yeah, dude chose the NFL over the Olympics. That's crazy.
I remember at the combine, he was telling me about that. He was like, I could quite literally be in like Olympic training right now, but I love football. And so I don't know. I don't remember a lot of like individual answers from that week because a lot of them kind of just ran together. But I vaguely remember him saying that, like, you know, obviously he's an All-American track athlete, and people kind of have, you know, the idea of he's a track athlete, not a football player. He's like, no, I've always been a football player first, track athlete second. I'm honestly very surprised he made it as long as he did. I thought he would be long gone by now. So that's a great value pick. But on the topic of kickers, New England trading up the pick in front of Atlanta earlier and drafting a kicker was honestly, for me, one of the funniest moments of draft weekend so far. I honestly, like, I was running through things in my mind, like, okay, who are they trading up for? And they announced a kicker. I'm like, dude, there's no way. No way.
Sniped him. Yeah. Yep.
They got us. But
They got us. Yeah.
I do just want to make a quick point about the Olympics versus NFL. Part of that has to be the pay discrepancy because
Yeah.
unless you're one of the top dudes making like, you know, sponsored, like all that, you're just like a run of the mill, like you're not going to really medal Olympian. I just like looked that up on Indeed for whatever reason. Indeed knows this. They earn on average about 77,000 a year, which is, you know, nice. Like you're regular, like not your Usain Bolts for Michael Phelps.
Yeah, like the regular ones that are like, you know, just like they qualified.
Yeah.
Qualified.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's like Indeed says it's like 77, which is a nice, like, you know,
That's pretty good.
accounting
It's not bad.
salary. Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
nice regular day to day. If you make an NFL roster, it's what's the minimum for the NFL? Like 400K.
Oh, it's more than that now. Yeah. I think
Is it?
the
Yeah,
minimum's in the 700s now. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I'm sure the money aspect sort of may have had something to do with it. Because we remember Jared Bernhardt, who made the Falcons 53-man roster. He was one of the top lacrosse players in college, and one of the best lacrosse players ever in college. And he would have been probably a top pick in the lacrosse draft. I can't really tell you much about the lacrosse draft. But I think I looked it up one time and saw the Professional Lacrosse League in America, and like they make on average like 35, 40K, which is not like a lot. So it's like Jared made like what 700K last year. So sure that's more than a career in lacrosse.
Yeah. Yeah. Without a doubt, I mean, football's going to be more lucrative for you, even if you only stick around for a couple of years. And then, you know, if you don't make it, you can always probably go back for the Olympics at a later time. So,
and what is it? 3 years until it used to be like 3 years and 3 games until they got the pension. That I think they just had to be on the roster for that period of time, or it might have even applied to practice squad. I don't know. So yeah, there's a very real incentive to kind of get through your rookie deal.
Yeah. I would pick football too. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah. No question for me. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I love Bill Terenius in the chat mentions Sean Payton has now traded a total of 5 draft picks to secure Adam Troutman over a 3-year span. So he's this man. I think the Saints traded their entire day 3 to move up for Troutman a couple years ago, and then now Sean Payton has traded for Troutman again to get him in Denver.
I liked Bill's comment earlier, where I think we were sympathizing with Andy about like the time zone like difference. I think Bill is in Finland. Bill, correct me if I'm wrong.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I want Finland allegedly, and he's basically saying Finland is even more like of a difference in time zone. He's like, yeah, Andy might as well be Eastern time, like compared to probably where
might as well.
In Finland, they have to be up at like 6 a.m. to do the fishing and go out on the boats, and
Yeah, they don't get much sunlight over there.
Yeah.
Just all this Finland shade out of nowhere. Finland just catching strays today. So
Just letting you guys know, we're not picking yet, but I can finally see Atlanta on the
We're on
bottom.
the ticker.
it's getting into the range of seeing it. Yeah, I think we're 13 picks away now.
Yeah.
So
You can find
we had a
The
stretch
Mario
here.
Douglas,
Yeah,
That's
Demario
a
Douglas.
that is a great pick. He was probably the best player on the East team or West team offense at the Shrine Bowl that New England had. So the Falcons follow a similar trend. That's obviously coming up here in a few picks, but this is kind of the part of the draft where I think you would think the Shrine Bowl connection would really show up, right? So that for sure be something to watch. I think I had them taking Tyreek Jones, the safety from Boise State, in my mock the other day.
Mhm.
He was a Shrine guy for them. So if I get a 7th round pick right, I'm retiring from mock.
Yeah, that's pretty
wanna-
legendary.
I'm literally hanging up the call sheet, hanging up everything. I'm popping off the meat. Like I quite literally might never be heard from again. So
You just have to, be happy with it. Well, did they was Jadon Hazelwood a Shrine guy as well?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
so
was a
that-
Falcon strong. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
So
had
for me it would be Mohamed Diabate and Jadon Hazelwood is who I'm circling. So I'm shocked Mohamed Diabate is still here, but like he didn't get invited to the combine either. So apparently somebody in the NFL hates this man.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I really don't get it. But I mean, hey, if the Falcons pull in a 224, 225, I will not complain.
Yeah. Not at all. Not at all.
All
right.
What video game?
They were talking about Fortnite, right? Well, we talked about Madden and Fortnite, I think.
We had a whole like Socratic discussion about like the success of Fortnite and like what has played into them like always reinventing themselves versus the sports EA franchises, which only like give a fuck about Ultimate Team at this point.
Yes. Ultimate Team is what brings in the most money.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't they don't care about anything else at this point.
Nope.
So
Yes.
yeah, I want to say it was a very like intelligent discussion, or as intelligent as it could possibly have been.
I gotta go back and watch that now. That's incredible.
We did officially set an NFL record with 41 trades with this pick, with the Colts trading up to 211. So that is an all-time trade record now for this draft.
So,
okay.
Made me.
41
Falcons.
trades and 212 picks or whatever is
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
right. Every 5 picks. That's intelligence there. It's not quite right, but it's.
Hey, I'll take it. I'm not doing that math. Good job by you. Yeah. No, we still got we got 5 picks left in the 6th round that the Falcons could trade up into to get rid of their 7th. So the dream is almost dead.
Give me
Dream's almost
Voorhees and give me Kuntz.
Yep.
At this point.
That one's good. Those are good too. Yeah. Bryce Ford Wheaton also. Justin Brandon mentioned that. That's another guy I would consider for sure.
Yeah.
Ford Wheaton would be amazing.
I'd say that.
Matt
Again,
Landers
it's-
there too. Yep.
It's that kind of one dominant trait, isn't there? You know that's like, yeah, if you're looking for someone to go deep and track the ball. I thought he'd have gone already, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
I thought some team would fall in love with him.
Yeah. Well, isn't Matt Landers technically a former dog?
He is, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Technically,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that count?
It does.
Okay.
I'm putting in. Yeah, I'm
you would
making
allow
an
it.
executive decision. Yeah, I'm allowing. it.
Okay. So Jadon Hazel was a former dog too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So either one, we got options. We're looking good. We're looking good. We still got a shot here.
You know,
Yeah,
it would be
dog.
kind of poetic.
Of course, the Cowboys do all this on that. Just
That's a great pick. So good.
so good.
Yeah.
It would be kind of
Oh,
if
geez.
the Falcons drafted two players from Georgia in round 7 after last year, how they took Fitzpatrick and Schaefer at the very end. And it's kind of like, you can't say they didn't draft anybody from Georgia. It's just the there wasn't really a big emphasis placed on it. Like, I mean, they still did it technically.
Yeah,
It would be
yeah.
kind of poetic with all the talk that's kind of happened the last 2 days about the Eagles and everything that's kind of been happening there. But I don't know. I tend to think a lot of the fan base wouldn't be very, you know, I guess impressed if they drafted just like, you know, a random like third string defensive end from Georgia. Then again, a third string defensive end from Georgia could probably start at 98% of college football.
Yeah,
But
probably,
again,
probably. Yeah.
that's beside the point. But
Yes.
Listen, I'm fine with it. I got to start using these peach stickers. Okay.
Yeah, we've just been waiting for
those
this.
peach
Yeah.
stickers, that was such a. They can reuse all of them next year. Like they didn't even
bet-
use any of them up.
They're probably like magnetic, so they can really like they can take them off and put them back on, so it's fine. It's all good. Very green.
Who?
the magnet's a negative nowadays. I don't know.
Oh, maybe that's right.
Put the-
Yeah. Yeah.
You put the peach up and it's like knocking
Yeah.
them down full
He's off
round.
the board. He's off the board now. Cross
Yeah,
him off.
get
He
him
got
outta
the
here.
peach up there.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Who are the highest guys left on all your boards then? If you're looking at it now.
Yeah. Let's see.
There was
So I
somebody that
got-
was into the NFL. There's no way.
Let's see. So my top of my board still Kenny McIntosh, Thomas Incoom from Central Michigan, couple corners, right? Like Elias Ricks, Alex Austin, Rajon Wright, Henry Bainivalu, Milek Yor, Mohamed Diabate, Andre Carter, Andrew Voorhees, Zach Kuntz, a bunch of wide receivers, Bryce Ford Wheaton, Matt Landers, Jadon Hazelwood, yeah.
I've got the highest on my board is Brenton Cox Jr., but by all accounts, I mean he's been picked off 2 teams, so it doesn't seem as if that would fit in with what the Falcons are looking to do. But he's there, yeah. Bryce Ford Wheaton, and I also quite liked the Cincinnati linebacker Pace.
Yeah, I love Pace for sure. Yeah.
He's a bit short, isn't he? Isn't he like 5'10"?
He's 5'10". Yeah, another short king. Get the rest of the short kings in.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're looking at that stage, like you imagine he'd be a demon on special teams.
Oh yeah.
And could come in and do some things. Yeah, I'd be quite happy with that as well.
Oh yeah. No, I would love Pace or Diabate. Honestly, go ahead, Savion.
This could very easily be Ivan Pace and Trey Tucker back to back.
Trey Tucker, he's gone. Just so you know.
Oh, he's already gone. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he went ahead of Tyler Scott.
He went late last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
He flew. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he went in day 2.
Wow.
I don't know, man, but he did. Yeah.
Him and
We're
Broderick.
in Frank Darby territory now if we're going wide receiver.
There you
Yeah.
Frank Darby, he can't make the roster this year, surely. Like,
No, I don't think so.
like you can still offer him a job if you think he's doing these great Instagram reels or whatever.
Practice
By all
squad.
means, yeah, by all means keep him around, but he can't have a spot on the 53 just for that.
No. Dante Stills to the Cardinals here at 213. So that officially makes us 20 picks away, folks. We are almost there. We are almost
Last
there.
20. Last 20.
Last 20.
God, it's going to
Yep.
be heartbreaking when we get to like 1 before and they trade them both.
Yep. They're just gone.
They
Yeah.
trade them
could
both
have-
for a 6th rounder next year.
I mean, yeah, Falcons are back to back, and then it looks like the Jags are back to back. So they could. I don't want to get you guys excited, but they could get through these quite quickly.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Pretty exciting stuff. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna tweet it out. So we can get the people in here for these picks. They're coming down. So, yeah. But who else are you guys looking at with these 7th
Well,
rounders?
I'm going to go take a bathroom break before the fireworks start.
7th round fireworks. Yeah. Anybody else
Arizona.
got?
Yeah, I think Arizona taking Stills is a little bit important to note here. He was one of the most impressive players throughout the entire Shrine Bowl week on Atlanta's coaching staff, or in front of Atlanta's coaching staff. He was in the backfield every day, every snap. It felt like a lot of the offensive linemen there said he was like the hardest guy to block all week. So, I'm not sure he would have been a guy they would have been targeting, but he was very, very impressive. He's a little undersized, which is probably why he fell as far as he did. But, if you're talking about just really good football players, he's quick, high character guy, very good football player. So I think that could be a very good value pick for Arizona. They've had a few really good value picks so far today. I love Keitrell Clark. I've said that for 2.5, 3 months by now. I feel like I'm driving the Keitrell Clark hype train, but I think Arizona, first year GM, head coach, everything, they've had a really good draft in my eyes. So very impressive in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I love their draft. Yeah. What's up?
Sorry,
Seven?
is Carrington Valentine still on the board?
Yeah.
Yep, I think so.
Didn't you say that they were big on him too, Danny?
Not that I can remember now.
Okay.
It's not. Yeah, no, I don't think so. They did. No, I'm trying to think. Corners that I know they met with Alex Austin at the combine. He's still on the board. I'm trying to think. Obviously, Hazelwood. I think they've probably spent more time with Hazelwood than any other prospect in the entire draft cycle.
Yeah.
Like, I think Shrine Bowl, Pro Day, they had a virtual visit, and I think a top 30 as well. Like, they've quite literally spent more time with him, I believe, than anybody else in the entire draft. So if he's not a draft pick, he might be a UDFA guy for them, but if he makes it that far. So we'll see how it goes. I think there's a few other guys that they've, obviously a lot of Shrine Bowl guys are still on the board. Quite a few have gone today, but there's still a handful that are there. And then obviously a few combine guys as well, and then a few others throughout the draft process too.
Yeah, definitely some intriguing guys still here. Like a lot of guys, honestly, that I didn't expect to all fall to the 7th. So pretty excited to see.
All right. I'm looking at the East roster guys that are there. All the running backs from the East roster are still on the board. A bunch of the receivers are still there. Jacob Copeland from Maryland was roommates with Kyle Pitts at Florida, actually. They're very good friends. It'd be kind of poetic if they took Copeland and then drafted Leonard Taylor from Cincinnati right after that. So you get Kyle Pitts' roommate, you get Ritter's roommate. It's a family affair type of deal. So,
yeah, that's a good one.
Remember when the Jets did that with who was Mark Sanchez's friend, who they decided to bring along?
That's a great question.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a deep cut. Yeah. Ooh. Patriots take Amir Speed. It's probably the best defensive back name that you could possibly have. So definitely going to be a star there.
Scotty McKnight. There you go. With pick number 227 in the 2011 draft.
Great.
The New York Jets selected Mark Sanchez's childhood friend, Scotty McKnight.
There you go.
Great name.
How did that work
that
out?
is truly a great name.
It didn't work out, no, but it was one of the ones that was in. If you've ever read the book Collision Low Crosses, it's about one of the Jet seasons under Rex Ryan, and it was just like a journalist covering it. Interesting book, but yeah, they basically called out in that. They said, this guy is only here because he's friends with our quarterback and we thought it might help him.
Great drafting right there. Yeah, terrific.
Yeah.
Has Moro Ojomo from Texas been taken yet? I don't think he has.
I think so. Yeah, no, I think he's still here. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, that would be an incredible value pick for Atlanta at 224 if he gets there.
Yeah.
Looks like the Rams are about to pick.
Yeah, Gerard Clark, the nose tackle from Coastal Carolina. If they're not convinced that Eddie Goldman's going to be here, that could be an option too. But
Caleb Murphy, Ferris State pass rusher, he was very good there. Zach Evans to the Rams. That's
there you go. Yeah. Another.
Zach Evans, man, what a talented football player.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny McIntosh still hasn't gone. I guess that testing really hurt him.
I think it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I wouldn't think it would hurt him this much. I mean, it's almost the 7th round here, but yeah, we're almost to the 7th round, guys. We've almost made it. They're making us work today. So this will officially be the longest live stream ever that we've done. So thank you, Terry Fontenot. Yeah.
Props to
How do you recharge after all this, Kevin?
I did promise I would switch to hard liquor at the 7th round, but I may wait until after. No, just hang out. I'm gonna have to record a show immediately after this too, so get all of that going. But
and they'll start announcing undrafted free agents as well, pretty soon afterwards. And you'll be expected to know every single one of them. Absolutely. Not by Dave. That's not me saying that Dave's like the world's toughest taskmaster, but you would expect yourself to know each of them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I mean, I may know like a few here and there. That's generally my goal. It's like, do I know like a couple of these guys? Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The key is you always want to go find one of those UDFAs that has the best story. It's just like Barnhart last year, where it's like, all right, former lacrosse guy. It's all about getting those human interest stories. That's what keeps us kicking in May and June.
Yeah. Oh, D. Winters, the linebacker from TCU, goes to the 49ers there at 216. He's going to be good there. I can tell. 49ers just nail those linebacker picks.
If you're a Michigan fan, you got to be watching like how that guy make it that far.
Right? He was killing them.
That college football playoff game was one of the most incredible linebacker performances I think I've seen individually in a long time in college football. Yeah.
Oh, and I'm doing like the see if you can stump the truck here on the NFL Network now. That's always fun. I don't think they've missed anyone yet. Yeah. That's always a fun segment. That was a good idea.
What this is for players that aren't on their database.
Yeah, to see if they don't have a highlight reel available for the player. So, yep.
Good.
Yep, they got another one. Yeah. Lachlan Pitts or whatever. Yeah.
That's prime opportunity for you to bring up Desmond Southwood for the third day in a row, Kevin.
What's that?
Players without a highlights package is prime opportunity for you to bring up Desmond Southwood for the.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I forgot. Yeah. Now any opportunity. Any opportunity. Yeah, that was a 3rd rounder too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
Falcons had
what are we doing? Who is this guy?
Falcons had it a few years ago with Wes Schweitzer as well. Wes Schweitzer, I'm pretty sure, didn't have one. They went back to the studio and they were like, and just basically just skipped on to talking about something else because they didn't have anything for him.
Yeah, it's I mean, in the 6th, I get it more. But it like reminds me in the NBA how like Nikola Jokic was like taken during a Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah.
And like he's going to go down as like one of the 20, 30 best players of all time, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the all-time misses was with Jesse Tuggle announcing the Grady Jarrett pick, and there seems to be like the fact they didn't have cameras going at the time. I think you can find it now, like something has been released, but like in terms of stories, like they could have been living off that. That could have given them 10 minutes, 15 minutes of content. And I think as usual, the Falcons were like it was done while like during a commercial break, and they just like immediately moved on and wasn't recorded.
Yeah. There's a lot of good ones like that. Some good stories in there, for sure. Let's see. Trying to keep up with these picks. We're inching ever closer.
Somebody stumped the truck.
Oh man, I think they got one. Yeah.
That one. Coolstown State's Jerome Cat.
Yep.
This is they've made that pick purely to get one over on the track. They've gone. Sure. He's a 7th rounder. He's not making it either way. Yeah. Let's get us in.
The Raiders did the same thing a few years ago. Quentin Bell, who actually was on the Falcons in training camp. Yeah, Mayock. So Quentin Bell had a really good pro day. I think he ran like a 4.5, maybe like a 4.4 something. And I'm pretty sure the story was that Mayock drafted him strictly for that reason, trying to stump the truck. So
I think some
it
people
turned out okay.
like Harry Roseman can get away with that. If you're Mike Mayock and you've just drafted like Cleveland Farrell with the 3rd overall pick, it's not time for you to start getting cute and trying to get one over on your friends in the media. You need every pick you can get.
That might have been the same draft they took Farrell as well.
Yeah.
Great.
Yep. They just like don't care. You know, I mean, clearly Mayock, you know, I think Mayock cared, but I don't know who to blame, if it was Mayock or, you know, the coach.
Yeah.
So, yeah, might be a little bit of both, probably, but yeah, you know, we'll see.
Is Mayock back on NFL Network? What's he doing now?
I don't know. I think he's probably chilling with his like guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Morons.
I just assumed he just loved it.
Like Mike Mayock, who had no like front office experience, just like brought in as like their general manager. Like what? I don't know.
Not even like, you know, head of scouting. Just like, nope, straight to GM.
Yeah, like all the decisions.
Sorry, Daniel.
I think Mayock's just like, I'm pretty sure I read something the other day. He's like chilling in Pennsylvania, just like minding his own business, basically.
Yeah.
Is what he's doing.
That's
I saw him. Yeah.
Oh, we've had another one. The truck's been done again.
I didn't see that one. I didn't see the name on that one, but I saw it too. Yeah.
Whoever was 218.
Are you guys on the NFL Network one or?
I'm on
ESPN?
NFL Network. Yeah, but
yeah, NFL Network. So was
I'm
Travis Bell.
Oh.
The Bengals.
Yeah, Kennesaw State. There you go.
Hey, shout out to the Owls.
Yeah.
Shout out Hunter.
Yeah. Representing Hunter.
Stump the truck. I just turned to NFL Network. This seems way more entertaining than what they're doing on ESPN.
Yeah, this is a good time filler, for sure. Great job. Anton Green, North Carolina wide receiver here. Yeah.
North Carolina. I do want to give a big shout out to the KSU Owls for making the NCAA tournament in college basketball.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the alums that are Owls.
They put up a great fight that game too.
Yeah, they did.
I
thought they would win that one.
We were talking about ESPN and coverage. I look up and I see a Pittsburgh fan wearing a sombrero. Very first thing, yeah.
Yep.
Not quite stump the truck on ESPN, but oh well.
I'm overly invested on Stump the Truck now.
I'm distracted now. Yeah, I'm not able to keep up with the picks. Yeah. But welcome in. Out the Truck wins 5-2. Great job. Great job, Truck.
Yeah, no, legitimately. Like I didn't even care about any of the guys that were just picked right now.
Yeah.
They're going wild.
Yeah,
that's the Super Bowl.
Yeah. This is that thing.
God, this is like they know it's all the NFL fiends right now. This is the 7th, us included. It's the 7th round. And if you're watching the 7th round of the NFL draft, like, you know, we need to be helped.
Yeah, 250, almost 250 here. So yeah.
Oh, there's Zach Kuntz to the Jets. So there goes that.
The dream dies. The dream dies. So.
A lot of dreams dying today.
Yeah, that's sort of how it goes on day 3. They just slowly. So
that's Falcons fandom.
Yep. But George Costanza with the $2 here. I will be legit pissed if we pass on Voorhees. George is getting upset.
George, please do not get mad at 7th rounders. Please, there's plenty to be mad about.
Yep. He says also my early choice for first round pick next year, Brock Bowers. Don't care. Come at me, bro. Arthur Smith would love Brock Bowers.
Is George going to make us start doing the Brock Bowers coverage in May, like the year before the draft?
You know, better late than never, right?
No, it's not late. It's like
it's early. Actually, it's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absurdly early. So
Matt Miller tweeted out that he would just put. I think it was on Wednesday. He was putting together his early top 50 for 2024. It's like you need to sit down, mate. Just like it's not the time to be doing this. Just like if you're that way inclined, do it. But if if it's purely so that you can just be like, say that you were doing it, which is kind of my suspicion. Just enjoy the draft that is ongoing, like at the moment.
Yeah.
Bill in the chat just said, "Give me Voorhees or give me death." So the chat is going to get
Would prefer Voorhees. Yes, he made sure to clarify that. Yeah, I mean, that one obviously makes sense. I wonder if they're just sort of like, oh, we're good. But, I mean, he's going to be like a stash. Like, he's going to be on the PUP and probably go on IR to start the season. So, like, I mean, he's basically just a stash. But
I get it. Even if he doesn't play a single snap this year, it's the 7th round. He's a second borderline first-round talent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense to me. So we'll see if they go for it. We'll see if he even makes it. We do have a few more picks, 3 more picks before the Falcons are up here.
Before the Falcons trade down.
Yep.
Or trade out.
Oh my God.
His medicals must be bad. Like, I know he tore his ACL, but that's not usually like a deal breaker for teams.
Yeah, we mocked him to the 4th a few days ago.
Yeah.
It's like, and we were saying, oh, that's amazing value in the 4th round to get Voorhees, but it has to be something that we don't know about. And I mean,
it's just the ACL tear. They're just like, we're out. Like, we're not. Teams are just scared off by that. They don't want to invest a high draft pick in that. So I mean, it's just
there's no high value position, is there?
Yeah. Yeah, Bumper Pool's still out there too. So that.
Bumper Pool. We need to meme the name.
From meme to dream, maybe reality. We'll see.
And just like Bijan.
Yep.
We're
can
1
we
for 1.
2 for 2? Yeah, can we go 2 for 2? We'll see. Well, we lost the Stetson one. Unfortunately, we could have been hyping that up if he was still on the clock. Thanks for taking him off the board so early.
I'm definitely hyping up the Bumper Pool pick. If I know we're supposed to be impartial at training camp, but I'm gonna be yelling and cheering on Bumper Pool from the media room or from the media tent.
Yep.
Are you going to be there this year? You guys?
Yeah, planning on it. Me and
Kevin as well. Yeah, I think we might do. I'll be there the first 7. And I'll be there the last 7 before the preseason game. There may be some overlap too, but I think that's sort of the early thoughts maybe. Cornerback Jalen Jones to the Colts here at 221. So we're 2 picks away now. We're getting inching closer, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Did anyone? What's D-Lad's reaction been to things?
I haven't actually seen. Have not actually seen.
I haven't seen either. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, they got the running back. I don't. So he should be happy. I mean, it's BPA, right?
That's not available.
Yeah.
No, I think he was happy about it because he was talking about people complaining about all the defense picks when the Falcons invested so much money in defense. I mean, Gillette has been banging the table about how the team should have gotten Gurley for years now.
Yeah. So he should, should be okay, right? We got it, right? We got the we got the BPA. We got the running back, the Bijan player available at 8. So
Tom K said Gillette probably went comatose after the Bijan pick.
Yeah, Led's a character. Led is a character.
He's a really nice guy. Like all of us really like D-Led. Like I know that like people hate him like on Twitter because he trolls on Twitter and he pushes the envelope a little bit on Twitter, but he's a really nice guy in real life.
He's playing a gimmick, isn't he?
Yeah,
he knows what people expect him to do. He leads into it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure there was a more popular media member at the combine than him. Like honestly, like I sat in the little media room. I sat at like the same table as him, and there was probably like 30, 40 people just walked up, chopping it up with Led. And I'm like, well, okay. Like, I mean, congratulations, D-Led, right? But like, I mean, he's definitely a character for sure. He's I feel
it's
like
the press conferences where there will just be something going on, and you just hear just him just shouting nonsense in the background, and you just see Arthur Smith and Terry just looking over, and you just know exactly what what it is.
He's just really good at making people mad. Like
Yes,
I remember DT is getting pissed off at him and saying he's like never like competed or like won, and then D-Led went and like got his
trophy for like coach of the year.
Dwayne McBride here to the Vikings.
Ooh.
It's an interesting one.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
I wonder what some of the inside jokes are about Led. Like, I mean, they have them. They've got
every single digital press conference in the off season, Led like has some sort of camera or like Zoom problem. Like he'll like leave his camera and like microphone on and just be like talking over people like in the meeting, or he'll be like they'll be calling on him and he'll be muted, or like it's like every time though like there's something related to D-Led, so it's pretty funny.
I used to listen to the flagship radio station 92.9 a lot, and whenever D-Led would call in, they would have the face dial counter for him, because he would always somehow like face dial and like you'd hear the ring, and it's like, dude, how do you do this on an iPhone? And it's like it would always be like 2 or 3 times where you just like hear the beep.
Yep, it's funny. All right, well, yep. So a punter goes ahead, Ethan Evans from Wingate, and now the Falcons are on the clock at pick 224. So all right, give me your predictions.
Oh, it's in.
Let's hear them.
Voorhees.
They know they're running to the podium, guys. So
they're watching the show.
Yeah.
I'll go Hazelwood. I'll go Hazelwood here. Hazelwood, Tyreek Jones.
I'm gonna go different pace, just to be different.
I think Shaka Hayward could be a guy too.
Mohamed Diabate. Mohamed Diabate. Let's do it. And Mohamed Diabate and Jadon. Let's go.
They misplayed the graphic, and I think
they didn't take a punter. They didn't take a punter.
The Falcons did not take.
That would be chaotic, right? So
back-to-back punters.
No,
double punter.
I will let you guys be mad at that pick.
Yeah. I don't think it will be Voorhees. I would not be upset if it was, obviously, but Hazelwood and Diabate. But it's probably going to be someone we've never heard of, to be fair. Like that's generally how it goes. Yeah.
Special teams guy.
Mm-hmm. Nice D2 punter time. Let's go. Yeah.
DeMarco Helms.
Oh, DeMarco Helms. He's a safety. Yep.
Not bad.
It's a position in need.
Yep.
I do think that's kind of bizarre though, because I kind of thought he had some rough reps in man coverage at times last year. Not the fleetest of foot, but he will hit you hard and hit you hard again and then hit you hard a third time without hesitation.
Yep. And then we'll see who the final pick is. I feel like it has to be a receiver, right? I mean, yeah, I don't know. maybe it won't be. I don't know. But
Arthur is smiling again on camera. This is crazy.
Yeah. That's weird. They must really be happy about that. But
wow. Pick is already in.
I haven't watched Helms. He's definitely a safety rather than a linebacker there. It's not going to be a Kamal Ishmael type move. If he's
I mean, he can play at the line of scrimmage. He's a physical guy, very physical player.
Versatile too. Yeah.
They played him in the nickel at times last year. If you put on, if I recall correctly, he had a bit of a rough time trying to cover Hyatt from Tennessee in the slot, but everybody did.
It's not really fair.
Yeah. So he's not really a guy you'd want to put in the nickel. I feel like he can do it. It's just not kind of at the highest of level. But no, I mean, he's all physicality. Big hitter. I mean, his nickname at Alabama was Hitman. So I mean, he is a physical football player. He will be a very good special teamer from the start in training camp for sure. If he's going to make his way on the roster, it will be on special teams.
Yeah. No, definitely expect. Yeah, Helms is an interesting one, and we'll wait for this 225 before we dive too deep into it, to get sort of both of them in here. But yeah, I think it's a good pick. I did consider drafting him in multiple mock drafts, just didn't make it in the 7th round. You're choosing between about 50,000 guys, but definitely someone that does make sense. So you should be pretty excited about that one, I think.
Man, look at the suit on this guy.
Bro, and he's got the belt.
Just
He's got the
drip for days. All right.
Bring him back 25. What are we doing here? This is a missed
come
opportunity.
back. Come back. Yeah. Look at this
He's
man.
a great representation of the Atlanta Falcons. What are we doing here?
What are we doing? Let him come back.
Bring him.
Bring him back out. Yeah.
I love these guys though, who like he's dressed like that. I'm assuming got like a normal job. Like he'll go into work on Monday and everyone will be like, "Do you see Dave?"
Wow, like he said he was going to do it. I didn't believe it, but he did. He did.
Yeah,
do it.
exactly. Like,
he said he had a Falcon suit, and I didn't, believe. But now
like the
I do.
super fans, like who go like masked up to the games, and then we'll be sitting in the office on Monday being asked how their weekend was.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting on 225. They couldn't just like give us two picks in a row. Absolutely not. They have to go to commercial every time the Falcons are on the clock. It's a rule.
The pick is in now, so that's
it
why
is. We're just waiting.
They haven't gone away and had to think about it.
I love how everyone like leaks the early picks, and then we get to the 7th round, and like everyone has no idea. Like nothing gets leaked because it's like.
So it's not Yergis, but
all right,
it is a guard.
Here we go. Oh yeah, I've never heard of this person in my entire life.
Javon Glenn, yeah, we need Hunter on the pod.
Does he know that? Does he know him? Yeah.
He's a South Carolina fan. I'd like to think he knows. Yeah, I've heard the name. I've not watched the tape.
Doing a lot of
God.
in these highlights, so you might be athletic, but I don't.
Second team All SEC selection, really? I've never heard this man. The name is really cool. Jovan Gwynn.
So that's fine. Wonder if he's only 6 foot, so
started all 13 games at right guard. Is Chris Lindstrom in trouble? Oh, I caught one.
Sorry, 6'1".
Yep. Get him. Yeah, so they don't care about wide receiver guys. This is just all the proof you need. They do not care one bit. So
wide receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, put Bijan out wide. Honestly.
No, I mean they're probably going to bring in a lot of undrafted wide receivers. That's clearly the guess. But I think this is maybe even more proof that they're keeping a spot warm for Corey Davis. They're keeping his spot really warm right now. So,
it says if you go on the kind of blurb on NFL.com, the one that Lance Erline does, it says Gwynn is a solid football player, but his lack of size and length is a major hindrance relative to staying a guard. He'll likely need to prove he can snap and play center, where he will still be considered undersized. Tenacious run blocker, operates in multiple schemes. So yeah, maybe they are bringing him in as kind of center competition, which is
interesting.
Yeah, strange considering you'd assume that's what the Hennessy will be kind of there as the backup at the moment. Now that they've drafted a guard in the 2nd round, but.
Yeah, the thing there is that you wonder if they don't want to pay Hennessy, right? $2.7 million cap savings if they move on. He did, Gwynn, 6'2", 297, just under 32-inch arms. So, yeah, I mean, a little certainly on the small side for the position. I won't pretend to have watched him. So, I have not, but we will, yeah. I mean, I had an excellent 173 10-yard split. Let's see what else we got
He
here.
was a team captain this past year at South Carolina and won the Outstanding Student Athlete Award, the Strength and Conditioning Award, and the Most Outstanding Senior Award following the year.
Yeah, so definitely a high character guy, right? Obviously, they do really care about that. Maybe this may be like we need to get cheaper depth in here, especially going forward. And if they don't mind converting guys to center. I mean, look at Ryan Newsel, another guy who was a guard they brought in late, converted him to center. And honestly, he looked good in the preseason last year. So treat these guys, these picks, as basically priority UDFA picks, right? Like, don't look at these guys as like, oh, they're roster locks, they got drafted. No. 7th round picks. They treat them like high priority UDFA types, like that they think have a good chance potentially to compete for a roster spot, but they could also be high end practice squad type of signings. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I think DeMarco Helms is more interesting in terms of his probable like 2023 impact. Versatile guy, right? I was wondering if he would end up in Atlanta, and I sort of went back and forth on it. Didn't end up actually drafting him for the Falcons, but he is definitely a big box safety, right? I think he's like over 6 foot, over 200 pounds, 31-inch arms, pretty good size. Didn't like blow the doors off his testing. His agilities were pretty poor. I've heard talk that some teams want him to be more like a star linebacker type player, or like a big nickel, which again, that's what the Falcons probably are looking for in a fourth safety. So I wonder if you do run his RAS at linebacker, what it spits out. He's definitely small at linebacker. Yeah, I mean his speed and agilities are still not great at linebacker, but if he puts on 20 pounds, that might be a different story. But yeah, I mean he's definitely more of a box player. I think that he's versatile. He's a really, really good tackler. So again, special teams. Yeah, I don't know how good his coverage upside is outside of like maybe tight ends, but definitely someone who's an interesting player.
Yeah, and if you look at the theme of each player Atlanta's brought in, I feel like a lot of it, you kind of look at core traits: smart, tough, competitive, physical. Helms checks every box in a very big way. Very good in the box, run defender at safety. Like I said, if your nickname is Hitman, you are going to be hitting people hard, and he's very good at that. He got on the field at Alabama. His first real big action kind of came in 2020, and he always flashed because of just how hard he hit people over the middle. I mean, he was one of those guys. I feel like, in modern day college football, you get kind of a lot of big hitters, and a lot of those guys end up being more prone, for targeting. A lot of Helms hits were clean. He was a very clean, naturally physical, big power hitter. And those guys aren't particularly common anymore. I actually thought he'd end up probably around 5, off of some of his physical traits alone. But again, Kevin, as you were saying, not a high level athlete. As far as fluidity, agility, which all of those kind of traits. But again, smart, tough, physical, competitive, kind of checks a lot of the ethos boxes that Atlanta has kind of prioritized in the 2023 draft.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, I think the pick makes sense from that angle. I think the safety pick was much easier to foresee than another offensive lineman. But yeah, I mean that competition on the offensive line, particularly the interior, is going to be absolutely ferocious. I mean, there's just no easy ride on that offensive interior. I mean, this is the guys I have written down there right now: Matt Hennessy, Jonathan Harris. So we're gonna leave Chris Lindstrom out of this because Chris Lindstrom and Drew Dahlman, they're obviously making the roster, probably starting, right? But you got Matt Hennessy, Jonathan Harrison, Ryan Newsel, Kyle Hinton, Justin Schaefer, Jalen Mayfield, Matthew Bergeron, and Jovan Gwynn, all competing for 3 spots, maybe 4 spots at most. So it's gonna be tough there. It's gonna be tough there.
Yeah,
I think I don't. Sorry, go on.
I mean, the only thing I was gonna say was like, they make it very known that they want it to be competitive. Like they really want to make this like. I think one of the things that Tori McElhaney asked Terry Fontenot was like, do you want it to be like difficult to make this team? And Terry was like, oh yeah, absolutely. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And they I say they kind of preach competitiveness, and like my expectation now is that once the undrafted free agents start coming along, I think those positions that we were kind of speculating they might be targeting, I'd imagine there will be like a good number of like inside linebackers that they will be included there. I'd imagine there will be quite a few wide receivers there. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what direction they go with those. In the last few years, they've kind of they obviously prioritized like athletic linebackers in the draft, but then you had guys like Etheridge and stuff who were coming through who had kind of tested pretty poorly, and were just football players. Oh, there you go. You guy Voorhees has just gone off the boards.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ravens.
Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah, I just wrote up the Elam's pick. Dave got the other one. Yeah, no, he's I honestly, like, if I was a betting man, I would think that Elam's will make the 53.
Yeah.
And I would say that specifically and exclusively because of the special teams contribution. He's a heavy hitter. He's like you guys were talking about, great run defender. So PFF had him as the second best run defense grade on Alabama's roster last year, only behind Brian Branch, who we were, pounding the table for on day 2. But great run defender, does not have that agility. I don't know if he's going to stay as a safety at the next level. I would imagine that they would maybe try to transition him to linebacker eventually if they want more than just special teams. But even if you got just a special teams contributor, that's worth it in the 7th round.
Yeah. All right, we got George Costanza with the $2. George isn't happy. George is getting mad about the 7th round picks. But overall, I think they did another great job in the draft. No Alex Leatherwood pick. Would have loved Voorhees. Overall, awesome draft coverage. Congrats to the winners. Who won the Patreon giveaway? Yes, thank you for reminding me, George. So, to determine the Patreon, this ended up working out really well. We have exactly 40 active patrons. Shout out to you guys. I have assigned all of them a number, and I will be I will be rolling some of my beautiful D20s here. So 2 D20s, and George, I imagine George is not eligible, so therefore if we get the 2 1s, because technically obviously you can't get 1 because there's 2 dice, 2 1s, the minimum number is 2. George would be number 1. So we will we'll roll these up and then we'll see we'll see what who we get here. So good luck. May the odds be ever in your favor, whatever else you want to say.
This is fun.
Yeah, so we got all right, hold on. So 16 is 1 dice, and then 3 is the other dice. So that gives us a total of 19. So let me find out who number 19 is.
There should be a drum roll or something right now.
Wait.
I'll take one for the team.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something. I'm trying to do something.
We got, it is Noah Cook. Noah Cook is the winner. Noah Cook, one of our oldest patrons, I believe. So congratulations, Noah.
I don't know.
Not like in terms of age, but in terms of like when he joined the Patreon. Yeah, Noah Cook, September 22nd, 2021 was when Noah originally started supporting us on Patreon. So, Noah, congratulations, man. We will get that to you on Patreon. Thanks again for your support. Thanks again for everyone for supporting the show. Really appreciate all you guys. on Patreon for that. And of course, everyone who likes, subscribes, everyone who leaves us the reviews, everyone who just tells their buddies, to come hit us up. So really appreciate that. Yeah, well, I don't know what else is there to talk about. The Falcons no longer have any picks. Yeah.
Give us a grade, Kevin. People love grades.
Yeah, they do love grades. I mean, I think it's a
yeah, Kevin. You know what? You put me on the spot yesterday.
I did. Kevin. I never did it. So I think I snuck out of that. Yeah, I think it's a good B. I think it's a good B, right? And I think it can increase. Like if Bijan hits, if Bergeron starts at left guard from day one, if Zach Harrison hits, like this could easily become an A+. There's a lot of high upside type of players in this, and then I think Clark Phillips is a steal. I think that we'll be really happy with our contributions there. So yeah, excited. I'm hyped. What do you guys think? What's your instant reaction? Can't go back and change it grade that will stay with you for all time on the internet for this Falcons 2023 draft? Because as you know, the draft is now set in stone. These players' fates are sealed, and they can't possibly improve or get better, or the team get better. So how do you grade the Falcons draft? We'll go to Savion first. What do you think?
Fantastic. I'm so glad I'm first on this.
Yes. Yeah, no pressure.
So I'm going to go ahead and give this a B-. I think that the Bijan and Bergeron picks definitely bring it up. Clark Phillips definitely, but I think the Harrison pick, I think there were other guys that I would have rathered. And I mean, it's a very bland draft. It's a very solid draft that is just like, okay. I mean, we got some good stuff out of it. Let's get into the season.
Yeah. Nope. Very fair. Very fair. Daniel, I asked your grade yesterday before we got the most recent picks. So has anything changed? Where are you at now?
I would tend to think today would probably only help it. I think I gave it a B+, A- yesterday. I would probably go with a B+ here. I feel like, like I kind of said last night, I feel like you add an impact player right away in Robinson, an impact player probably pretty early in Matthew Bergeron. I think, the addition of Clark Phillips today was very good as well. I think that, in recent years, kind of the fourth round hasn't been, for Atlanta anyways, where it's kind of been that guy fell, draft him, and I feel like this year, you can make an argument that Clark Phillips was one of probably the 5 top players available entering the day. And so to me, I think that was a great pick. I think he'll be a pretty impactful player early on. Again, 7th round, as we just spent the last 30 minutes talking about, you can't, I'm not going to get upset over a 7th round pick, but I think Helms is a real shot to make the roster. And so to me, I think that's a pretty valuable pick. We'll see about Javon Gwynn, obviously, after, I actually watched tape on him. I wouldn't want to talk about a guy that I haven't actually, watched before. So, again, I think everything in the offseason, you want to see a clear vision in everything, every plan, whatever it might be. And I think with Atlanta, there has been a legitimate vision. In free agency, you could kind of see how they spent their money. And then, they attacked the draft with like, hey, we're going to focus up front. We're trying to run the football. We want you to know we're going to run the football, and you probably still can't stop it. And I think they kind of set that tone pretty early. And then, I agree with Savion that, Zach Harrison maybe wasn't the greatest value pick where he was. But again, upside wise, I don't hate the pick. I don't hate the pick. So, quality B+ grade. I feel like they probably added 3 guys who should be pretty impactful right away. And, Harrison and Helms could pretty easily, have a kind of a role within about, a year, 2 years in whatever form or fashion. So
yeah,
pretty good group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just realizing that Noah Cook is actually our volunteer moderator on the Discord and on the YouTube channel. So, Noah Cook, consider yourself, compensated. There you go. Yeah, this is our hush hush, secret way to pay you. But no, Noah Cook's done a lot of work, keeping an eye on the Discord and keeping an eye on the chat over the years. So happy that it's gone to you, Noah. He is NC Hammer in the chat and on the Discord for those that recognize that name. But yeah, Adnan, you're up next. Where are you going in terms of your grade for this? Yeah,
I hate draft day grades on the day of the
you
draft.
have to do it.
I think it's like, oh my God, like people crave it. So I get why people do it, but it's like, we will not be, you know what draft we should be grading right now? We should be grading the 2020 draft like 3 years later and like giving our grades for like that one and like the 2019 draft. But my immediate grade for this one is a B+. I loved the Bijan pick. I was one of those on the side of, I think the Bijan was BPA. I mean, I would have liked Carter too, but I think that's a full impact player, and the legwork for that pick was done throughout the past 2 months, filling in all those needs in free agency on the defense, freeing up the opportunity to grab who I think will be a superstar at the NFL level. I think Bijan is just the full package, and the only reason why he quote unquote fell to 8, and the only reason why there's a debate is because of positional value. I think if this was 10 years ago, if this was 15 years ago, he would be the no doubt number 1 overall pick. I like beefing up the trenches. I think Bergeron's a day 1 starter. Amazing run blocker, and this team, like Daniel said, is gonna run the ball at you, and they know that you can't stop it, even if you know what's coming. You load the box. You have Pitts and Drake London out wide to punish you for that. So this team essentially got 2 really good starters. Phillips is gonna fight. I think could even compete for the starting nickel job from day 1. I think Clark Phillips is a full-on steal in the 4th round, and he is a hell of a player. Harrison is a high upside type roll of the dice. You always want to come away with some of those guys who are, whom you can roll the dice on and who can possibly be stars that you get on day 2. And if they're not, then they're not, but at least you roll the dice. The 2 7th rounders, I don't know anything about the guard from South Carolina. I don't think he's making the roster. If he does, I'm sorry, dude.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, anything's possible. But I think the safety out of Alabama is Helams. I think he will make the roster as a special teams contributor, and I think that's well worth the 7th round pick. I'll give them a B+. The only reason why I'm not in the A range is because they could have easily just stayed where they were in the 2nd round. They could have taken Ryan Branch, who I would have preferred to Bergeron, and they could have kept the 4th rounder. So that's what's sort of knocking the grade for me a little bit.
I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah. Andy, you got a grade for this?
Yeah, it's going to sound negative, but it's not. I'm perfectly happy with the draft. I would say it's kind of in that kind of C+ range, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I just think Bijan, I think he's going to come in. He's going to be very good, and he's probably going to be a top 5-10 running back pretty instantly. But I think that's kind of when you are drafting a guy at 8, that's the expectation. So I don't think, I think in order for him to be like an absolute home run hit, he needs to be the best running back in the league. And it needs to be Derrick Henry with the Titans when they were just riding him to deep into the playoffs. And I think there's a possibility he could do that. I think he's an incredibly talented player. And I think he certainly, if there was no such thing as positional value and you're looking at it, you'd say, okay, we've got a top 2 player, top 3 player in the draft with pick 8, so you can't really complain about that. I'm with Bergeron. I quite liked him. It's another one where they're kind of, with the day 2 picks, they are putting pressure on their coaching staff, and they're putting it in the hands of their coaching staff, because you are asking a guy to convert positions. And I think he's shown that he has kind of the traits to do it. Like you guys say, he's a very good run blocker. He's good at getting to the second level. He can kind of he can see all those blocks off and stuff. The anchor concerns me a little bit. Like, what's he going to look like when he's being bull rushed? Is he just going to end up in Desmond Ridder's lap, which is a possibility. But I do think that it's a clear upgrade on what they were going to be rolling out otherwise. There was talk that the Falcons were kind of frantically trying to get into to the end of round one. I don't know who that was for. I'm glad that didn't happen, and that they didn't have to give up multiple assets or kind of higher value assets to do it. And I think my expectation with Bergeron is that he is a long-term starter, so that's a good pick. Harrison, I wasn't a big fan watching him, but I can see why they fell for him. Because I mean, if you were building an edge rusher in a lab, you look at Zach Harrison and you go, yeah, that's our guy here. And he doesn't. I'm not sure he's ever he's kind of really improved since high school, which is a little bit of a concern. But again, it's one of those ones where Ryan Nielsen, his specialty is working with defensive linemen and improving those guys and getting developing them. So again, it's putting pressure on your coaching staff, but I think that the Falcons have the coaches in place to be able to do it now, which they perhaps didn't do previously. Echo all of your guys' sentiments for Clark Phillips. I think at some points during the first season, where I'm not going to be panicking if it's not week one, because we know that the Falcons do tend to bring guys along a little slower at times. We saw it with Richie Grant, who I was during his rookie season spending pretty much every week declaring him a bust and saying it's a terrible pick and all of these kind of things. I've come back a little bit on that, but I'm not going to worry too much if Clark Phillips isn't starting week one. I think at some point during the season he will take over as the slot cornerback, and he as that kind of nickel corner. So I think that's a good pick. Again, it's a shame that he didn't have the other fourth round pick, but if Bergeron ends up being that 5, 6, 7, 8-year starter, then no one will remember it. So I don't think that's a major problem. And the 2 7th round guys, I haven't watched. The Alabama safety, I'll have seen when watching other guys, but at no point was I thinking I need to be looking out for this guy. So I will go back and do so. The South Carolina guards, I may watch, I may not watch. I will make no promises.
No promises.
But as you guys said, it's a 7th round pick. It's essentially a priority free agent. If someone else comes in off the street and beats them out, I'm not going to be too upset about it, because who else were they going to take at these points? I think realistically, if you look through the list of 7th rounders every year, we get a little bit excited about these picks, and more often than not, they're bottom of the roster, they're practice squad guys, or they don't even make it that far. So if they've seen something that they like, as Daniel said, that kind of hard-hitting ability with safety, then all you can do at that point is kind of look for that one trait and that one thing that separates them and say, can they carve out the role doing that thing? So if he makes his money on special teams, if he ends up forcing a couple of fumbles on kickoff returns or whatever it is, you will have no complaints from me, and that's a great pick.
Yeah, tremendous analysis there, Andy. By the way, that what is it? Is it getting closer? What is it? Is it after what?
It's 11:07. So
okay.
We're not at midnight yet.
Yeah.
It's an early night for him.
Yeah, that's an
There
early
is-
night. Yeah, he's coming in early now. Yeah, no, that's great stuff. Did we get to everyone here? I just want to make sure. Did we get everyone's grade? I think that's everyone.
I do have a quick proposal,
Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick.
Yeah,
This
go for
kind of, I think it might have been Andy who brought this up. You mentioned not wanting to trade up into the latter part of round one. Hypothetically, if the target was Miles Murphy, who I believe went 28, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, when the Falcons a few years ago went from I think 45 to 31, they moved a second and a third round pick.
Was that for McGarry?
Yeah. Yep, with the Rams 2019. Hypothetically, if you do a similar package, maybe throw in a seventh, whatever it might be, moving up from 45 to 27 in theory, and you draft Miles Murphy, and then you sign a veteran left guard in free agency. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have Zach Harrison and Matthew Bergeron?
I would rather have Bergeron.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't, because as I say, I'm not a Zach Harrison fan, and I don't really. So kind of, I think Miles Murphy could be an impact pass rusher. I don't think he's necessarily going to be a double-digit sack guy, but I think he'd be a starter for the Falcons. So I think it's basically, the question is, would you rather a starter at left guard or a starter at defensive end? And because I don't think Harrison's impact on the team is going to be that much better than a guy like Ogundeji or a guy like that would have in those snaps at the moment. I'm hoping that I am wrong, because as I say, that the physical tools are tantalizing. But yeah, when you put it like that, I think I'd have rather Miles Murphy.
Yeah, I'm in the Murphy boat on that one. I think Murphy is going to be a better player. He's going to have a heavy impact, and if we are going with a starter transition or a transition year, starter signing a veteran at left guard, I would rather have gone with the talent of Miles Murphy, who some were projecting in the top 10 a while ago.
But then saying that, if it was Miles Murphy and that meant that Jalen Mayfield was starting for 17 games.
No. I mean, they wouldn't do that, though.
That's the hope. Right?
Yeah, that is the
So,
hope,
yeah.
Yeah.
Also would have made for a very long second night live stream for you, Kevin. So,
That's true. Yeah.
With no picks. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm never
that
going to support
happened
that.
a few years
I'm
ago.
biased. Yeah, that
That
did.
happened in that Gary year, yeah.
Yeah, we got hosed. There were no day 2 picks. So, I think we will be happier with Bergeron and Zach Harrison. I'm going on record that we will be happier with those two players. I think Miles Murphy is really overrated, to be honest with you, and that's why he wasn't a top 10 pick. So now, obviously, he's tantalizing. Don't get me wrong, but yeah,
Yeah.
Clemson pass rushers, etc. Right? No, just kidding. Go ahead, Sam. Got him. Helmet scouters. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I agree with you on that, Kev. I've not been a big Miles Murphy guy this entire pre-draft cycle. I don't see it, and it's funny because I'm an FSU fan, so the one game that he had was against us, so I saw it firsthand. But I don't see it very well, very much. So I'm not saying that we're. I don't know. I'm very much. Is it bullish? That's the
that's
one
right.
that's more.
That's better. Yeah.
Oh, that's better.
Bearish is you think that they're not going to be as good. Bullish is you think they're going to be better.
Yeah, I'm quite bearish on Murphy, but not exactly bullish on Harrison either. So it is what it is.
Yeah. If I was taking a swing on a developmental guy, I'd rather do it in the 3rd round than trading my entire day 2 to do it in the 1st round. So that's
a good
take. Yeah.
I get that.
But I mean, because I honestly don't think Miles Murphy is that far away from Zach Harrison in terms of the development that they need to do. That's probably a hot take, but one of them, I mean, it is what it is, right? We'll see who's right. We got to get spicy here late on day 3. Shout out to the 132 people that have made it all 6 hours of this coverage, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
That-
So
Why?
yeah. No, for the Falcons picks, we got almost up to 300 again. I think. Let's see.
In the
No,
seventh round.
we got above 300 for those picks. We got 325. So hey, diehards here for these 7th round picks.
325 fiends.
Yeah.
Watching this pick in the set. Watching. No, not even watching this pick. Watching us react to who the Falcons pick, and then 130 more fiends just like listening to us just talk about whatever.
Yeah. Well, I don't feel the need to keep you guys here any longer. We're done with the Falcons picks. We're gonna take a short break, let the rest of this draft clear out, and then we will be recording a draft recap show. We'll probably deliver some of these same takes that you already heard, but also talk about some of the UDFAs we're looking at. Any of you guys, if you want to come on that, I'm happy to send you the link. We'll probably do that, half an hour or so. Take a break, get something to eat, that sort of thing. But otherwise, if I have to go on alone, that's why I get paid the big internet bucks, right? Appreciate everyone for hanging out. This was a fun show. That golf in the middle, Falcons. Let's try not to do that again. Let's keep at least 1, 5th, or 6th, please. Hey, it is what it is. So we got through it. We got through those 120 picks or whatever it was to see DeMarco Hellams and Jovan Gwynn drafted, so that's fun. But before we take off, I want to remind people to like and subscribe. Obviously, give us that sweet Patreon money, right? If you want to support the show, patreon.com/Falcoholic Live. Really appreciate all of you for doing that. And of course, you can leave that 5-star review on your podcast platform of choice if you like the audio. Want to give our guests a chance to plug their stuff. First of all, the diehard Andy S. Gallagher on Twitter. Andy, anything you'd like to plug before we sign off?
Only that, to be honest. Yeah, give me a follow on Twitter. It's largely nonsense, but I will respond to any form of abuse or anything that comes my way. So just don't take it too seriously. But yeah, that's at Andy S. Gallagher on Twitter.
Yeah, it's I love it. Andy it's a bit on Twitter, guys. Like he's not. You can see Andy is actually a very reasonable, like positive Falcons fan that just likes to ruffle the feathers, and I enjoy it. I do enjoy watching it. So I appreciate you for doing that. We also have with us Daniel Flick, I think, still here. Daniel, he's at D-Flick Draft. Yeah, D-Flick Draft, right? You also wear a lot of hats, so tell the people where they can get your stuff.
Yeah, SI's Fan Nation. So si.com/NFL/Falcons is where I do most of my work, primarily, obviously, writing about the Falcons. So would recommend some of the articles I write are okay, I've been told. So, I have been told a few of them are just kind of so that's where you can find those if you want to watch it or read it. It's been a long couple days. So anyways, yeah, but I'll probably have a draft recap thing up today, tomorrow, someday, like 3
day or night sometime.
Now, perhaps late July I'll have a draft recap
before the season.
Yeah, before training camp, ideally. Yeah.
It might be up at some point or, like 30 minutes from now. So who knows? But yeah.
Somewhere in between. Keep them guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, si.com/NFL/Falcons or Twitter at @DFlickDraft.
Cool. Great stuff there. And then we had, for the first time, it took way too long to get you on here, but happy to have you, Savion. That is how to say it, right? I haven't been butchering that this whole time.
Yeah, but it's okay. I'm so used to it. It's all right. Savion.
Savion. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. You can correct me. It's okay. Yeah. But now I know. So Savion Mixon I just lost. It just went off the screen. So you can tell the people your Twitter handle because I will probably butcher it. So yeah, let the people know.
It's all good. At Mixon, that is MIXSON, another S_NFL. I write at Around the Block, acbnetwork.com, and just started writing for bloggingdirty.com, which is funny because I did 3 articles like back to back, and I have not written since because we've been doing a move and such. So also pod for the ATB Network Falcons affiliate, New Millennium Falcons. Just started our YouTube channel, so go ahead and give that a like and what is it? Subscribe on YouTube.
Subscribe, yeah. Gotta get that down. Gotta get that vernacular down. To plug that. Yeah.
Streets, man. I'm not a pro on here like you guys. But yeah, that's where you can find me. ATB Network, Blogging Dirty, and YouTube. New Millennium Falcons podcast.
Absolutely, guys, go check that out to get your Falcons fix. There's plenty. There's a lot of diehards that I know need just all the content that they can possibly get their hands on. So, I can't keep up with the demand myself. So definitely check out New Millennium Falcons there as well. And shout out to Blogging Dirty. And I don't know if you knew Savion. I'm gonna have to ingrain that now. That Adnan and I and Eric Robinson were all at Blogging Dirty at the same time many years ago. Yeah. So it's
crazy. Those are some big shoes to fill.
yes. They had the dream team, and unfortunately, they lost it. So, but yeah, always happy to see some good stuff coming out of there. It's been a minute, so big shoes to fill. But we have faith. We have faith in you. We have faith in you, Savion.
Are you trying to upset me? Is that what's happening?
I know you got to stand them now, so that I'm just right before we sign off too. You don't even get a real chance to retort. So.
But real, whatever. Keep dirty as much as you're looking at the Falcoholic. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
It's worse for me, Savion. He's saying it's been a while since there was good content. I wrote
you see, there's a lot of layers here. There's a lot of layers.
Kevin just brought all of you on to insult each of you.
I did, yes. That was the secret. We wait until late in the broadcast. Everyone's got their guard down, and then you just get blasted. So, no, I do appreciate you guys. Yeah. Thank you guys. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of us, but I mean, it's always fun hopping on. And obviously, shout out all the people who are, I guess who have watched and who are still watching. We for sure appreciate you all. So
we'll be
it's been fun. I'd be glad to hop on again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll be sending out, information about the recap, and then obviously we'll have everybody on. The dead zone is a perfect time for everyone to come back on the show, because literally I will talk to anyone about the Falcons at that point, because I will have exhausted. I think all of my takes will be exhausted by about mid-June, and we'll have a whole other month to get through. So, yeah. Otherwise, we have our co-host Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Adnan, anything else you'd like to plug before we sign off today?
First of all, I know I'm grainy as shit. No, I'm not on an Android.
Wow, Android's later too.
Yeah. This is like, I don't know. I'm on my MacBook, and it always does this when like the lighting gets like, I try to get this natural lighting in from like the window, and it's like at this time of day when it's like closer to sunset, it's like it just like immediately goes to this like default graininess. I know that the chat was giving me a hard time about it. No, you can find my work at thefalcoholic.com. We covered the draft today. We have been covering the draft ad nauseum the past few days, and I encourage you guys to check it out. Evan is working on the UDFA tracker, probably as we speak. We'll have a lot of analysis going up in the coming days. You can find me on Twitter, mostly at Say Which Way is the Twitter name. Don't find me on any other social media. But yeah.
Don't look. Yeah, don't look.
Don't look for me on any other social media.
Yeah, very wise words there from Adnan. But guys, we do appreciate you hanging out with us all through the draft. This is the end. It's just like we had, the Fellowship day 1, Return of the King, or we had Two Towers day 2, and this is now the Return of the King. Here at the end, it becomes the end of our Fellowship, putting a bow on the NFL draft party 2023. Thank you all so much for taking part in this adventure with us. Look for the draft recap show soon, and we will talk to you guys next week. We'll be back on Wednesday for the next Falcoholic Live. So until then, folks, have a great night. Thank you so much. We will see you next time. One more draft season down. One more draft season in the books. So 2017, the first show of Falcoholic Live was 2017 draft party. So 7 drafts then. So yeah, I think that's don't check that math, but we'll hope for the best. Yeah. All right, guys.